What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. Host Rob Knorr. Great to be here today. Got a good show lined up. I think we're going to take some call-ins today. I think it's going to be a long show today, all things considering. You'll tell how much fun I'm having by how long the show goes. So if we go long time, what the hell was that? What is this? New wrinkles on my head? Jesus. What an old man. God. When I wear like gray hat, gray shirt here with the gray beard, damn, I'm looking old and haggard. I got to get a haircut, but I haven't wanted to go in because I've been sick, so you don't want to get people sick. You know, try to be a little courteous to the members of the public, etc. I'm going to have a favor to ask at least a couple people here today that we'll get to in a moment. But other than that, we should have a good show. I think we'll take some call-ins tonight if people are game. If you're watching on the YouTube vertical stream, you won't be able to see any of the chat, but you can go over to my YouTube page and find the regular stream, and I'll make sure to put the name and identity of my Discord channel. I'm going to be putting that in the link right now. And then people want to call in. Preferably, you want to argue against me. Tell me how stupid I am. That'd be great. Almost everyone's too much of a coward to actually do that. With the exception of like some crazy psychos that want to talk about how we need Sharia law and all of that good stuff. Graybeards from Skyrim. Yeah, I don't have the thum though. I can't throw my voice that well yet. So, but here we are. I did not get my Conan the Barbarian tapestry yet. Something that I need to work on. My wife will be mucho pleased. On that note, though, my son got a good friend of ours, made him a blanket for his birthday. It's like rainbow. It's pretty cool. He loves it. My son's big into like different blankets for different areas. So if you're on the couch, there's one blanket for that. When he's in bed, there's a different blanket he needs for that. Yeah, who does? Why would anyone disagree with me? January 6th, yeah, why not? Let's do that again, right? It's a winning Democratic argument. Let's get to January 6th. So whatever people want to talk about, though, I got some stuff to talk about from last night's show. Oh, that reminds me. I want to message someone. So give me a chance. Never mind. I don't need the favor that I thought I was going to need. I'll explain what was going on, though, in a minute. Okay. Wanted to message someone. Someone took time to write me a message, which I'll be reading to you all about last night's show, and I'll kind of discuss what they said. So we'll start with that. We'll talk a little about Elon Musk and some of the what-haves going on with that. And then some of the Trump coming into office, his deal, the hostage negotiation in Israel-Palestine. We'll talk some of that. Yeah, we can talk Elon. That's fine. I did plan on talking some of that. And then we'll take calls, and we'll see where the night takes us. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up talking about whether or not women should be allowed to vote and whether or not we should have Sharia law and all the stuff that people frequently want to call in and talk to me about. That's okay. We're taking all subjects tonight. I'm happy to be feeling a little better. Still don't quite have my singing voice back. Someday soon, I'll be singing to you all. We'll get that voice back, but probably not today. So let's jump in. Last night, we talked about Christopher Rufo. The gist of it was it's stemming from this H-1B discussion, going way back to Elon talking about the need for H-1Bs, and then Vivek putting out the statement talking about the problems with the U.S. education system and culture, and sort of how that I felt sort of missed the mark, although I agree in principle that there is a problem with culture and the education system in the United States. I thought the specifics of what Vivek were saying was bad. I've never had a problem with accepting limited numbers of the best and brightest into our country. However, I do not think that that is the end all be all. There is more to life than just the GDP or who could be the most productive or make the most widgets. A country has to mean something more than just a collective group of people that don't have a background that are all pushing towards a similar economic goal. But having said that, I have no problem when we're talking about a system that is so corrupt that we have millions upon millions upon millions of low-skilled illegal people that are breaking our laws coming in here and being a drain on the country. That is a far greater problem than accepting the most talented people in limited numbers, tens of thousands across the world per year. The scope of those problems are different. However, that doesn't mean that we can't be critical of what the root is and what we should have. To me, America is a country that we are forced to participate in the government, and that government should exist to benefit the people that live in this country and are citizens of this country first and foremost. I do think there's a case to be made that bringing in limited numbers of the best and brightest who are willing to participate in our system, to be thankful for the people in the country that gave them that opportunity, and to assimilate into sort of the beliefs of that country is, to me, acceptable. I understand the people that want to disagree with that, but in general, I agree with that sort of belief. In comes Christopher Rufo, who is someone who I respect, who I think's done a lot to fight back against critical race theory being taught in schools, DEI in schools and corporations, other things like that. He put a post out that basically was like, hey, look, there are salaries over $100,000 at Panda Express and Chipotle and UPS. And so if you're one of these guys that have been screwed over in the tech industry, maybe this is something that you could do as sort of an interim. The pushback was, oh, so you told us to learn to code, we learned to code, and now you don't give a shit. You say, screw all of you, go stuff burritos. F you, Chris Rufo, we're not going to put up with that. Hey, what's up, John Ruck? 4 months a member. Thank you. Appreciate it, John. That's sort of what we talked about last night, and I talked about, though I understand the principle of that, I do think that there needs to be something done in the interim. If you're sitting around, even if your criticisms are adequate and correct, and you're talking about how DEI screwed over white males or our education system has screwed over people in this country that are trying to compete in STEM, I think a lot of that's true. I absolutely do. I can't speak to a lot of anecdotal evidence, being someone who wasn't involved in that necessarily. I was rural America. I didn't go into STEM, etc. Not a particularly high IQ person or anything like that. But I do think that you're making a mistake if you're like, well, we'll elect someone and they'll solve it all. That'll be that. So I'm sitting at home. I went to, Penn University or wherever. I'm just thinking Pennsylvania, prestigious universities. And I got a degree, and I'm going to learn, my degree's in a field, in the tech field, and DEI meant that I never got a job, and now I'm pissed off, and everything's beneath me, which is fine. You can believe that. Like, I'm not going to work with my hands. I'm not going to go work in construction. I'm not going to hold road signs. I'm not going to go work at Chipotle. I'm not doing any of that. And Trump's going to come into office, or someone like Trump's going to come into office, and they're going to say, this DEI's bullshit. Now send guys like Rob $1 million checks and line them up for their 6-figure job in the tech industry. There you go. Walk right in, sir. Everything's fixed. That's not going to happen. It will not happen. If you're waiting for that to happen, if you're waiting for Donald Trump or a figure like that to come along and be like, infamous Luigi, I'm just using you as an example because you said you're a STEM major. Infamous Luigi, we know you've been screwed over. Don't worry. Don't go out and get a job in a different field. Don't do it. Just stay pat. We promise we're going to send you a big fat check and we're going to make it all right. And you're going to be promoted to the top of a company. It's not going to happen. It's not happening. And so I was sort of defending Rufo and saying, Rufo, to me, seems like someone that's been on the front line, even when it wasn't necessarily popular, of fighting back against our terrible education system, DEI, particularly things like critical race theory that's besmirching white people, besmirching men, saying that they're evil for the sex that they were born or their skin color. Chris Rufo has been on the forefront of that. And he's been very effective at pushing back and showing evidence of how these universities and K through 12 education systems have been doing these things. And so the idea that it's like, oh, because he put, look at these salaries of these other jobs, maybe this would be a temporary option for you. He sold out. You're not going to do that. God's favorite aunt. Donald Trump's not going to give you a sweet-ass job. If you're sitting there going, if only I vote for the right guy, he'll promise me a sweet-ass job. Not happening. It's just not going to happen. So I do think, and I was right there, and I was saying, look, Elon Musk and Vivek's comments, while rooted in truth, and I don't even disagree fundamentally with what they're saying, in limited numbers, we should be taking the best of the best from around the world if they are of net benefit to the people of the United States and if they're from people that are going to assimilate to our values. I don't give a shit if you're the smartest scientist in the world if you hate white people, if you hate Christians, if you hate women, and you're going to discriminate them or be bigoted, or if you're going to be a molester or you're going to be a murderer. There are more important things than just, well, you happen to be the best in the field. We should be intrigued by the people that are the best in any particular field if they're willing to assimilate and they will benefit the people of our country by coming here. Right? Oh, Neo Jackass. Why don't you call in tonight? I think you were one of the people that were talking to me on X. Would love, in addition, if you're the person that I think you are, a hypocrite, a coward who won't call in, and a liar. The whole trifecta from Neo Jackass there. We'll see how bold he is if he wants to call in today. Probably another one of these people that's a good, anonymous, tough guy on places like X, but won't be able to figure out how to use Discord or Google Voice to call in. So anyways, that's sort of the point I made last night. And someone... So I don't think that it's necessarily, I think that there is a middle ground to be had. You can't be tone deaf. I don't think that you should be like, oh, it's all about who is the best worker, bring them in. No, we should be prioritizing American citizens, but I do think there's room for the best and brightest in small numbers of people that are willing to assimilate that will benefit the country. So I talked yesterday about jobs that I had that would be considered beneath most people and that people in my field of debate considered beneath me, but I didn't think it was that way. And I sort of talked about, like, although we should be pushing for policy and cultural change, what do you say to that person in the meanwhile? What do you say to the person right now? It's taken decades for our culture to get where we're at, to be able to basically openly discriminate against white people. It will take decades to roll that back. What do you say to the people in the interim? Stand back. It's cool. Don't work. Don't bother getting a job. You just, like, I don't think that there's a problem saying, yes, we're fighting against DEI, we're fighting against this stuff. But simultaneously, what can you as an individual do? We'll see. Maybe I read your tweets wrong, Neo Jackass. We'll go through them. We'll see what people think. So, I don't know if this person wants me to say their name, so I won't. But they sent me a DM, and I'm going to read parts of it because I think that this is a fair counterpoint to sort of what I was saying last night. In your YouTube, first some pleasantries. I'll skip the pleasantries, but... in your YouTube live, you did the thing that all pro-Rufo guys are doing, where you talk about your life experiences and say how life isn't fair instead of addressing the primary issues young white men are complaining about, in reaction to Vivek, Elon, and Rufo tweets. The issues being discussed are mostly affecting young white men, and I'm sure you're aware of them, but I listed a lot of them in my last post. These issues really affect our society as a whole, but white men are the cannon fodder. We want the leaders we support to put our faith in to acknowledge our grievances as real problems that need to be fixed. We want our leaders to take these issues that might not have experienced seriously and ask questions, not immediately dismiss us and tell us to quit whining and, oh, look at all the great opportunities at UPS and life isn't fair, man up. The right united around lefties calling our concerns racist, and now that people are used to that narrative on the right once in power, they're going to fold their arms and tell supporters, oh, you're not racist or fascist, just lazy, entitled, honestly subpar humans who can't handle adversity. So our concerns are once again being thrown aside, and for what? It's tone deaf and out of touch for the future of right-wing politics. Unless it's just impossible for any political leader party to take the white man's grievance to exist, then blackpilling would indeed need to be the only correct reaction from young white Americans. And no serious person wants to push the narrative that youngins need to give up on life and wait until we fix it. That's just deflection. What I would say to this person is, I actually turn that on you. It seems like that's exactly what people are saying. I could do show after show after show after show after show, even before it was popular, going back to 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, talking about discrimination against white people, talking about racial grievance, talking about my experience with it at university, talking about how we were told that white people, how many shows that I did on the CDC's recommendation that they said that the vaccine could save lives, but instead of prioritizing giving it to the elderly, there were too many white people in the elderly group. And so even though it would have saved more lives in total, there would have been less lives of coloreds in that group. And the priority from our government to save lives should be to people of color. Or me doing stream after stream after stream talking about not just my personal experiences, where I, at great cost personally to the house that I used to own, had a grant that fell through, a government grant that fell through for our town, because as a rural town, the only people as construction workers that put in bids to do the digging that this grant would have covered from the state or from the federal government, I forget which one, those people weren't any shops that were owned by people of color, and therefore the grant fell through, and how insane that is. Or talking about things like farmers that were particularly getting money because they were people of color, or doing debate after debate after debate about critical race theory or DEI in all of our higher education, or in places like K through 12 education. It doesn't matter how many times I do that, or Chris Rufo, who's done even more than me, who's actually got real world change. If someone says, but hey, just so you know, if you're one of these people that have been screwed over by this overt racism, this overt bigotry, whether it be based on being a male, based on being white, based on being a Republican, based on coming from rural America, based on being a Christian, any of these issues, that sucks, and we're going to do everything possible to hold those people accountable. But in the meantime, here are some things that possibly you could do to help you get by, because it's going to take a long, long time to fix that. And when people's response to that is, oh, you're not taking our concerns seriously, you're telling us that we're just lazy, give up. Where does it sound like that's what I said last night? Where does it sound like Chris Rufo said that? Now, I don't have a problem looking at Vivek and saying what he's saying is tone deaf, or looking at Elon and saying what they're saying is tone deaf. Probably issue 1 or issue 2, probably issue 1, that is the most effective reason that Trump won was immigration. And even from 2016, the message that resonated with so many people is people in this country that are citizens are tired of being placed on the back burner. That's why the slogan of Make America Great Again, or America First, is so powerful. Because there are so many people that were afraid to say, we're tired of paying into this system and the system not giving a shit about us. And although illegal immigration is the most easy and egregious example of that, you can make a case that there are many other examples of that. Sending money to Ukraine while people in this country struggle. But many other things. Israel. A litany of other things. And so, on the precipice of this huge victory, for Elon and Vivek to come out and say, no, we still got to bring in H-1B, maybe expand it, blah, blah, blah. I understand why, even if I don't really have a problem with the idea of, in principle, particularly the O2 visas or whatever, the best and the brightest, and maybe we need some limited amount of H-1. I've long argued that we should probably temporarily halt until the border is absolutely secure. But then our immigration system should be based on one criteria, which is what is best for Americans. The problem specifically with Vivek and Elon seemed to be that their rhetoric was suggesting that America is just who could put out the most production, who could raise the GDP the most. And I think that that does allow criticism because it's like, wait a minute, that's a fundamental disconnect to what many people that voted for Trump actually believed. They think there's, and myself included, being American is more than just saying, well, I'm here, I don't believe in the First Amendment, I don't believe in the Second Amendment, I don't believe in the Bill of Rights, I don't give a shit about the Founding Fathers, I don't give a shit about the cultural dominance in the United States or the group that's, the majority of the country's Christian, the majority of the country's white. I don't give a shit about any of that, screw all that. I'm gonna do my own thing. But if you bring me in, I'll create 10 more jobs. That's not the way to go. And I think even though there's so many problems that I think that Vivek, Elon, Trump are going to be on the right side of, I absolutely think this is fair criticism to say, wait a minute, is their core belief the same as mine? That's a different issue entirely than someone saying, hey, I've spent the last 10 years of my life fighting DEI, like Chris Rufo, and saying, look, I was surprised to find that there are jobs that normally we would consider low-skilled jobs or demeaning jobs that are actually paying a lot. Or me saying, like, there are areas where you could still live that American dream of have a family, have a tight-knit community in places like rural countries. And although the salary at my job might suck, the affordability to live in an area like this is better. If you're so pissed off about what's been happening with DEI and discrimination and people like that, and America being last, that you're just like, anyone who says anything that could benefit an individual's life, hey, my job has an opening, we need someone here. Now, how dare you say that? How dare you? That's saying give up. Screw you, white man. What are you talking about? Then what can anyone say? What can anyone say at that point? That honestly sounds like you're saying, well, just give up. Don't do anything. You never back down from a challenge. Great here, Jackass. Good name, by the way. That's all I'm saying. Now, before people say, oh, Rob, are you changing your tune? Go back and look at the videos I did a few weeks ago before I was sick. The last videos I did was talking about Vivek. In principle, I think he's right. There is cultural problems in the United States, and there are problems with our education system. But the specifics of what he's talking about are absurd. And it seems as if Vivek is saying the core value that you should have is productivity, which I fundamentally disagree with. I do think that productivity is important, and a level of productivity is important to having a successful, well-rounded life. But to me, having a family that you love and having a relationship with God is more important than that. There is more to national identity than whoever could do the best. And I gave this specific example. I was like, to me, a country is similar to a family. I have 2 brothers and a sister. If I look at my brothers, I say, my parents passed away and now I'm the patriarch of the Knorr family. And I say, okay, as the leader of the Knorr family, I love my 2 brothers, I love my sister. However, I could replace them with people from other countries who would make more money than them, that would be more productive. They'll pay more in taxes. So, see you, 2 brothers. See you, sister. Now, look, the Knorr family, we've helped the GDP out more than we ever have. But are we really the Knorr family? Is that all it took? And then once my 2 new brothers and sisters get here, they'll say, yeah, actually, the weak link is you, Rob. You're out. So they replace me with someone else. Now you got 4 new siblings of the Knorr family, but they're doing much better productivity-wise. They're creating jobs. So? Both things can be true simultaneously. That young people are getting screwed over and people that have gone through university are getting screwed over, and DEI is screwed over white people and males. That's true. But also, You still need to do things in the interim right now. You can't sit around and wait for some magic wand to be waved by some politician that's going to make everything all right for you. It's not. If you're 45 and you were working in some tech company and you were forced to train some H-1B visa from India to do your job for 25% less, and now you're unemployed, there is probably nothing to be done at this point politically to change your situation. By the time the situation gets changed, you're 55? And the way the world works, this kind of sucks. A lot of places in certain fields, they don't want to hire a 55-year-old person, brand new. There's also part of this, and I know people don't want to hear this, and look, I have disagreements with Mike Cernovich. I think that he's going too far with this current commentary, but there is some truth of what he's saying, where people seem to just be like, this is the worst time ever to be a young person. And Cernovich is like, people were getting drafted to go to Vietnam at one point. That seems worse. Sobi Wan, thanks for the $2, says, do you feel Hamas won, as some are saying? I haven't looked at the deal enough to be able to say that. Some people want to take things that are outside their control in life, whether that be discrimination, whether that be some illness, whether that be an accident, whatever, and they let that define them, and they say that's that. And no one could blame you. Maybe you're absolutely right. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt to be young. Of course. I talk about this all. We're all tribal, and there's not a problem with tribalism. The group that I happen to have an affinity for is rural Americans. Maybe it's your group's white people. Maybe it's Christians. Maybe it's women. Maybe it's men. Maybe it's young people. Whatever. I would be a hypocrite to say that you don't have the right to look at your specific group and advocate for them and talk about the unique problems that they're facing. And no doubt young people are facing significant challenges now. The truth is our government has massively overspent, and that bill is going to come due at some point. I used to say this all the time when I was talking to conservative groups and Republican groups. And they would say, well, progressivism's so big amongst the college-age students. What do we say? And I say, what you say is, the Bernie Sanders of the world that just want to spend money hand over fist, they're going to be long gone by the time the bill comes in. They ain't going to pay it. It's going to be the young people and their children that are paying it. And that sucks. That's a raw deal. But what are you supposed to do? Just throw up your arms? And I know those people in life. I know those people. I was in a bad car wreck. So that's it. And now everything, the bad car wreck, this is not a real situation, but I know situations similar to this. 15 years ago, I was in a bad car wreck. And so then I had to be prescribed painkillers. And now I could trace every problem in my life back to then. So the reason I'm unemployed now, and the reason I'm 40 years old and live with my parents, is because I was in that car wreck 15 years ago. What could I do? It's not my fault. Life's unfair. You could say that. Maybe you're right. And these doctors knew that opioids were addictive and they prescribed them to me anyways. And no one intervened to help me. And that's it. And let's say you're 100% right. Okay? Is your life better off just throwing up your hands and saying, well, if someone says to you, well, that's true. Okay, you're right. And we should look into these doctors and we should look into these pharmaceutical companies. We should see what we could do. But in the meanwhile, here's some opportunities that maybe you could take advantage of. Oh, fuck you. You're saying you don't care about these pharmaceutical companies? You're saying you don't care about the corrupt doctors? I didn't say any of that. I just said, would you be better off if you continue to fight that good fight and say, what can I do to improve my situation? Or do you just say, no, any talk of improving my current situation is demeaning. I don't want to listen to anyone else that's not in my unique situation. And the other question I have is, Isn't this the same argument that you hear people make that have grievances that are black, that are women? Isn't it the same thing that I hear people criticize about with that? If you think you're a perpetual victim, even if you are, if that's how you operate with your life, then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, I say that as someone who was criticizing Elon, who was criticizing Vivek, and saying that they were tone deaf. But to me, there's a difference between those statements that they were making and someone else just putting out like, hey, there are opportunities. It might not be your preferred thing, but for the short term, there are opportunities. You could go to work for a place like Dollar General, and if you show up every day, all of a sudden you get promoted, and before you know it, in 3 or 4 years, maybe you're making over $100,000. And there are communities you could live in that are cheaper. That's not an end-all be-all. That's not saying, oh, so you don't give a shit. You don't care that DEI happened. You don't care that the academic system's corrupt. You don't care that we were sold a bill of goods. No, that's not what I think he was saying. But Ian, that's what I'm saying. They're saying when Chris Rufo says, look, there are jobs at UPS that pay $100,000 a year. There are jobs at Chipotle. Being a manager at Chipotle could pay. The counter response to so many people is, fuck you, Chris Rufo. You're telling white people, oh, you got screwed over, but oh well, forget about all that. Now you got to learn. It went from learn to code to learn to fold burritos. That's it. He's telling us just to give up. That's not, in my opinion, what he's saying. I do think that there is a way to hold politicians accountable, to continue to push for policies to rectify and to punish the people that engaged in overt racism discrimination, including at the government level, while simultaneously saying that's not going to solve everyone's problems, and a lot of people got screwed over and there will not be compensation. That's reality. And so you have two choices. You could say, my life was screwed over because of this, and that's it, forever done. By the way, you could do this as any young person of any skin color. If you were sold the bill of goods, go to university, you got to go to university, and you'll get a great job. And then you went and you got in a huge amount of student loan debt. And then you say, well, there's no job for me. I'm a black woman, and there's no job for me. And I graduated top of my class. I want my student loans paid for. That's their argument. Why should I be in debt the rest of my life? I was lied to. And in many cases, they're right. But many conservatives would say, hey, tough shit. You should have realized that was a bill of goods. Now, that's different than a company not hiring you because of your skin color, because you're white or whatever. But what I'm saying is, there's at least a tangential connection that at some point you say, like, it's okay to say we got to fight back against that and that's wrong and change these systems, while simultaneously saying we as individuals need to do what we could do to make our situations better. So I appreciate the message that user messages me. Yes, they want politicians that are going to fight for that. And I understand why Vivek's comments may make you think, but I don't know that Chris Rufo's comments go that far. Got paid for the boomers' health care and retirement. Yeah. And what's the alternative? Do we end Social Security tomorrow? Is that the idea? Okay, let's say we do that. Then what? Is that fair to the boomer in general? They may have been paid in less than you. I'm 40. I'm technically a millennial. My money that I've paid in my whole life to Social Security will not be there when I retire. I'm paying for the boomers right now. If you're younger than me, you're paying for me, and you're paying for the boomers right now. Nonetheless, people made retirement decisions based on what the system was at the time. And so they retired and were told, this is how much money I'll get a month Social Security. Do we just tell that person that retired 4 years ago, hey, fuck you, you get $0 now. Back to work, buddy. Is that the idea? Is that what we do? Is that fair to them? Well, but this boomer, he owns properties and he's making millions of dollars in retirement properties and blah, 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 blah. Sure, there's going to be specific people that could live without their Social Security check. But in general, what, you just tell those people that made life decisions based on what the system was set up as? What happened to sacrifice for the kids? You tell me. I don't know. Maybe it went out the window when we fucking locked down schools under COVID. Everybody's a big talker. Joseph, what happened to sacrificing for the kids? You clearly have disposable income and time. You're on some sort of electronic device right now in some sort of entertainment. I have a list of people with kids that could use money. Why don't you sell your electronic device and give them that money? Fair? Or you don't give a shit about sacrificing for the kids. Right? You would say, well, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm just one person. Yeah, exactly. If the government told, how many people here took those COVID stimmy checks? Be honest. How many took it? How many of you gave it back and said, I don't need this? Oh, come on. Don't be quoting the man Gundy here. I'm a man. I'm 40. How many people took COVID checks? The stimmy checks that came. Be honest. I did. They sent me a check with my name. I cashed the son of a bitch. Did I say this isn't right? This is massive spending that's going to cause the bill's going to be paid by my future kids? Did I say that? How many of you get tax refunds? Do you cash that? Or do you say, well, this isn't right? Our government's massive deficit spending. Our future generations will have to pay for this. I'm going to send my money back. When it's you, you're taking advantage of the system. One of the greatest, sort of truthful comedy bits was Dave Chappelle when he goes on SNL and he's doing the opening about the first time Trump won. And he talks about how he knew when Trump was going to win. And he's obviously being hyperbolic and he's making it comedy, but he's tells the story that's basically true, which is Trump's on the debate stage with Hillary and Hillary says, this man doesn't pay his taxes. And Chappelle's and Trump shot back right away with that's true, because I'm smart. And he said, then he looked at Hillary and said, if you want me to pay my taxes, then as a politician, you would close the loopholes. But you won't, because all of the people that donate to you take advantage of those same loopholes. Now, the principle of what Trump's saying there is correct. The system might be screwed up, but individuals are taking advantage of that system. Now, what's this all have to do with stimmy checks and stuff and Social Security? And the boomers, oh my God, they're getting rich with Social Security that young people have to pay for. You going to turn down the money? They may not have paid into Social Security as much as the current generation will, but they paid some in, and they were given a promise. You pay in, here's the dollar amount you'll get out. Then they made retirement decisions based on that. If I was 68 and I retired and I was told you're going to get $2,500 a month from Social Security, I'll guarantee I'm cashing that check. I'm not going to listen to someone like Joseph say, but you're making the young children sacrifice. You should give that money back. No more Social Security for you. That's the truth. By the way, it's the same truth when it comes to free health care. It's not free, but if you were someone who didn't have health care prior to Obamacare, and then you got health care, you going to give it back? It's one of the arguments why you say you could vote yourself into socialism, but you have to fight your way out. How do you convince people? How do you ever win an election if if 50% of the people are getting government money and you say, we know we promised you that money, but we're taking it away from you now? Who's going to run on end Social Security? Who's doing it? Who wins that? You think Trump wins? If Trump says, my plan is to immediately end Social Security. Sorry, all of you retirees. You think Trump wins? Cross-generation homes. Yeah, good luck with that. The way you would get rid of it is you're going to have to phase it out. You're going to have to say, starting at this certain point, people are only going to get 50%. So you give people 5-10 years to plan. Now, there's no way Trump would have won if he immediately called for the end of Social Security. There's no way. I have been sick, yeah. Yeah, and the problem was the creation of the policy. That's why I fight so vehemently against things like universal health care. Once you institute it, okay, now, like, let's say they do that. Let's say that Medicare for all, okay? Now, let's say I then am planning my future with my family. I might be pissed off about the decision, but that's the law now. And I say, okay, well, it turns out the job I had right now paid $5 an hour less than this job over here, but its medical benefits were way better. So now I'm going to take that job over there. And I don't have to worry about insurance anymore because despite the fact I think the policy is shit, the law is the law now. Medicare for all. So I quit this job and I go to work at this other job. And then 3 years later, they're like, okay, no more Medicare for you. You're on your own. And now I'm like, but wait a minute, I made life-changing decisions based on the fact that that was the promise. You've paid in this much tax dollars, we're going to take 30% of your money, and now you get Medicare. Now, by the time I go to use the Medicare, you're like, sorry, that was bad policy, you don't get it. I'm going to say, fuck you. I paid 30% of my check every week or every paycheck. I want health care. Sorry. That's funny, Crisco. Once you give people free shit, which isn't free, it's going to cost them in some way, to then say, oh, no, we're taking that away, becomes very difficult. That doesn't mean that it's not the right decision in some extent. Let me give you an example at a smaller level. I believe it was Chicago I was reading about this. So you had all these city workers that worked in like sanitation. And they are getting insane pensions. Like, they're being paid to be like basically a garbage man in Chicago in like 1990, 2000. You're getting paid like $130,000, $140,000 a year, right? Your pension's like $100,000 a year. So you work X number of years, you retire at 62 years old or whatever, and the city of Chicago is going to send you $100,000 a year. So you look at that, your dad does it. You see, hey, if I do this for 20 years, I'll set myself up in retirement. So you take that job, you do that. Then it turns out that those pensions are bankrupting the city. And there's just no choice. The city literally will not be able to meet their obligations if they continue to pay out these pensions. If you're Rob, the guy who has 2 years until he retires, who took this job based on the promise of this pension, and the city of Chicago says, never mind, you get jack shit now when you retire. Is that fair to me? Am I going to vote for that? But Rob, you don't care about the young people of Chicago? They're going to be on the hook. Maybe so, but I operated under the system, under the rules. I made life decisions based on that. What was I supposed to do? I'm just supposed to say, fair enough, I guess I'll work till I'm 80. So this idea of, like, well, boomers, they're robbing the young people blind. Maybe. Guess what? The young generation, my generation, they're going to rob the next generation blind. And then you know what that generation's going to do? They're going to rob their kids blind. In that sense. Yeah. Until we stop deficit spending, that's the way it's going to be. And that's shit. And eventually, there's going to be a generation where the hammer falls. But what are we supposed to do in the meanwhile? We look at the boomers and we say, tough shit. No more Social Security for you. No more money. Fuck off. We're taking your money. You have too much property. We're taking it. Or do you try to do the best you can to gradually phase out these systems, to get spending under control, to prioritize Americans, to end things like DEI? But understand that there are certain people that have been screwed over that will never be made whole. You'll sacrifice for the next generation. That's what it means to be a man. I bet you will, but won't. See, it's easy to say that, but it's hard to actually live by that principle every single time. First off, it's easy to say, I'll sacrifice to the next generation when it's yours. I'll sacrifice for my kid. I'll go to work 80 hours a week for my kid. That's true, I do. But there are even amongst that, there are certain things. Am I willing to sacrifice everything for my kid? There's this poem by Bukowski. I think it's Bukowski. And it's about broken shoelaces. And it's always sort of stuck with me. And he talks about how it's not the big things that break a man. You could live through the big things, the death of a loved one, some tragedies. But one day you go down to tie your shoelaces and they break, and that's when you fucking snap. And to me, what that resonates, I'm no literary critic or any of that stuff. But what that always means is like, I always felt that the biggest form of sacrifice, I feel like I could make the heroic sacrifice. I think I could. I think it wouldn't be that hard. If I'm at Walmart grocery shopping with my wife and kid and there's a gunman and I evaluate the situation and realize I see the gunman executing people and I say to my wife and kid, run, get out the store. I think I could charge that person knowing that I'd probably die. I think I could do that. But am I willing to spend every waking hour? Am I willing to put this down completely? Or are there days where, if I'm honest with myself, I should be paying more attention to my wife and kid, but I'm on X? Or I'm playing chess on my phone, or I'm watching wrestling videos. The sacrifice that always meant so much to me, those people that get up every day and do backbreaking labor, and they go out there, like my dad sacrificed. I always thought growing up my dad was just this boring dude. Didn't really have many friends, just worked, came home. Then when I got older and I started to bartend at the same bar where my dad bartended, and I have all these people that were like his age. My dad had me when he was like 21. That were like, oh, your dad used to be a partier, we had so much fun and blah, 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 blah. And then you came along and he had to get a job. That's sacrifice. And to some extent, we're willing to do that. But how far are you willing to take this, infamous Luigi? How far are you willing? Let's say it's absolutely true. You'd sacrifice for your own kid. Take out how much are you willing to sacrifice, right? How much are you willing to sacrifice for the future generation that isn't your kids? How much are you willing to do for that? Logan's Run? Well, everyone over 65 is actually a net drain on the country. Let's kill them. You'd say, no, that's ridiculous. Okay, fine. You willing to have the government take all of your property when you turn 65 and give it to a younger person? Put you in an assisted living, government-owned facility for as cheap as possible? That would be sacrificing for future generations, correct? You willing to do that? That's what it's about, right? But it's not just that simple. It's not just as simple as saying, I sacrifice for future generations. It's not that simple. In principle, yes, a society should prioritize the well-being of the young and always wanting the younger generation to have it better than the previous. In theory, yes. But at an individual level, what does that look like? What does that mean? Well, you're 70, and when you were young, you could afford an education by just working at the local gas station. And you bought your property for $8,000, and now it's worth $500,000. Okay, so what's the remedy? Force them to sell the property? Give the money to young people? Tell them that the Social Security that they paid into, they are no longer entitled to, even though they made retirement plans based on the promise that they were going to get that income? Brimstone, there are people like that the last thing they want to be is a burden. So this idea of it's like, well, the boomers are all just these greedy bastards and they're screwing over young people. Okay, what would you have them do? What's the idea? Anyways, this is sort of getting tangential from the point I was trying to make. I feel like that there is room to say we need to prioritize American citizens, that someone like Trump or Vivek or Elon could be 80%, what the hell is that, Elon, could be 80% in the direction that you like and that we need to go, but you massively disagree with their core belief or 20% of what they want done with things like on the margins like H-1B. There's no problem with that. You could have that disagreement. But it's still not you selling out or telling people who gives a shit that you got screwed over if you say, here are some options of things you could do. To me, it seems like there are people that are black-pilled to the level that they're like, the only thing that will make this right is the government coming in and completely handing me everything I need. Excuse me, sir, we noticed that you went to education for programming and that you didn't get a job. You were entitled to that job. Here's the hundreds of thousands of dollars of back pay you should have received for the past 7 years. And here's your cushy job with cushy benefits. There you go. Everything's set up for you in a silver platter. That ain't happening. It's not happening. And there seems to be a group of people that if that doesn't happen, anytime you say, okay, here's steps we could move in to make sure this shit doesn't happen again and to hold people accountable that push for this DEI shit, but here are options for you going forward. They're going to say, any option you offer me is bullshit. I know, Jabroni, I'm still on notice. It really affects me. What about protecting the job? In what sense do you mean? Protecting what job? Chris Rufo says, man, I've been fighting DEI for 5-6 years, even when it was massively unpopular, even when I was like the only person doing it. I've been fighting it over and over and over again. And I understand how white people have been screwed and men have been screwed. And I've done everything I can to push for policies. But I'm also saying to some of you that are screwed, here's some options that you could go going forward. And everyone says, fuck you, Chris Rufo, you sold out. You sell out! And then Neo Novak says, well, what about protecting the jobs? What did you want Chris Rufo to do? So you can't say, here are other things? Wow, we need a lot of welders. And even though it's bullshit to tell you have to start over at 30 years old and go to school to be welding, we're just saying it's a potential option that you could do to have a family and do something. It sucks that you got fucked over. We're going to try our best to end this DI and shit. Fuck you, Rob, you sell out. Fuck you! Okay, cool. Never mind. You're right. No one will talk about potential jobs that you could have. You're right. It's all or nothing. Trump will give you everything, or fuck it, the world's unfair and everything's just bullshit. Yes, we should prioritize Americans having jobs. Ian, yes or no? Do you think the American education system is screwed up? Do you think that it's screwed up? Let's say hypothetically you do think that it's massively screwed up. Okay, you're some company and you need a person. And yes, the H-1B system has been horribly corrupt, but you need a person and they're just not there. Should that company say, sorry, you have to hire someone who is not talented enough for that position because you're not allowed to import someone? Is that what we say? Nope, can't do it. Why stop at tech? How about baseball? All those people that get to work in America to play for the Yankees and the Pirates, or basketball or whatever, from European countries, from South American countries. We say, no, sorry, those baseball jobs, those basketball jobs have to go to Americans. Sorry. Surely, for the most technically skilled, for a very minority of jobs, we should be able to say, yeah, absolutely, we could have the best and the brightest if we first offer those jobs up for Americans and they're just not there. I don't have a problem with that. The problem with I have is once you say that, how massively exploited that system becomes. And that should be dealt with. The problem is not the idea of it should be okay to bring in the best and brightest. Now, sorry, we can't bring Einstein in. We'll have to take whoever the American equivalent of Einstein will be. Who gives a shit about sports jobs? I don't know. Who gives a shit about tech jobs? In my world, who gives a shit about that? Doesn't affect me. I live in rural fucking America. You're talking about people with careers that would possibly pay $120,000, $140,000 a year. I'm dealing with autistic people making $20 an hour. So would it be fair for me to say, who gives a fuck about tech jobs? I would say, well, no, I do care. I care about jobs to Americans. Pandemic slant. Yes, I agree that the education system's been fucked and that there is massive exploitation that comes with the H-1B system. The argument is, in theory, should we be allowed to take the best and the brightest? I say yes, because if those people are willing to assimilate to American values, etc. If we could argue that it would be beneficial for the majority of people in this country. However, they have to be willing to assimilate, and priority should always be given to Americans. However, once you say yes, then the system becomes exploited. That's why I said my personal policy, and I have people that fuck with me because I've debated lefties. What do I say to them? That one guy that calls in every time, he'll call in and he'll say, well, what about, we're going to have to, if we kick all these people out, who's going to pick fruit? And we're going to have to legally allow people. And I say, fuck that, unwilling to have the conversation, get these fucking people out, secure the border. Then, after all that's done, we could talk about what specific people we may need to piecemeal fill jobs in the short term until Americans are able to do them. So I've been one of the strongest advocates of that. But how can we square these two things simultaneously? Our education system is an absolute goddamn joke. We have a culture that has been absolutely abysmal. But simultaneously, under no circumstances whatsoever can you bring in any immigrant from any country whatsoever. Can't do it. Again, the specific type of visa is irrelevant to me. The H-1B, the EB-5. To me, it is not just a matter of who brings in the most money. I don't give it. Let me give you an example. There was this guy, Sindarth, on X that I was supposed to debate on Wick's panel. Unfortunately, it was on a day that I worked and couldn't do it. Sindarth seemed like a guy, I believe he was born in the United States, so he's an American citizen, but his family, I believe, was from India based on his story on X. Maybe I'm screwing up some of the details, but he heavily is advocating for the H-1B system, and in particular, people from India, right? And there are people that are like, to hell with Indians, they're dirty, I don't like them, blah, blah, blah. And he's pushing back. Fair enough. He doesn't like what he sees as racism against people from India. And as someone of an ethnicity of coming from India, your family coming from India, I get it. Then he starts denigrating white people and how low IQ white people and how lazy white people are. I say, okay, so yes, maybe you're arguing against people you perceive as racist, but you are showing that you yourself are racist against white people. Now, Sindarth has spent the past 2 weeks showing person after person that came here on H-1B visas from India or other visas from India, talking about how amazing they are. Oh, this one person specifically he talked about, he said, this person's amazing. And he came to the United States and finished top of his class and then went to grad school and top of his class and went to this school and top of his class. And he started a startup and he's created jobs and millions of dollars and his startups in green energy and it's doing great and it's going to help the country. And he's created hundreds of jobs in this country. And he's given his life for America. And you know he has to reapply every year? Every year he has to reapply, and that's torture. He's given everything to America. Really, it sounds like America gave an awful lot to him. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like he was welcomed into this country, allowed to receive an education that put him in the top of one of the most desirable people to get hired at certain places. That education afforded him the opportunity to start a startup. The government allowed him to do that, which allowed him to be massively enriched. I notice nowhere in that post does it say, "Thank you, America. Thank you so much for that opportunity." Instead, it says, "I gave," or "this man gave you everything." Really? Where's the gratitude? Then I proceeded to say, secondly, you say, if we don't take this guy, other countries will be willing to do it. Okay, then why are you tugging on our heartstrings with this guy's story? Sounds like he'll be great no matter where he ends up. Sounds like every country in the world's jockeying to get this dude there. So why am I too worried about that guy? In other words, he was afforded an opportunity by the United States to come receive an education here that made him one of the most desirable people for any country in the world that wants him. What do I owe this guy again? I'm sorry. Sounds like he's making millions of dollars a year. Things seem to be working out pretty good. Okay, the host country says, "Hey, I'm sorry, you have to reapply every year." Nope, that's unacceptable to me. That's torture. Lastly, if you're the type of person that claims, "Look at my resume, and look how great I am, and I'm from India, and I'm hardworking, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and by the way, screw white people. I don't give a shit how much you bring to this country if you're racist against people that are the majority of the people in this country. For example, if you hate white people or if you hate Christians, fuck off. I don't care how much you bring to the country. My criteria for bringing people in is based on benefiting the people of this country. The country isn't just the beautiful land that we have, which the United States is amazingly beautiful. That's part of what our country is. But the country is the values of its people and its shared beliefs and values and culture. I don't give a shit if one dude coming personally enriches every single American $1,000 if that person is racist against white people. Fuck you, we don't want you. If that person says, "But I'm going to do everything I can to advocate against the Bill of Rights," we don't want you. I don't care if that's an O1 visa, if that's an H1B visa. Yes, I understand when I say, as a system, we should prioritize. We should allow some form of limited immigration. It shouldn't massively change the culture of our country. And it should be based purely on merit of people that are willing to assimilate into this country and be appreciative of the opportunity that the country is giving them. As a principle, that's true. Do I know that people say, that's exactly what this line cook's going to do, and all of these other hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of other proposed visas, and they're taking advantage of that system? Yes, and those people taking advantage should be punished, and we should do everything. In fact, I'm recommending that we halt it as much as possible until that corruption's filtered out. Nonetheless, in principle, I still don't think that it means you're anti-American, you're telling white people to eat shit. If you say, I don't have a problem in principle of saying if there are people that could bring unique benefits to this country that would benefit all people and they're willing to assimilate and appreciate America, that we should be allowed to take them. And I see that 95% of people are non-responsive. But it's not about accepting the best. And again, this is what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter how many times I say that. System's brutal. The people are taking advantage of it. It's corrupt. That's why I recommend pausing. Yeah, but it's not about taking the best. Right, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. The system's being exploited. That's not how it's used currently. We need to be able to do everything to ensure that this is what, in fact, I would temporarily halt it completely until the corruption's solved. But Rob, we're not taking the best. Right, that's what I'm saying. We're not taking the best, which is exactly what I'm saying is the problem. I'm just saying in principle, it's okay to have limited forms of immigration. But Rob, we're not taking the best. Right, I agree. Now, it doesn't matter how many times I say that. Everyone in chat, the most common thing in chat is going to be like, oh, but Rob, here's the thing. We're not taking the best. The system's being exploited, so mic drop. I don't know how much clearer I could make it. I don't. And I feel like some of the disconnect is the same thing that Chris Rufo's experiencing, where he could spend every waking moment, even for years before most other people were even breathing about it, fighting DEI and critical race theory, and still being called out as anti-white, anti-American for just suggesting, look, as we continue to fight this shit, here are other potential opportunities. If they say Americans suck, then that would signify to me that they're unwilling to assimilate and we should not take them in. That's true. If you tell people to reskill when they feel that their country's failing them, they're going to be pissed off. I agree. You're absolutely right. So what, we should not tell them to reskill? Let's say it's me. And let's say I went to university to become a professor, which I did. I got a grad degree to become a professor, which I did. Particularly speech communication, because I wanted to become a speech communication professor, and I wanted basically to teach debate. That's true, I did. And let's say that I'm damn near unhireable because I ran for Congress as a Republican, and I have video after video of my political beliefs out here, and almost every academic institution in this country is rabidly left-leaning. So even when I am qualified for a position, they tend to not want to hire me. And let's go even further than that and show, because particularly in the area where I live, there were so many schools that gave so many professors tenure that are making huge salaries now, and are teaching so few classes. What's happening is there basically is not tenure track for many professors that are being hired now. What a university will do is hire you for 2 or 3 semesters and then let you go before they have to give you that bump in payment. So you're forced to bounce around from university to university. In other words, the generation that came before me with this sort of degree were made in the shade. And that was the promise that I went to school with and why I went with that. That's all true. So through no fault of my own, because of my I guess my political beliefs are my fault, but because of my political beliefs and the fact that I've put them out there, and because of the changing in the way that universities, particularly in this area, are hiring, I've now been put in a situation where I'm basically going to make $50,000, $60,000 a year to be a professor, when I thought that I would get tenure track and be making 6 figures. Would I rather have a person tell me, A, Rob, here's a bunch of other things you could do, other careers that you could get into to reskill, to provide for your family, or B, to say, well, I have advice that would help Rob, but I'm not going to say it because he would find it offensive. Which one would you rather have if it's you? You'd rather people not tell, oh, actually reskilling could actually help me tremendously, but I don't want anyone to ever tell me that because I find it offensive. Is that where we're at? I wonder how many people believe that. But also believe, well, if someone's an OnlyFans whore, you should tell her she's fucking up and she's ruining her life. Or if someone's promiscuous and having premarital sex, you should tell them. Or if someone's overweight, you should tell them they need to lose weight. Isn't it interesting? Because it seems like I see an awful lot of right-wing people that are all gung-ho. Tell them. But oh boy, don't you dare say, hey, I know you got fucked over with the academic system. I know you did. But look, what you should consider doing is going to a trade school for 2 years. And how dare you? How dare you tell me to reskill? That's offensive. That's offensive to me. Okay, my bad. Continue to be pissed off at the system. I'm sure it'll work out for you. Hey, Crucible Crew, what's happening, folks? Yeah, John Baird, I basically did do a BS degree. Speech communication. Absolute dog shit degree. Yep. Liberal arts, baby. Should I quit working my current job? It's not fair. I got fucked over. I'll tell my wife and my son, sorry, we're going to be kicked out of our home. We can't afford to pay the mortgage. But I would find it offensive to get work in a different field. That would be offensive. Reskilling? That's offensive. Nope, the world owes me something. Okay. How's that work for my wife and my son? I guess we'll move back in with my parents or hers? Is that fair to my parents? Rob, can you contribute to the bill? You now have your wife and son living here? Oh, how dare you? That's offensive. That's offensive to even suggest it. I'm not going to reskill. Twitch political commissar. So let's get on to that. We'll see if Neo Jackass what's going on. Yeah, we got a bunch of people online. So that's sort of the topic that we're going to get here. Elon Musk. So we're going to talk about some of that shit. We will go late tonight, so I promise if you're on the call at this point, I'll get you in if you don't leave. Elon Musk comes out. It seems like, listen, let's start here. The idea that anyone ever thought that Elon Musk was one of the top Diablo 4 players in the world or top Path of Exile 2 players in the world. Let me explain how absurd that is. First, you're listening to someone that knows about video games this much. I've casually played video games. I'm aware of what Path of Exile 2 is. I'm aware of what Diablo 4 is. They're sort of MMO in the sense they're RPGs, but there are leaderboards. You can play hardcore mode where you grind it out, and if you die, your character's dead forever, and you got to start from zero, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know a lot about it, so let's start there. However, what I do know about it is you got to put a lot of time into grinding out to be that good at a game, to be on like a top national or global leaderboard. The idea that this guy, Elon Musk, who spends so much time in the public eye, who's running these companies and etc., is also putting in this much time to be one of the best in the world at any video game, particularly a video game, not like a video game like necessarily like Call of Duty, where if you were just insanely skilled, maybe you don't play it for a year, but you pick up the control and you could win some tournament. But a game that literally involves progressing your character by getting levels and getting equipment, which means that you literally have to put time in. Like, what I mean by that is you can't pick up Diablo 4, and let's say you were really good at Diablo 3, and you pick up Diablo 4 and within 10 minutes you're one of the leaderboards of the world. You can't, because that leaderboard goes by like how high of level you are and things like that. So it's going to take a lot of time. So it was always stupid to think that Elon Musk was doing this on his own. That like he's in the public eye 12 hours a day, and then he's like only sleeping an hour a day, and as soon as he gets home for 11 hours, he's on Diablo or he's on Path of Exile. It was always stupid. And I think it speaks to Elon's childishness and arrogance that that's something that he's bragging. I'm one of the top Diablo players. Apparently with this Path of Exile 2 shtick, it's a new game that came out, and on the hardcore mode, that's one of the, again, I think it's a mode where if your character dies, it's not like when I play video games, it'll be like on the normal mode. If my character dies, you go back to the save point, and then you keep going. You lose a little money or a little equipment. But this is like you put 200 hours in, and then you run into a room, and there's a goblin there, and he kills you, and that's it. You lose all 200 hours. And so on this leaderboard, he's very high on it, and he's bragging about it, which I don't know why you'd brag about it anyways, but whatever. It seems to me you couldn't brag about something more that says like, look, I'm pissing away a bunch of time to be one of the best at something that no one really gives a shit about. Okay, whatever though, but to each their own, I guess. So he does this, okay, and then apparently he did a live stream, and he's playing the game, and it's evident to everyone who plays this game that this dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Right? Now, I don't know. I've never played Path of Exile 2, so I wouldn't know. If I watched any of you play and say, this is how you do it, and this is what you do, I would be like, sounds good to me. I don't know. But the people that do play it are like, wait a minute. This guy's saying a bunch of stuff that's like stupid. It doesn't. Right? Yeah, Matthew Lee says, I play it. It was obvious he didn't play it. Someone else plays it. So this streamer, Asmongold, I don't know how much you know about him. I know next to nothing about him, but not really a political streamer, I don't think. More of a, like, talking about video games and such. He apparently does a stream where he's like, this doesn't look like it's Elon. Looks like he's paying people. And him and Elon have a little spat, and Elon stops following him on X. And then Asmongold's blue checkmark goes away. I don't know if that's Asmongold maybe stopped paying for it. Maybe it is Elon was petty. But what Elon did do was he released DMs of his conversations with Asmongold, which didn't even make Asmongold look bad. But you're releasing DMs. So this dude, who's the owner of X, who's one of the most influential people in the incoming administration, is basically acting like a fucking child over a video game. And releasing people's DMs over that? That's ridiculous. It, on face value, is absolutely ridiculous. Now, is Elon buying X still a net positive? Yes. So let me explain something. As bad as, let's say that the worst is true, and that Elon removed Asmongold's blue check because he argued with him about Path of Exile. Let's go further than that. Let's say that Elon removed a bunch of Groyper's monetization because they argued with him about H-1Bs. Let's say that we can absolutely definitively prove that. That's terrible. That shows that Elon Musk was never what he claimed to be, as I said from the get-go, because no one is. He's not a free speech absolutist. I've said this every time I've talked about Elon. Elon, you're not a free speech absolutist because free speech absolutism would mean that you could say anything no matter how grotesque. And as someone who's trying to have a platform that's going to have advertisers and businesses, we can see that there's almost no one that would believe that would be in that position. For example, free speech absolutists would say some adult male could come on and start talking about sexualizing children. I would say, no, I don't want this on this platform. Oh, so you're not a free speech absolutist. I guess you're right. Okay, let's take it a level down from that. You're trying to have advertisers, etc. You want someone shouting the N-word all the time? I've done this example hundreds of times. There was a debate channel called Politically Provoked that operated off of YouTube. That's where Andrew Wilson got his start. I debated on Politically Provoked many times. Brittany, that ran it, would constantly bring Groypers on YouTube, streaming live on YouTube, that would just shout the N-word. Now, do I think YouTube and the way it was ran unfairly censored a lot of people? Yeah. For political opinions? Yeah. However, do I absolutely know, despite what my beliefs are, what the end result of that's going to be if you go on YouTube Live and shout the N-word over and over again? Yes. Thanks, Tengo, 45 months. Yeah, they're going to get banned. And you can shake your fist and say, that's bullshit, it should be free speech. Sorry, dude. They're trying to sell advertising. What Elon was talking about is the idea that we censor cultural and political positions because it goes against the establishment narrative and the unique damage that that causes. Hype Train on X, or on Twitch, thank you so much, man. You guys are the best. Well, Brittany brought on an Australian terrorist. That's why she was banned. Maybe. She would have been banned eventually for the N-word stuff anyways, but... That's what was going on. The reason that Democrats are pissed is because they're upset that there could be a platform where they don't have control of the narrative. They want the Biden administration to be able to say, you can't talk about where the virus came from. You can't talk about potential problems with the election. You can't talk about problems with vaccines or with lockdowns. That's what they absolutely want. They want their side to have the ability to demonetize, to shadow ban, and to outright ban people that disagree with them politically. That's what they want. And the reason they want that and need that is because they know their ideas are such shit that if people have to compete in the marketplace of ideas and these things like censorship aren't employed, they will lose. That's why they're blaming Elon for losing this election. That's why Joe Biden, on the way out the door, what's he say in one of his final speeches as he gave? The media is no longer as trusted as it used to be, and we need to get back to it being trusted. And these social media companies need to, quote, be held accountable. That's why almost every Democrat talks over and over about disinformation. That's what they're talking about. It's not just disagreeing. What is science? Science isn't some monolithic thing. For example, the science said that the virus could not have came from a lab in China. And Those comments were removed from social media platforms like X. That was the science. The science said, oh, we have to lock down because the virus is so bad. But you know what's worse? Racism. So you can go ahead and protest George Floyd. That's what the science said. The science was political. So is banning people for saying, I think that people don't want voter IDs so they can cheat. I think the virus came from China. I think lockdowns are a huge mistake. Is that the same level, or less egregious, say, than Elon Musk banning Asmongold for fucking with him about Path of Exile 2? No. It would still be a net positive for Elon to have bought X and to allow competing political thought. Does that mean that Elon's not a petty bitch if he's banning people because they disagreed with him about a video game? No. Or he banned Groypers because they disagreed with him on H-1B? No. I put out a video today, a short video on X and on YouTube. You can go to either of those platforms and see it, talking about Joe Biden's farewell address where he talked about the need to hold social media places accountable. And I talked about how this is because Democrats need to control the narrative. That's what they're saying. They're still on the internet censorship thing. That's what they need to win. Their ideas aren't popular. They need to gaslight people and say, there's no problem with the border. There's no cognitive decline with Joe Biden. There's no inflation. It's temporary. It's transitory. The Hunter Biden laptop's not real. And when they don't have control over the narrative and all of a sudden people start talking, all of a sudden those positions become losing positions. And they want to get back to having that control. And then what we had was people saying, but Rob, what about Asmongold? What about the Groypers being banned? The real threat to free speech is Elon Musk. These are people that, this is the truth, and we're going to bring one on, Neo Jackass. Neo Jackass, I'll bet, never had one fucking comment, not one, about the censorship from the Biden administration. Zuckerberg just went on Joe Rogan's show and was like, oh my goodness, the Biden administration. They were maniacal, how they would pressure us to censor things that were critical of them. These people on the left don't give a shit. They didn't give a shit. That's great. What they'll say is, oh, but there's a new book coming out that says that Donald Trump threatened to jail Mark Zuckerberg. So now Zuckerberg is afraid of Trump and he's saying all this stuff just to help Trump. Really? Have you read that new book? Do you know the context of his phrase? Do you? I don't. I'll be happy to see it. Or was it that Trump was talking about Zuckerberg spent hundreds of millions of dollars in Zuckerbucks going into predominantly left-wing districts to get out the vote and to run voting organizations in 2020? And so he said in the 2024 election, and they did things like censor pro-Trump things and anti-Biden things. And so Trump was saying, that's election interference. We're going to hold people accountable. We'll throw them in jail if they do things to that level that end up being illegal. But let's assume the worst. Let's assume that Trump did say that. So then in argument, one side we have the government pressuring, Trump pressuring Mark Zuckerberg to say, if you don't allow free speech, we'll come after you. And on the other side, you have the Democrats saying, if you don't censor our opponents, we'll come after you. And the Democrats are like, you know what side's worse? The side that's demanding to allow free speech. That's terrible. Can you believe it? That they threatened if they don't allow free speech? I prefer the other side that says, we'll threaten you if you do allow free speech. Then, the chattering class on X comes to the conclusion, what about the fact that there's, Trump's a cult? Trump's got cultists. Trump's a cult. That's what it is. Trump supporters are cultists. Ah! Wow. Now, you know what was a cult? prominent Democrat media person, politician, streamer, etc., saw the evidence in front of their eyes that we all did for years of Joe Biden's cognitive decline, but refused to admit it. That's a fucking cult. They could look at 100% clear, positive evidence right in front of your eyes and say, I don't see it. Looks good to me. Oh, how could you say that they're more cultish than Trump supporters? Because the reason this comes up is because they're shocked that someone like me would criticize Elon Musk. How could you do that, Rob? Don't you know that, like us Democrats, you have to toe the party line? Even if Elon Musk was pissing and shitting himself in front of you and drooling on himself, you have to lie and say that those are cheap fakes like we did about Joe Biden. That's how you do things, Rob. Don't you? I don't understand. How could you criticize Elon Musk? They don't get it. But aren't you in a cult? Not like us. So that's what the gentleman on X is referencing there. How could you say that it's more of a cult? Twitch political commissar. That's who they are. Didn't have a problem with conservatives are being censored. Didn't give a shit. Didn't have a problem with the Biden administration. Didn't have a problem with the weaponization of the DOJ going after conservative parents at school board meetings. Going after Trump and everyone connected to Trump. Didn't give a shit. But as soon as the shoe is potentially on the other foot, oh my God, Trump may have threatened Zuckerberg. That's inexcusable. Even though Zuckerberg's publicly telling everyone in real time how the Biden administration was threatening them to censor comments that they thought were critical of their administration. Even though we see the weaponization of the DOJ that went after Trump and all these people. But what if they do it to us? That's unacceptable. You're in a cult. Toe the party line, says Twitch political commissar. Literally every Republican's afraid to admit that he lost in 2020. You going to address that or not? Is Mike Pence Republican? Twitch political commissar, yes or no? Is Mike Pence Republican? Is Paul Ryan Republican? Is Mitt Romney Republican? Yes or no will suffice. Now watch. You think, we all know those are Republicans. Do you think Twitch political commissar will admit that? He said every single one won't admit that Trump lost 2020. Everyone. Let's see what he says. Because those three Republicans say Trump lost in 2020. And a large amount more. They Republican? Now, I'll guarantee he can't just say yes. Oh, sorry. Now, okay, so first up, there's an admission that he's wrong. Sorry, should have been more precise. Any MAGA Republican. But according to MAGA, anyone that goes against Trump is a rhino. So? Oh, so now we've changed. Okay, great. Maybe many of those Republicans don't think Trump did lose in 2020. Maybe they think that it's a loaded question. For example, how many Democrats are willing to admit that Joe Biden is a fucking monster that wouldn't acknowledge the existence of his granddaughter? They're all afraid. Everyone. Name me one Democrat. Name me one Democrat that won't admit that Joe Biden's a monster because he wouldn't acknowledge the existence of his granddaughter. Name me one Democrat that won't acknowledge the accusations of Tara Reade against Trump. You would say, but those are loaded questions. What most of them are saying is there were significant abnormalities with what happened in 2020. We massively changed the way that votes were proffered. And there were all sorts of other things, such as interference from the intel agencies that put their thumb on the scale of that election that ultimately was decided by a few 40, 50,000 votes in 3 states. Now Twitch political commissar moves the goalpost. He says, wait a minute, though. Wait, there were Democrat. You're going to hold yourself to the same standard? There were Democrat media personalities pre-debate that called into question his mental state. Who? Show me. Because overwhelmingly, I saw that they wrote off people that showed the literal evidence in front of our eyes over and over and over and over again of video evidence as cheap fakes. We've now seen that all sorts of people in the media and in Hollywood and elsewhere have come out and said, yeah, we knew about it for a long time. But all of them were silent. So show me the voices, Twitch political commissar. Bill Maher. Okay, what did Bill Maher say? Give me the Bill Maher quotes. What's the Bill Maher quote? What's the quote? Bill Maher quote. I saw someone say, David Pakman, here's a video. So I watched the David Pakman video, and it was 7 minutes. And in June, before the debate, the Wall Street Journal put out an article that was like, all of these people behind the scenes are saying Joe Biden's got cognitive issues. And David Pakman says, hey, I'm not willing to write that off. That could be true. I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just saying it could be. And it's something to look out for. Okay, wow, sounds like he was questioning Biden's cognitive abilities. But what I said was, the evidence was right in front of all of our face. And David Pakman then proceeds to prove exactly my point in this clip, because he says, and you know I've brought experts on my show. Everything I've talked about is what we've seen publicly of the videos of Joe Biden. And the experts have came on my show and we've said that that's not evidence of cognitive decline. That's just normal aging. And the evidence of Trump's cognitive decline has been just as, if not more significant. Yeah, that's not admitting the president's a fucking vegetable. Which we all knew. They knew, we knew. Saying, well, the shit publicly we see isn't evidence of that, but maybe there's some behind the scenes stuff. We'll have to see. Now, Kami Tazar probably not going to call in, but Neo Jackass called in, and he's on the chat, and he shares these beliefs. Neo Jackass, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, how do I sound?
Good. Well, I mean, you're a lefty, so as good as you can.
Okay, I gotcha. Hey, Rob, before we start, I want to say Happy New Year, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're feeling better. And
Thank
also,
you.
I know that your boy just had a birthday. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, perfect. So I kind of, this is my first time doing something like this.
Okay.
So if I'm doing something wrong, please let me know. I'm not doing it like to be disrespectful. I want to respect your platform here. Okay.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. So your position. Go ahead. We'll leave you talk about what you want. Go ahead.
No. I want to talk about what you want to talk about, which is like the little exchange that me and you had on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it.
So let me see if I can steelman your position for the audience, because never everyone saw our whole exchange. Your argument is me putting out a video where I said Joe Biden puts out sort of this farewell address and says one of the problems is mainstream media doesn't have the credibility it used to, and social media allows disinformation and they need to be held accountable, is basically threatening these social media companies for allowing free speech. And that's bad. And your criticism of that, instead of addressing any of that, your criticism of that is, how can you say that when Elon went after Groypers and Asmongold?
Yes, and not just the Groypers and Elon, but also Loomer, because I don't think she did anything that was violating the TOS. So I think you got kind of like my point. I think it was pretty good. But let me just really quickly just clear it up. So my point is that like the last 4 years, you've been like supporting and advocating for Trump. And, you know, during those 4 years, we talked about the border. We talked about immigration. We've talked about the IRS, because I include we because I can't watch left-wing media. I find it boring.
You're a Destiny fan, right?
No. I do watch Destiny, but I'm not a fan of anyone.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do like a lot of the
the only reason I say that is because I did check your pinned tweet is Happy New Year's DGG in the Dalaban group on X.
Yeah, that's the only community that I have. Mm-hmm. So, and that's the only people that I could say Happy New Year to.
That's fine. Doesn't not saying that makes you a terrible person. I'm just saying. To say that I'm not a fan of anyone, and then you're literally in the community of a prominent left-wing streamer, and you're telling me I can't watch left-wing streamers.
No. I literally can't. I can't stand watching it. They're pretentious. They're know-it-alls. They think they're smarter than everyone on the entire planet. Okay,
but you're in that community.
Oh, but because I like the information that I get from it.
Okay,
I
whatever.
like
It's
I like the
irrelevant.
new-
That's fine. I just thought that was odd. But go ahead.
Perfect.
No big
Yeah,
deal.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I lost my thought, but I'll reiterate it real quick. We've talked about all of these things that Trump and the right wing are going to be advocating for, and all these things that on the right people want to see and want to do, right? So like the border closing, not exactly closed, just like maybe severely limited. The IRS being abolished. I know that's kind of crazy, right, to abolish the IRS. I don't think most people want it abolished, maybe just severely limited. The H-1B visa stuff, and those are all things that when I say you, I mean the right-wing propaganda complex. I kind of stealing your guys' thing, right? Add a complex to everything. You guys all talk about, and then as soon as Elon
Wait.
and Musk,
First off, so you have no idea what I've said on any of those things.
No.
You're just assuming that this is what all MAGA people and supporters have talked about.
Yeah, I think generally I believe so. Because like I said, I watched Tim Pool, I watched you, I watched Crowder, I watched
If
Ben Shapiro.
if you watch me, and you know for a fact, for example, I assume you've been watching me lately. You've heard what I've said on H-1B, right?
Yes, yeah, I did.
So
But
so if I disagree with, say, Tim Pool, how can you just say, well, I watch you and Tim Pool and Steven Crowder, so I know what all MAGA says on the H-1B, if we're all three saying different things?
No, you kind of cut me off, okay? So I watch a variety of right-wing propagandists, and also I frequent X. Okay, so I know what the people are saying, and I know what the propagandists are saying, and I have a pretty good gist of the subjects and the items and the goals that they have for this next administration.
Okay. Cool.
And I know that.
So cool. Let's
go
go one by one through them. So what did they say about H-1Bs? What was the propagandist, the right one, the universal MAGA propagandist message on H-1Bs going into the election was? Go ahead.
So going into the election, we didn't really talk too much about H-1Bs in particular.
Okay, so real quick, then when you make the comment to me on X, when you say Trump is doing the opposite of everything that he ran on, and one of the first examples you give is H-1B, and you tell me I have no idea what he ran on H-1B, or what MAGA people wanted with H-1B.
I didn't say that I had no idea. I'm just saying.
Okay, what was it?
In general, okay, Trump is running on closing the border, right?
Right.
So does that cover only illegal immigration, or
I would say that the focus that he ran on was deporting illegal immigrants that are here and securing the border. I would say that legal immigration like H-1B is obviously a far more nuanced conversation. You absolutely could be someone that says, I have a massive problem with illegal immigration, but want to continue to allow legal immigration, to increase legal immigration, or to say that you want to massively limit legal immigration. All three of those positions are positions that have occurred within MAGA, within my own community. I can't speak to Tim Pool or Steven Crowder's community. But certainly H-1Bs weren't something that were talked about heavily or even implied heavily in the election with Trump. The far bigger focus were the illegal immigrants that were here by the millions and securing the border, particularly the southern border, but also the Canadian border that's been talked about, which is where you get some of the discussion of possible tariffs against Canada. That was the significant amount of the conversation that was occurring. For you to jump to the conclusion, I assume anyone that has a problem with illegal immigration also has a problem with the legal avenues such H-1B. That's your assumption. And you, without knowing, admitting that you didn't hear many people talk about it going into the election and promises of Trump about that before the election, you just assumed that that meant that he would stop all H-1Bs is your problem. It is not an accurate depiction of what Trump supporters were saying, as is evidenced by the fact that an awful lot of people, particularly people that like Elon Musk and others that heavily favor H-1B, so went to bat for Donald Trump. Do you think if they thought Donald Trump's policy was to completely eliminate H-1Bs, that they would have been voting for Trump?
So that's another huge issue, right? I don't believe these people actually believe anything. They don't have any core values.
Who's these people?
So I'm talking about, in particular, just to name a few, Vivek, Elon, Trump himself.
Forget the actual people that are running it. What about the people that voted? Like, do you think, for example, an American of Indian descent whose parents came here on an H-1B visa from India, then became citizens, then had the child, now that child's an American citizen, he votes for Trump, and then when he hears certain Trump supporters come out and they're against what Elon and Vivek said about H-1Bs, they're furious, and they say, no, we actually thought Trump would support H-1Bs and that they were for a meritocracy, etc. You think they have no values? They're lying?
Look, if you voted for Trump, there's no reason. He has given you no sign, no inkling that he would care about H-1 visas, H-1B1
That's right.
visas.
So
okay?
he didn't. So then the idea that you're saying that, no, we have to assume that he was going to get rid of them because he said secure the border is nonsensical. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. On one side, you're saying he never really referenced H-1Bs. And then the other side, you're saying, I assumed when he ran on the promise of securing the border that clearly meant ending legal immigration in H-1B.
Okay, so to that point specifically, and I don't remember the specifics. Do you remember, was it Cleveland? What was it? Those people that were eating the dogs or eating the cats or something? I forget. So during that conversation, I believe that Trump did say that he wanted to have those guys deported, and those are legal immigrants.
Trump was talking specifically about people that weren't brought here under meritocracy to benefit the country under jobs that needed to be done, such as the alleged purpose of H-1B and O-1 visas. These are people that were brought here under refugee status from Haiti that weren't assimilating, that were a net drain on the communities they were in, that were massively being imported into small communities, that were massively changing the demographics and the culture of these specific communities. That's different than saying we should allow 80,000 people a year to come in at high level jobs, that there aren't people in America that are qualified to do these specific jobs. Two completely different things.
So, but those Haitians, were they here legally?
Yeah, so?
Yeah, and he wants those deported, legal immigrants deported?
You don't, so your argument is anyone who says there are various immigration, let me, no. So your argument is this: anyone who has a problem with
you can't tell me what my argument is.
Yes, I can, because you don't know what your argument is, because you're just a propagandist who doesn't even know that you're
I'm a propagandist, okay?
Yes,
with 50 followers on X, I'm a propagandist. Okay.
So you can only be a propagandist. What's the amount of followers you need before you could be a propagandist?
Well, that's a complicated question, but I would say
why don't you answer it? Why don't you give me the general feeling?
I'd say that if you have some sort of notoriety, right?
Okay.
So you have 10K people followers on YouTube.
Okay.
It's kind of like I'll know it when I see it.
You'll know it when you see it. So 2 years ago when I had 5K, was I propagandist then?
I say you were working your way there.
Okay, but was I one yet?
No, not yet, because you didn't have
Okay, so then you're working your way.
Yet.
You don't have the success to be a legitimate propagandist. You're just working your way to being one? Fair enough?
First of all, what do you mean I don't have the success here? I'm not even trying to do this. I'm just a dude.
How do you know? What do you mean you're not trying? What do you mean you're not trying? What am I? Tell me 2 years ago what I was trying to do.
Well, weren't you working your way to doing this? Like, I don't know if this is a hobby or...
Yeah, this is a hobby of mine. I have a full-time job. I do this as a hobby. But you knew that 2 years ago when I had 5,000 subs on YouTube that I was working my way towards being a propagandist.
Well, I didn't know that now. I just spoke to you about it.
But you made the declarative statement that having 10,000 subs means I am a propagandist. But when I had 5,000 subs, that meant I wasn't a propagandist yet. I was just working towards it. So can you give me? So what was I doing? So 2 years. So how was I?
If I have a conversation with you and I learn information from you, I can discern what you were doing back then and what you're doing now.
Okay, and so what was I doing back then? You're now discerning. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were working your way to the level that you are at right now.
Okay.
Congratulations.
So anyone who so just to be clear, anyone who talks about things political or cultural that has at minimum 10,000 subscribers on any platform is a propagandist, or is it only people that are advocating certain political positions?
No, so you're putting like a specific limit on this, and I don't even know why we're even talking about this.
Because like you're using the term. You're using the term for a reason. Because you like the negative connotation that comes from it. I think on any political issue we talk about, I would beat the shit out of you intellectually. And I don't particularly think I'm that smart of a person. I think that tends to the belief that you're sort of like an NPC propagandist type character yourself. Now, you're not good at it. I'll give you that. Left-wing propagandist NPCs are a dime a dozen, and you don't have the intelligence or charisma of even the low-level people that we see on the left to even be considered for having any sort of audience. So even though I might be a very untalented person and have a small audience, the truth is the fact that you want to use so arrogant of a term to assume that I'm some sort of propagandist because you like the negative connotation, but then you can't even define what it is, just further goes to speak to the truth that you're going to be incapable of keeping up on any of these specific topics. So you're going to resort to loaded language like that to try to get your point across. So anyways,
I'm not even
are there
upset,
left-wing,
man.
are there left-wing? So the beliefs that you have, if you were espousing them on a weekly show and you had 10,000 subs, would you be a propagandist?
No, I wouldn't be personally.
Why?
Because I would keep it. I would keep it to the truth. I would speak the truth.
So I don't speak the truth and you do, and that's what makes me a propagandist and you not.
No. That's not what makes you a propagandist. That's just the difference between us.
So then, what makes me a propagandist?
Rob, you keep saying things, right? You keep assuming what I'm talking about.
No. You seem to give a clear delineation. If there's some sort, you said there's two things necessary. It seems to be you implied to be a propagandist. One, you have to have a certain level of notoriety, which you then put as basically subscribers or enough people that are listening to you. 5,000 not enough. 10,000 is. So somewhere in between 5 and 10,000 people.
But this is my opinion, Rob.
That's fine.
This is my opinion.
That's right. That's what we're talking about. Your opinion.
Yeah.
Why would we not be talking about your opinion on this matter? Well, whose opinion should we be talking about then?
Yeah, so how can you tell me my opinion is wrong? Back 5 years ago,
I could criticize. So your argument is that if someone just says, here's a belief of mine and it's an opinion, that no one's allowed to criticize that opinion?
You can criticize. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm talking to you.
That's right. And so you saying, why are you criticizing it? Why are you saying I'm wrong? You know the answer to that. That's why you're here.
No, I didn't say I was wrong.
So it said, one, that there was some sort of notoriety, which you put between 5 and 10,000 subs on a particular platform. And second, it seemed to be that you suggested it had to do with telling the truth or not. Those were the two criteria you give. Okay, so then when I say the difference is if you had 10,000 people...
Specifically on you, Rob, I don't know yet. I don't have enough information to know whether you're telling the truth.
But you already said I'm a propagandist.
Or if you actually believe this stuff. Yeah,
you already said...
thing.
No. You said...
The end result, Rob.
No.
The end result of your words is propaganda.
That's not true, right? What you said was, you said that there were two things you implied that made someone a propagandist. One, they had to have enough followers. And second, that they don't tell the truth. You said that if you had 10,000 followers and doing a show like mine, you wouldn't be a propagandist because you tell the truth. In fact, you said the difference between me and you is you tell the truth and I don't. Now you're immediately backtracking saying, Rob, I don't know if you're telling the truth or not.
No. I don't know if you actually believe what you're saying. What you're saying is definitely not true.
Okay, so what am I saying that's not true?
Okay, so what I watched a series of videos that you made, like the shorts.
Okay.
And you went through like everyone who should be voting and why they should be voting for Trump.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, so let's say I'm one of those people that in your audience, and we talk about how Trump wants to protect the border and how he wants to close it up and do whatever it is, but then Trump tells through Congress. He tells them, hey, don't close the border. Don't pass any bills because I want to use this to win the election.
See, what you're doing is lying. So you're saying that I'm not telling the truth because you yourself is telling a lie. What was reported was that Trump told people not to vote for that bill because it was a bad bill. Would you like to have a debate on that bill?
No, I'm not going to have that.
Why? You just made a declarative statement. You said that Trump actually doesn't care about securing the border because he told people not to vote for that bill.
No,
that was a bad bill. For example,
I'm not here to debate that bill.
Well, wait. So then you make a statement. You say that I am not telling the truth because I say people that want a secure border should vote for Trump over Kamala. And you say that's an example of me not telling the truth because Trump recommended that they not push through the Langford bill. But the reason that they didn't want the Langford bill was because it was not good.
You might actually believe this stuff. You might
What is
actually
it?
believe this.
Okay, whether I actually believe it is irrelevant to the question you're raising, which is this a truthful statement? And so to get whether or not that would be a truthful statement, we would have to then know whether or not that bill would have been good for securing the border. Right?
No, that's not what we need to figure out.
Why? If your argument
is
you say Trump wants to secure the border, but that's not true because if he did, he would have supported this bill and not told people not to vote against it. And I say, but actually that bill was bad for the border. And you said, I don't want to talk about that.
No, hold on. I'm talking about what we're debating right now.
Right. What we're talking about right now is let me say this. If I said Trump ran on funding the police more, and you said that's not true because he was against the Democrat pushed Bernie Sanders bill, the let's fund police more bill. And so that's your lie. That's not a true statement. Trump was against the let's fund police more bill. And then I said, but actually that bill was just ironically named and it took funding from the police. And you said, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay,
that's proof enough for you.
You're now making an argument I'm not making, Rob.
I am. The argument you're making is that Trump clearly didn't care about securing the border because he told people to not vote for the Langford bill. My argument is, but the Langford bill would have been bad for securing
the Langford bill better than what we had at the border at the time.
No.
Absolutely it was.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so now you want to. Okay, so now there you go. So now you want to have the debate. No, it was not. Would you like to go through the reasons why?
I'm not having that debate, Rob. I want to talk about your propagandism.
You can't just make a declarative statement. Now we have a disagreement. You're saying that the bill was better than the status quo for securing the border. I'm saying that it wasn't. I'm saying, fine, great. Now we found an area of disagreement. Let's debate it. You say, I don't want to debate it.
No, I don't, because I'm not here to debate that. I'm here to talk
because
about,
you can't defend your position. So you're making a statement. What you're doing is you're saying, I say that a statement is true or not, but I'm unwilling to defend that. I'm unwilling to argue it. Audience, take my word. I'm right, Rob's wrong, but I'm not going to defend it.
Rob, why am I here if you're just going to argue against a hypothetical neo-jackass?
What are you talking about, arguing against a hypothetical?
You're making all my arguments for me.
It is not arguing against. That is literally your argument. I'm going to go step by step and steel man your position, and I'm going to pause.
I don't want you to. I'm right here. I can tell you my position.
Is there things that could get lost in translation when one person talks and another doesn't? Is one of the ways to clear that up is for the person that's trying to articulate what he thinks the other person's saying to repeat what he thinks that person's saying?
Rob, every time I make a point, you define it in a different way, Rob.
Okay, that's why we're going to go step by step, and you tell me where I'm wrong. Correct?
Okay.
Step one.
Robert.
Step one. I put out a video that said that Trump, if you're concerned about the border, you should vote for Trump over Kamala. Agreed? You said that.
Say again? Say that one more time.
I put out a video that said, if you care about securing the border, you should vote for Trump over Kamala.
Yes.
Okay, that's step one. Step two. That's not true, though, because Trump told people not to vote for the Senate border bill.
That's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say?
Okay, so this is my point. I'll try to make it very quick. Okay, I'm sorry, Rob. So, in America, things work in steps, right? We do take little steps forward, little steps forward, little steps forward. So, if Trump had just said, "Hey, pass that bill," and then when I win in November, we'll pass an even stronger one. So we'll stop the bleed at the border as best as we possibly can. Okay, and then in November when I win, we'll pass an even better bill. Okay, that's what someone who actually cares.
Okay, so when I say, so just to be clear, when I said step two, you said was, which is what you said that Trump told people not to vote for this bill, which proved he didn't care about the border. Now you would like to change your position to, actually step two is, Trump should have said vote for this bill, then when I get there, we'll have a stronger bill. And the fact that he didn't proves he doesn't care about the border.
I didn't change anything. You steel man.
That's not true.
The things that I'm saying.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to stop right now. I'm going to ban you from the channel entirely. If I go back,
are you serious?
Yes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and see if you ever made the claim previously that Trump, what he should have said was vote for this bill now, and then when we come in, we'll vote for a more secure border bill.
No, you never said that.
Or if you said something more akin to what I said you said that Trump cared about the border, but he told people not to vote for this bill, which proves it's not true. true. You're saying you never said that you always said the latter position, and the latter position was that Trump should have said that I would vote for this bill now, and then I'll have a more secure border now.
Yeah, and
if I'm wrong, and that's what you said, I will give you the most sincere apology, and I'll allow you to stay on for the rest of the show tonight to talk about whatever you want. If I'm correct, that that's what you said, and that you're now lying, and that you've changed your position, then you'll be banned. Fair deal?
Rob,
is that fair?
No, it's fair. Can I have 30 seconds to just...
No, I just... Are you willing to say, okay, you're right, that's not what I originally said?
No, well, hold on, Rob. Like, you're like, every time I say something, okay, you go back and you like explain it in a way that I'm not actually saying those things.
No, what I'm doing, that's not true. What I'm doing is explaining it. What you want to do. It's like if you said, well, 2 + 2 is 5. And I said, well, 2 + 2 came. Well, I didn't mean it exactly like that. And I mean, you're wiggling out because you realize how weak your position is. So what you did was you originally said, you put a video out that said Trump cares about the border. But that's not true because he told people not to vote for the secure border bill. And so that's something that wasn't true. And I'm like, yeah, but that bill wouldn't have helped the border. And you're like, yeah, it would have. And I said, fine, let's debate about that. And you're like, I don't want to debate about that. And I was like, but that's crucial to whether or not that's a true statement if Trump cares about the border or not. And you're like, well, all I'm saying is it was better than the status quo. And I was like, I disagree. I don't think it was better than the status quo. Let's debate about it. And you say, no, I don't want to debate about it. You're putting words in my mouth. And I said, then let's go step by step. And you said, fine, let's go step by step. I said, step 1, I put a video out saying, if you care about border security, vote for Trump over Kamala. You agree? Yes. Step 2, you said that that's not true because Trump told people not to vote for this bill. You say, no, that's not what I said. I say, okay, what did you say? I said that what Trump should have said if he cared about the bill or the border was vote for this bill now, and then when I get into office, we'll pass a greater bill. Now, the point I'm going to try to make is you're just trying to add more context to the fact that you're basically saying that what I said was actually accurate. That step 1 was you had a problem with me saying that Trump, if you've cared about secure border, vote for Trump over Kamala. Step 2 is that's not true. Trump doesn't care about the border because he was against this bill. You're just trying to add context so that you could get away with saying that I'm misrepresenting you. But even in your added context, it's saying the same damn thing. The problem you have is you think that there was this good border bill that would have helped secure the border in some way that was better than the status quo, and Trump was against it, and therefore that proves that he doesn't care about the border. That's what I've said your position was the entire time, and you keep saying, no, that's a misrepresentation of my position. Then when I give you a chance to explain, you just put more words in to say the exact same thing, which is indicative of someone who knows that they have a losing position and can't defend it, so they have to continually say, no, as you're destroying each and every one of my arguments, I have to say that wasn't my argument, and then re-articulate the argument that means the exact same thing, but just add new words to it. That's what you're doing. That's why Robert, I say you're lying when you're saying that there was, I never said that the reason that I knew Trump didn't care about the border was because he told people not to vote against it. What I said was he should have told people to vote for it and then he would have done more. You never said that. That's just you adding context, and that context is still fundamentally the same argument. Your problem is I said Trump was better for the border than Kamala, but that's not true because Trump told people not to vote for this border bill. That's your fucking argument. And you can't defend it, so you have to repeatedly say, no, that's not really what my argument is.
Robert, so how can you possibly know my position if you just interrupt me and then tell me?
Because I know what the English language is. I understand what the words you were saying are. That's how I know what your argument is. Because I'm taking it faith. Are you being good faith? When you talk, are you telling me the truth? Okay, so then I'm taking the words you're saying. Like if you said, I'm 5'10", and that means I'm good at basketball. And I said, well, wait a minute. Here's the reasons that being 5'10" doesn't necessarily mean you're good at basketball. A, B, and C. And you said, I'm not saying I'm 5'10" or I'm good at basketball. How dare you say that? How could you assume that's what I'm saying? I could assume that because that's what you said. Just like I could assume that you said the reason I'm not telling the truth is, well, this first example is because you put out a video saying if you care about border security, you should prefer Trump over Kamala. But Trump, that's not true because Trump told people not to vote for this border bill. I could assume that was your argument because that's what you said.
15 seconds. That's all I'm asking for. First of all, I told you, okay, Rob, I don't even know if you actually believe this or not. So you could be telling the truth from yourself, from your inner self. You could actually believe these things, okay? So, and you sound like you believe them. You sound like you're telling this, and you actually believe these things, okay? But
what does that have anything to do with this argument?
No, it doesn't.
Cool.
But,
next.
Okay, so how can I make my argument clear if you interrupt me and yell over me constantly?
I'm not. I'm allowing you to make your argument, and I say, okay, this is your argument, and then I proceed to attack it, and you say, no, that's not my argument. Then you proceed to recontextualize the exact same argument. I say, okay, fine. Your now argument is this. Now, let me explain why that's wrong. And you say, no, that's not my argument. That's what's happening.
Very clear. This is my exact point. It'll be very quick. Trump says one thing, and then he does the opposite. And so does his cabinet. So
okay, on the border. Yeah. So on the border. Trump says he wants a secure border. What did he do that was the opposite?
Okay, so on H-1B...
No. Okay. Wait, we're going to the example that you first brought up. Trump said he wanted a secure border. I put a video out saying Trump's better for securing the border than Kamala. Your problem with that was? Go ahead.
Yeah, and like I said in my X tweet, I said Elon/Trump.
No.
So Elon is all about the H-1Bs.
What does that have to do? I just gave you a chance to talk about me specifically. And you brought up the example. I didn't bring it up. The example that you brought up, I assume this is a good example because it's the first one that came to your head was, well, Rob, what makes me think that you're a propagandist is as follows. You said that you put out a video saying if you care about the border, you should prefer Trump over Kamala. But that's not true because, go ahead. Why isn't that true?
Okay, so one example is the entire the border bill that wasn't passed. Someone who actually cares about the border and border security and how, people are coming over from Mexico and from Canada and they're committing crimes. They're killing they're killing our citizens. They're dealing drugs. They're doing all these things that you guys claim they're doing. Okay. And some are. Absolutely. Some would do anything in their power to try to slow that down, even if it's not a great bill. That's one.
Okay, so then let me recontextualize your argument without all the fluffer there. I said that Trump would be better for the border, but if Trump really was concerned about the border, he would have supported this bill and not told people not to vote for it.
Yeah, and I think that someone who actually cares about the border and the American people...
It took 10 minutes to get right back where I said your position was the whole time. 10 minutes of you saying, no, that's not really my position, to get right back there. So great, I'm glad we wasted those 10 minutes. Okay, now that we're there, so then all of this hinges on whether or not this bill would have secured the border, correct? So let's say hypothetically, this bill would have actually made the border worse. Then would Trump be bad for the border for opposing it?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then when I say, fine, that's our area of disagreement. You think this bill would have been better for the border? I think it would have been worse. Let's get into the specifics of it. And you say, no, I'm unwilling to do that. Can you see why that debate's important in the context of this argument?
Yeah, and I actually do.
So then why do you refuse?
See that now because... No, I see that now because now I can actually hear you because now we're talking normally.
Well, this was the same argument that I was making from the outset.
Okay,
it was quite simple it was quite simple to see that my argument was, no, actually this bill would have been bad for the border. Okay, that's what I said from the get-go. And you said, I don't want to talk about it. Now you're ready to debate about this bill? You see the importance of debating about it in the context of this specific argument?
Well, yeah, now that I can talk to you and I can actually hear what you're saying.
But you can always talk to me. You can hear me. The audience could hear me. You could always hear. Everybody knew that 15 minutes ago, my objection to your claim was you were saying Trump said he cares about the border, but he was against this bill. And I said, yeah, because it was a bad bill. You heard that. The audience heard that. And you said, I refuse to talk about that bill. Why did you say you refused to talk about that bill if you couldn't hear me talk about why it's important to talk about it? Why did you ever say that?
Rob, we're having a conversation, okay?
That's right.
And it was back and forth, and it was... I'm sorry, I think my computer cut out. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I'm trying to get into a conversation. Like I said, I'm not an expert at this. I'm not used to like debating online or anything like that. So my main point was me saying that I didn't want to debate the bill is because that's not what I came on here to talk about.
But you're the one who made a declarative statement. You said, I think you were a propagandist because you put out a video saying if you care about the border, you should prefer Trump over Kamala. but that's not true because Trump was against this bill. And I say, yeah, but it was a bad bill. And you say, but I'm not prepared to debate that. You're the one who made the declarative statement. If I say Joe Biden doesn't care about teenage pregnancy because he voted against Bill H13, and you say, wait a minute, H13 had nothing to do about teenage pregnancy, and I say, I'm not prepared to talk about that, you would say, what the fuck is this joke? What are you talking about? You made the statement. You made the statement Biden doesn't care about teen pregnancy because of this bill. You should be prepared to talk about that bill then. Right?
Yeah, Rob. So my point is you're like narrowing down my point to one small thing. Okay?
I'm narrowing it down to the core component.
Yeah. So this is what I'm here to talk about. Okay. You say things, all right, on the internet. You say things and you say it very well and very eloquently and in your high IQ or debate style or whatever. And people buy it. People understand that. And they're like, man, this does sound pretty good. And then Trump and Elon and Vivek, they say things that are the opposite of it. So, for example, with the IRS.
No, wait. I noticed that you're moving. I noticed that you're moving on. We're going to debate about the border bill now, the Langford bill. Right? I noticed that you're moving on. You said that this was example one. Now, when I'm ready to prove that you're full of shit in example one, you're like, let's move to the IRS.
No, Rob, because that's what I came here to talk about, the overall hypocrisy of it.
So just hypothetically, if we move on to the IRS and I'm like, actually, let me disprove that. And you say, I don't want to talk about the IRS. Actually, I want to talk about H-1B. And I say, well, let me disprove that. And you say, well, I don't want to talk about H-1B. Actually, I want to talk about...
The components of my argument.
What you're doing is you're putting out a bunch of just surface level shit. You're saying, well, you say X, but Trump says Y. And so therefore you're wrong and you're lying, or you're, whether willfully or not, you're not telling the truth, right? And I say, but actually you're wrong about Trump saying Y. Actually, this is what he said, or here's the good reasons he did it. And you say, I don't want to talk about that. Let's move on to the next thing. You say A, Trump says B. Actually, he didn't say B, he said A. Well, I don't want to talk about that. You say C, Trump said D. Actually, he didn't say D. Well, I don't want to talk about that. You just want to scattershot saying a bunch of shit, and every time I push back on every specific one, say, well, it's time to move on to something else? That's what you're saying?
No, because you see, and you're doing a good job of this. You're trying to control the flow of the debate. And
if I say
has nothing to do, the debate has nothing to do with the specifics on any of my examples.
It clearly has everything to do with the specifics.
For example,
did you know
are the larger part of my argument?
No, okay? Your examples are part of if you give 10 examples that prove your point and all 10 are wrong, then you didn't prove your point. You don't get to say, here's point one, and I say point one's wrong, and you say, I'm not prepared to talk about point one. Let's move on to point two, and I say point two's wrong. And you say, I'm not prepared to talk about point two. Let's move on to point three. You can't say, it's not hypocrisy if every specific example you give is wrong, and you're unwilling to talk about the examples.
Okay, we could come back and talk to the examples after I make the point.
So your point is you're perceiving that Trump says one, I say one thing and Trump does another, and that's hypocrisy. Yes. And example one is border security. And example two is IRS. Keep going. Go with your example.
Okay, and the next example was, let's see, I don't remember exactly what my other point was. Dang it, dude. I remember, I forgot what I wrote down. But those are good enough.
You wrote it down. How'd you forget?
No. I wrote it down on X.
Okay. Go to X and read it.
Yeah. Give me a second. Hey, calm down, Rob.
Don't tell me to calm down. It's my show.
You're yelling, dude. Relax.
That's how I talk. If you don't like it, you could leave. I enjoy this content. I'm thoroughly enjoying dog walking a fucking loser like you. I don't follow anyone, but I'm in the Taliban. I'm in the DGG, but I don't follow anyone. And
you're so upset. I'm gonna read it right now.
I'm not upset at all. I'm enjoying this thoroughly. I would stay on here and talk to you till 4 a.m. I love when arrogant people like you are tough guys on social media, and then it comes on and it shows that.
There's no toughness. There's no toughness.
Sure, you just called me a propagandist.
Yeah, but why do you take it so negatively, be calling you a propagandist?
Do you think there's a negative connotation to the term propagandist? Can you define what propagandist means?
Propagandist is a person who spreads misinformation, or he also, this is my own personal definition. I don't remember it off the top of my head, so
a person that spreads misinformation. Yeah. And your question.
Hold on. I'm not done yet, Rob. misinformation or information that is like disinformation, or he passes actual true information, but then spins it to make it look like either a good thing or a bad thing for whatever he's opposed I'm sorry, I'm still.
So wait a minute. So your definition of, let me get this straight. You want to know why I have a negative reaction to be calling a propagandist. And your definition of the term propagandist is a person that spreads misinformation or disinformation or truthful information that wants to spin that to be good or bad.
Yes.
Okay, can you give me an example of any person that you're aware of that doesn't meet that category, that pontificates on any political or cultural issue? Can you give me one person that doesn't meet that definition?
Does it spread misinformation or disinformation? So
No. That wasn't. No. That was not your definition. Let me repeat your definition.
Go ahead.
It had 3 parts. A propagandist is 1, a person that spreads misinformation, or, which means maybe you don't spread disinformation, but you could also be a propagandist. 2, if you spread disinformation. Or that means you could still be a propagandist without spreading misinformation or disinformation, spreading truthful information, but putting a positive or negative spin on it.
Yes.
Can you name me one political commentator, streamer, media personality, etc.? Name me one that doesn't fit that definition.
I don't think I could give you an example of that because the media's just rotten.
You can't give me an example of any social media commentator, streamer, media member, journalist. You can't give one example.
No,
okay,
I can't.
So then you've called me a propagandist. Would you be a propagandist?
I try not to be.
But you would be, right?
I would try my very hardest, and if I make a mistake or if I say something that isn't correct, I would apologize.
Okay, let's forget about that. Do you think so far the way you've articulated what you believe about Trump is truthful?
Yes.
Have you been putting a negative spin on what that means about Trump?
No, I'm just speaking facts.
No, that's not true. You're clearly saying that that's something negative about Trump.
What do you, can you, I don't understand. What do you mean?
If a person was listening to what you're saying about Trump, would they think those are comments that are critical of Trump and that you're spinning those to look negative for Trump? You're saying these are reasons that we should be critical of Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would say that what I'm saying is
what you're saying is you feel that you're giving truthful information, but you're putting a spin on it that makes it look negative for Trump.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing.
No, it's not.
If you weren't, you would just say, Trump said X, Y happened. You wouldn't say, that makes you a propagandist. Are you going to apologize to your audience? Blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff is you then spinning to meet what you want to do, which is put a negative connotation on me and Trump. That's what you're doing. By your own definition, you are a propagandist.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, you are. You're putting a negative spin on me and Donald Trump based on what you think we're saying.
Rob.
So you said your definition of propagandist, you literally said it doesn't even have to be a negative spin. I could say, I think that Joe Biden did a good job handling COVID because the facts show that we had one of the fastest recoveries out of any nation in the world. And that's really good
that
for
would
Biden.
Be spin. That would be spin.
That would be spin. And that would make me a propagandist, even if what I'm saying is truthful. According to your definition.
It just depends on what your end goal is.
Well, what do you,
right?
So wait. That wasn't in your original. Show me in your original definition of propagandist where having an end goal has anything to do with your definition. You were quite clear.
Rob, we're having a conversation. You're going to unearth things as we speak.
So wait, so I just want to be clear. Your argument now is when you gave your definition of propagandist, it was not a full definition. You have more to say.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop. I'm going to leave you give a full and all-encompassing definition of the term propagandist. When you are finished with that definition, you say that is it.
Rob.
No. the definition of the term propagandist that you're using has to be a stable definition. It can't be an open-ended definition that is, well, I could change the meaning of that definition as our conversation goes. So what I did was, you said a person that spreads misinformation, and I started to speak up, and you said, let me finish. So I let you finish, and then I talked about problems with your definition, and now you're saying, actually, my definition is ever expanding. It will change as the conversation continues. So in order to avoid that and the accusation that I somehow cut you off, I'm going to give the floor to you to give a whole definition of what the term propagandist is. When you're done with that definition, you could say, and that's it, I am finished. That is the definition. What is the definition of the word propagandist? Go ahead.
Robert, I know that you want to control the way that I talk and put me in boundaries and lock me into positions and instead of having a conversation, but that's not what I'm doing here.
I don't give a shit what you think you're doing here. If I call you something, if I say you are a racist and you say, okay, can you define what racist is for me? And I say, no, I'm just going to keep changing the definition as the conversation goes on. You don't think you would have the right to say, you've accused me of being something. I would like you to explain what the definition of that is. You would be okay with that? And I would just say, whatever you're doing the rest of the way through the conversation, I'll just say, yep, that's proof that you're racist. And you'll say, well, why? And I'll say, well, the conversation will evolve. And I'll change my definition of race. I'll guarantee this. At the end of the day, you're going to be a racist. I'll make sure that the final word I have is, at the end of all of this, yep, what you did was be a racist. And you would say, but that's bullshit. If I accuse you of being something, I should be able to define what that is. You don't say, well, it's an ambiguous definition that will change as the conversation goes on.
No, that's absolutely wrong. So this is how it would work, right? So me and you would have a conversation, okay? And then as we're discussing it, let's say that you try to change the definition of racism in your example, let's say you try to add to it, then I would just poke holes in it.
That's exactly what I'm doing with you. You gave the definition.
Okay, so let's do it.
Okay, you gave the definition of propagandist that said a person who spreads misinformation or disinformation or truthful information and puts a positive or negative spin on it. I articulated to you how that would mean you're spreading what you consider to be truthful information. I disagree, but you think it's truthful, but you're putting a negative spin on it because you're using it to negatively criticize me or Trump. That would mean you're spreading propaganda. You say no, because now there's more to the definition, which is depends on what your end goal is. I'm saying that's you changing the definition.
Okay, yeah, man. I gotta say, you're really good at being me. You make all my arguments for me, man. I really like it. Should I ask you more questions about myself? Hey, how old are you, Neo?
So if I ask you, so this is the equivalent of what I'm saying. What did I say there that was inaccurate?
I can tell because, like I said, and I'm going to state it again, okay? We're having a conversation, right? And if you don't like something or you disagree with something that I'm saying, you could very easily, in front of your audience, poke a hole in it. Okay?
I just did.
I don't have to be locked in. I don't have to be locked in. I don't have to be locked in to your definition of something.
I just did that. I just poked a hole in your definition, and your defense to that is, why don't you tell me what I think? I just did. I accurately...
That's not even what I said.
It is what you said. That's exactly what you said. I accurately went through. I accurately repeated what your definition of propagandist was.
According to who?
What's that?
Accurately according to who?
Accurate according to everyone that says, okay, what part of the, so let's go through it. We'll go step by step now. Now you're saying I didn't accurately quote what you said the definition of propagandist was. That's your argument.
That's not what I said. You're doing
so
it.
Then when I said I accurately quoted what your definition of propagandist was, and you said accurate according to who? According to you.
That's not, Rob, please stop. Please stop. You're more intelligent than this. You're more intelligent.
No. I'm exactly as intelligent as I seem.
Okay.
You're disingenuous, bad faith, and not very intelligent.
No, it's not. Rob, I can agree and disagree with you on facts, okay? I'm having a conversation with you,
right.
Okay? Back and forth. If you think that me adding that, depending on the end result of your propaganda, that will change whether it's propaganda or not, then you just fucking say it, Rob.
I'm saying that is a change in your definition. You gave a definition.
You could just say that.
I did say that. I did say that. Yes. And your defense of that is, why don't you tell me what I think? I'm accurately depicting what you said. You gave an encompassing definition of the term propagandist, and then I described how exactly what you're doing right now is propaganda. And then you added to the definition. And then when I pointed, and you said, if you have a problem with that, poke holes. So I poked holes and said, see, you're doing exactly what you said I could criticize. If you add to the definition, I could criticize it. Now I'm criticizing it, and your defense to that is, why don't you tell me what I think? Which is non-responsive.
Rob, you're dude, you're smarter than this. You know that I was just fucking joking around.
Your appeals to authority, your appeals to sort of arrogance saying you're smarter than this is a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what's occurring. It's just more evidence. It's more evidence that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Robert, what's a non sequitur?
It doesn't apply from one thing to the next. It doesn't linearly follow.
Okay, I understand.
It would be like if you said, Rob, you're a propagandist, and I said, actually, I think the Lions will win the Super Bowl. Non sequitur. Has nothing to do with the claim that you made.
Okay. All right. I understand now.
You didn't understand. Was that a gotcha, or you legitimately didn't know what the word non sequitur means?
No, I didn't know. I told you, this is the first time I'd be doing this.
What does that have anything to do with? You changed the definition. Anyways, to get back to the term propaganda. So now, the reason you didn't want to talk about the specifics, you've given two examples, and that's all you could remember, of me saying one thing and then Trump doing the other. And that is the IRS and border security.
Yeah, the IRS, border security. There's one other thing I can't. Okay. I literally I'm trying to have
H-1B. Is that what the other thing was?
Yeah. That's what it was. That's what it was. I'm sorry.
So do you have any more examples?
I mean, there are tons of examples, right? So
go ahead.
Trump also said at one point that he was pro-life, but now he wants to leave it up to the states. So he plays both sides of the coin, right?
Okay.
So you have your hardcore evangelicals.
Let's write these down. So we got border.
You have your hardcore. Go ahead and write it down. I'll continue to talk a little bit. IRS, so you have your hardcore evangelicals, right? Who are all about life and protecting life. And then Trump, he says, hey, man, let's leave it up to the states. So he doesn't really care, right? And back in the 80s, Trump was pro-choice. And he was a Democrat.
Okay.
So my point is that
80s Democrat?
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about one point or the other. All he cares about is winning. That's number one. How he looks, okay, in the public, that people love him, okay? So if the border, if there are people leaking in through the border and murdering Americans, if stopping that before he gets elected is going to
now you're going back to previous examples. You're going back to previous examples. Any more examples? I've came up with 5. You said border security, IRS, H-1B, he's pro-life, and he was an 80s Democrat. Any more examples?
I mean, there are so many because he talks.
Let's go. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going with your examples.
I mean, I would have to think about it.
Now's your chance. Now's your chance. Because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go through these one by one and prove that you're wrong. And then you're going to say, I don't want to talk about them one by one. There's other examples. So I want you to get it off your chest now. Get all the examples out there. Then we're going to go through them one by one. Get them out there.
Yeah, I think 5 is good enough. We can start.
Okay, let's start. First one you said was border. Can we talk about that finally?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so your argument is Trump isn't better for the border than Kamala because he was against.
That's not my point.
The video I put out said if you're concerned about border security, you should vote for Trump over Kamala. Correct?
That wasn't my point.
What? So what was your point?
My point is that he doesn't actually care about border security. If he did, he would do anything in his power, even if.
What does that have to do with my video? What does that have anything to do with? I asked you why I was a propagandist, and you said, well, because I watched this video where you said if you care about border security, you should vote for Trump over Kamala.
Me watching that video because you continuously interrupt me. You don't let me finish my thoughts, okay? I just used that video of an example of one of the videos because you did like a series of 6 or 7, I believe, and you went through like
13. I did.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 13. 13 of why certain people should vote for Trump,
correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you do one about Puerto Ricans? Why they should vote for both?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
You did. I think I watched that one.
Okay.
And I didn't watch them all, but I kind of just watched the one that applied to me.
And what were the context of those videos? It was why you should vote for Trump over the other person, correct?
Yeah, it was a while since I watched it, but I'll take your word for it.
Yes. Why you should vote for Trump. That's what I did a live stream, and I was like, I'm going to come up with every group that I could think of and say why you should vote for Trump. why people with disabilities should vote for Trump, why women should vote for Trump, why pro-life people should vote for Trump, why Puerto Ricans should vote for Trump, why Christians should vote for Trump. Yeah, that was the point of all of those videos.
Yep.
Okay.
And then my point, so my point is, and I actually agreed with the one with Puerto Ricans, and I think that might have been one of the first videos that I watched of yours.
Okay.
And I started watching more often.
Okay.
But
What
the
does
thing
it?
is
What
like,
does? So what? So then, the first question I have, the context of you bringing this up was me asking the question, "How am I a propagandist?" And you said you're now acknowledging, correct, that the point of that video on the border specifically was why to vote for Trump as opposed to Kamala. Correct? You're agreeing.
I didn't watch that video specifically, but yeah, I'll take your word for it. Yep.
You literally started off saying that you watched that video.
No, I just.
So you never. So wait.
I just said that I watched the one that applied to me. I literally just said that.
So now, okay. So when you originally said, I watched this video of saying why people concerned about border security should vote for Trump, that was a misstatement. You just saw a title, but you didn't watch the video.
Yeah, I didn't watch the video. I watched the one that applied to me.
So now I'm a propagandist because you didn't even watch the video. In fact, the video you watched, you agreed with me, correct?
The one with Puerto Ricans, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so you watched one video of mine and agreed with it. But you saw the title of another video, didn't watch the video, but based on the title of that video, are willing to call me a propagandist.
Yep, absolutely. And now I can explain to you why if you give me 30 seconds.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm looking at is, I'm looking at this from a regular dude's point of view, okay? I see a border in crisis, supposedly, right? They're saying it's going crazy. But then when we pass a bill that could help, even if it helps by 1%, even if it helps by 0.5%, right? You want to stop that crazy border, those crazy people, all this crazy illegal immigration killing people. Even if you save one life, I would pass a bill. And then once I get in office, I would do pass a better, stronger bill, because all I care about as an American is saving. Even if it's one life, I would do anything in my power to make that border better. If
So you have,
as bad as
you have
think.
no idea what my argument was, though. You didn't watch the video.
No, I did.
So you have no idea what my argument was. Your argument is you believe so strongly that this was a good border bill that just seeing the title of a video.
I didn't say it was a good border bill, Rob. You said that. I said that even if it helps one person.
Define the word good. Define the word good.
If it's I don't know what you're saying when you
define
mean
the word.
bill.
So then when you're screaming, I didn't say it was a good border bill, you have no clue what I mean by good. You're saying that it's a bill. When I say good border bill, I'm saying that you're saying this is a bill that should have been passed. It was good.
Yeah, yep.
It was better than the status quo.
Agree with that. It should have been passed, yes.
Okay. You're saying that because this was a bill that should have been passed and Trump advocated against it, that merely seeing the title, people concerned with the border should vote for Trump, makes me a propagandist.
Yes.
Okay. First off, will you agree that the election was a binary decision between Trump and Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Okay, so even if you think that it was bad for Trump to do this, if he would be better on the border than Kamala, despite that, then I still wouldn't be a propagandist by saying that.
It depends, because I don't believe that he would be, because he doesn't care about the border.
That's your belief. That's your belief. That might be your belief, but you could say that there are many things that go into someone's position on a specific issue, such as the economy.
If there's a border bill that will save one life, if there's a border bill that will save one life, or deport one criminal, it's better than one we have right now.
Was the executive orders that Trump had that the Harris-Biden administration immediately rescinded, saving one life?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, you just said, the argument is, you've admitted that it was a binary choice between Trump and Kamala. You said the one thing Trump did, all you care about is, could it have saved one life? He was against it, therefore he wouldn't be preferable over the border. Now I'm being comparative. I'm saying, okay, well, Trump's border was much better. He had a much more secure border, which the Democrats, which Harris and Biden literally gleefully, immediately on day one, rescinded those orders and bragged about the fact that they were doing it. Did those orders save one life?
No, they actually cost lives.
So Trump's executive orders cost lives. Can you explain how?
No, I didn't say Trump's. I said them rescinding Trump's.
Oh, okay.
Border.
My mistake.
Yeah.
So okay. So then, which costs more lives? Trump refusing to embrace the Langford bill, or the rescinding of Trump's executive orders? Which costs more lives?
That That doesn't make any sense. What?
Why doesn't it make sense?
That's not what I'm arguing.
That is what you're arguing. You just said
Okay.
that it's a binary choice between Trump and Kamala. Now we're talking about the policies that Kamala and Biden did versus the policies that Trump did or did not do. You're saying that policy that Trump didn't do, which was endorsing this border bill, could have cost lives. You're also saying that the policy that Harris and Biden did do, rescinding these orders, also cost lives. So if we're trying to figure out which is preferable, wouldn't we try to figure out which one costs more lives?
No.
Why?
No, that's not,
then how do you determine which one's preferable?
It's very simple. Okay, I'm not arguing that that Kamala and Biden are preferable when it comes to the border.
Yes, you are.
You
already admitted.
That's not my argument.
That's
Rob,
bullshit.
You're not even letting me talk. My argument is that if you actually care about the border, okay, you're not in power, so you can't put all of those things back in, right? You can't bring in all of those orders that Biden and Kamala took away. You can't do that because you're not in power, right? So if I actually cared about the border and I wasn't in power, then what I would do is tell my people in Congress, hey, this is better than nothing. Okay, there are people dying.
You can't even logically follow your own argument. Did you or did you not admit that you said you didn't watch my video? That you agree that my video was basically saying, based on the context of the video, you said why you should prefer Trump over Kamala, and you admitted that it was binary choice. It was either Trump or Kamala. Will you admit to all of that?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with my argument.
Yes, it does. For example, could I think, let's say I think if you're concerned about massive government spending, you should vote for Trump over Kamala, right?
No, that would be wrong. But okay.
Let's say I put a video that says that, right? Yeah. And I say in that video, Trump's actually terrible for massive government spending. In fact, when he was there, he spent massive amounts at a higher clip than Obama. But Kamala Harris and Biden spent even more and will spend even more. And so even though Trump's bad on government spending, if you're concerned about it because it's a binary decision, you should vote for Trump over Kamala. Would that make me a propagandist?
In that specific example, if you're just stating facts and you're saying, hey, that's kind of difficult for me to pinpoint. Like, I'm not really 100% sure on that.
Let's go back. Will you admit that it's a binary election?
Yes, it's a binary election.
Let me ask you this. Let's take a different tactic. Did you vote?
Yeah, I did.
Do you mind telling us who you voted for?
I voted for Kamala.
Did you agree with every policy that she suggested? Or did you think there were some things you didn't like at all about her, I'm assuming?
No, there's a lot of things I don't like.
Right. And yet that doesn't mean that you would be a hypocrite or a propagandist for voting for her based on those things that she endorsed that you didn't like. You just thought she was better than Trump.
I wouldn't even say that. Better, it's subjective. I think
it's
that
not
I would
subjective.
like the end result.
How did you make the decision who to vote for? You thought one person was better than the other.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like the personal stuff with Trump that I completely hate.
So you're saying, but nonetheless, whether it be personal foibles, behaviors, policy, whatever, you thought one person was better than the other.
Yes.
You voted for the person you thought was better.
Yes.
Despite that doesn't mean you endorse or agree with everything that person suggests.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Having said that then, when we're talking about this hypothetical economic spending argument, right? If I said both are bad on government spending, but I think Trump would be better, that wouldn't make me a propagandist for saying that.
No, it just depends on the end result of what you're trying to do.
What are you talking about? The end result is I want Trump to win.
Yeah, so you want Trump to win,
yes.
But is Trump is he actually likely to spend less?
Yes, than Kamala, he absolutely would be.
Yeah, I just don't believe that.
But again, that's, first off, you're just fucking crazy if you don't believe that, right? Kamala, for example, endorsed the Green New Deal, which would have spent trillions upon trillions. Like, the Democrats spend more than Republicans.
They don't.
Yes, they do. Biden spent at a bigger clip despite the fact that Trump had an emergency pandemic.
Didn't Trump spend more than like almost every other president combined?
Previously, yeah. I believe that Joe Biden, though, outpaced that. And even if he didn't, even if it was close, Trump had literally was there during this pandemic, which Democrats wanted to spend even more than Trump ended up signing off on. Though I did heavily criticize Trump for the amount that he spent, even before the pandemic. But Democrats and Kamala and Biden were spending more and would have spent more. And so you saying, well, I just don't know about it. What I'm saying is, even if I think both are poor on a specific issue, I'm not a propagandist for saying, well, despite the fact I think both are bad, I think this one's better than the other on this issue. You saying, well, it depends what your end goal is. Well, would you acknowledge that it seems likely that my end goal was I wanted people to vote for Trump?
Yeah, I believe that's what you wanted.
So then let's assume that is what I wanted, which it is what I wanted, which you could see I did those videos live and I acknowledged that was the entire point of it, trying to drive out the point to vote for Trump. In fact, that's what I had been doing for 3 months going into the election. The whole point was to drive people out to vote for Trump and Republicans. So I wasn't shady with my motivations. So now that you know or hidden with my motivations. So now that you know what my motivations were, would I be a propagandist?
It depends on the specific example, but I think in general, Rob, just 1 second. I think in general, you're pretty good faith, but then there's certain things that you kind of have to toe the line on. You know what I mean?
No.
Like I mean, obviously, you know that Trump is. The border example is so clear. Okay.
We'll get to the border example, but I had to do this hypothetical example to lead a horse to water here, because the end result is you didn't even watch the video. You have no idea what I said. You're just looking at it in a vacuum. You're saying, if this guy was going to be better on the border than Kamala, he would have endorsed this bill. And that could have saved even one life. Therefore, you're a propagandist for suggesting he would have been better than Kamala on that issue. And I say, no. But didn't Kamala and Biden rescind Trump's executive orders? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, couldn't that have cost lives? And you're like, yeah. And I was like, then shouldn't we compare which one hypothetically costs more lives? Trump refusing to endorse the Langford bill or the actual rescinding of Trump's executive orders? And you say, no, there's no need to compare. But what we're doing, you just acknowledged with this entire hypothetical, it wouldn't be propaganda if we're saying, even if both are poor, we're trying to think which one would be better. How would we decide which one would be better if we don't look at the policies that they're prescribing or that they did and see what the effects of them were?
Yeah. So I think we're speaking past each other, right? So my example with the border, just 1 second.
I'm speaking directly to you.
Okay. Yeah. So my point is with the whole border thing is that you can't trust Trump. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about me.
Can you trust Kamala? Can you trust Kamala?
Yeah, because actually you make a good point, right? Because when they you said that when they rescinded those border things, they literally said and they were bragging about it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so they're being obvious about it. They're telling the truth.
No, because their position in 2024 was, we care about the border. We care about securing it. And now you're saying, but they were telling you in 2021, we don't. We actually want to rescind this and we want to let all these people in. So in 2021, they said they were happy. Let me see. But you're acknowledging that's what happened. So
I don't know for certain.
Okay, do you know for certain that the Harris-Biden administration's take on the border was it was completely acceptable, not a crisis in 2021?
Well, I would have to go back and look at it, but I'm.
Well, what do you mean you have to go back? They rescinded the orders.
But I just don't know what their exact reasoning was for it. Like,
okay, isn't it amazing? So you don't even know what they were saying about the border in 2021. You'd have to look at it, you say.
Yeah, I would have to look at the specifics. Rob, I can't remember every single border bill and every word that Kamala
it has nothing to do with the border bill. Do you not remember that Kamala and the Democrats and Biden were saying, oh, they're exaggerating about the border. It's not that bad. It's not a crisis.
I know. I've seen like a meme clip of Kamala saying, do not come. And then you have like Trump saying,
okay, let's try a different tack. Do you think that the number of people crossing the border in 2021 was a crisis?
In my personal opinion, the border needs to be fixed. I do believe it's a crisis.
Okay, yeah. So you believe it was a crisis in 2020. How about 2022?
Wait, 2020. Wait, that's COVID, right?
COVID started in 2020.
Yeah, you know what? Back then, Yeah, I would still say it's a crisis. Yeah.
Okay, so you think it was
because
a crisis?
the border's unregulated.
Cool. You think it was a crisis in Harris Biden's first year, 2021? Do you think it was a crisis in 2022?
The whole time they were in office, the whole time.
So you do think it was in 2022? Do you think it was a crisis in 2023?
23, 24, yeah.
Okay, can you tell me what policies that Harris Biden put forth to secure the border in 2021?
So I understand what you're trying to get at, Rob. Okay, the thing is that you can't believe what Trump says.
No. We'll table that. Can you believe what Kamala says? Because it's binary. So if Kamala's saying in 2024, oh yeah, we need to secure the border, what did she say or do in 2021 when you're acknowledging it was a crisis? What did her and Biden do in 2021?
But yeah, so like I said, I don't remember specifically, but from what you said,
well, they rescinded a bunch of orders to let more people in, right?
And they were bragging about it, and they said they wanted people.
Correct. Well, they were bragging that they rescinded the orders.
So they were bragging?
Yes, they publicly acknowledged when they were running and once they won that one of the first things they were going to do on day one was rescind these orders, which they did, like 100 of them.
So they said something and then they did it.
Correct.
Okay, so Trump.
And then what was the result of that? We had crisis numbers.
Yeah.
So what did they do? Numbers, what policies? What did they do? So did they think it was a crisis? You did. Did they?
Okay, yeah, but...
they did. They thought it was a crisis.
Okay, who thought there was a crisis?
Did Kamala and Biden think it was a crisis in 2020?
No, I don't think so, because
they did.
They were like bragging about it. And they thought it was
so they didn't. Did they think it was a crisis in 2022?
I don't think so.
Did they think it was a crisis in 2023?
I'm not... Yeah, I don't think so either.
Did they think it was a crisis in the election year of 2024?
I don't know if they said it was a crisis, but they did want to, like, probably for political reasons, wanted to, like, help out with the border.
Last question. Were there more people coming to the border in 2024 than 2023?
More people in 24?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Rob.
Well, they publicly said that the numbers were down.
Oh, okay.
So if they didn't think it was a crisis when the numbers were higher in 21, 22, 23, and they didn't do anything about it, in fact, the opposite, they rescinded orders that allowed it to become crisis numbers. And all of a sudden in 2024, when there's less people coming, they say, trust us, we care about securing the border. Why should we believe them?
Because they told the truth in 21 when they said we were going to rescind those orders and let people in and brag about it.
No. But they're changing their position. In 2024, they're saying we have the opposite position. We don't want all these people coming in an election year. Which, by the way, you just said the key part. You just said the key part. Probably for political reasons. So, given that you literally said that, why should we believe Kamala Harris?
Well, that's the exact point that I'm making about Trump.
No. But you've acknowledged that it's binary. No, you've acknowledged that it's binary, that it's Trump versus Harris. So if your argument is, yeah, we can't trust either, and you didn't even watch my video, how can you say I'm a propagandist?
I didn't say we can't trust either. I didn't say that.
Okay, you said we can't trust Trump.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Now I've led you to the water on Harris. They publicly said, yay, we're rescinding the orders. We want these people we don't have a problem with these people coming in. And you said, wow, even in 2021, I saw that was a crisis. In 2022, I saw that it was a crisis.
I did not see that was a crisis.
That's what you said. No.
I said, do you think there was a crisis? And I said, it's being reported. Like, that's what the right-wing media was saying.
You said, and I quote, I think it was.
I may have said that, actually.
Yes, you did say that.
Me personally.
Yes. What I'm saying so you thought it was a crisis in 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Yeah, they either didn't think it was a crisis or they didn't do anything about it. They rescinded these orders. They saw that the numbers spiked way up. They saw how high those numbers were in 2021, did nothing. Saw how high they were in 2022, did nothing. By the way, with the flick of a pen, they could have reinstated those executive orders without Congress. They chose not to. In 2023, they did nothing. Then in 2024, when the numbers were lower than they were in 2023 and 2022, they said, all of a sudden, yeah, it's a problem. We need to secure the border. Why should we trust them?
Okay, so 2 quick points. Just real quick. So in 2020, the reason that it was so low is because of COVID. Everybody knew.
Why was it so low in 2019, 2018, 2017?
Well, it was low but it wasn't as low as 2020 once the
You sure about that?
got kicked in.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
If I look this up and it turns out that the border crossings in 2017 were lower than 2019, what are you going to say? You going to apologize? Are you going to admit that your argument's fallacious?
No, absolutely. If I make a mistake, I'm going to go ahead and admit it.
But you have no
apologize.
fucking clue. You have no clue. You're talking out your ass.
No. From what I'm remembering, I don't have, like I said, I don't have a photographic memory. I think that when COVID hit, the numbers did come down.
Your argument is that the reason the numbers were low in 2020 was because of COVID.
Part of the reason.
Part of the reason. So that would imply that in a year like 2019, they would have been higher. Or I'm sorry, 2017, 2018, 2019.
They would be higher than 2020?
Yes. Because they were artificially low. You were saying
that would make sense to me, yes.
Okay, so we're going to look. So we're going to look 2020.
Yeah.
Border crossing. I'll bring it up on. Maybe you're right. Let's bring
I don't
it
know.
up.
Like I said,
right. You're talking out your ass. You don't know. That's exactly.
Oh my God, Robert! I said it would make sense that it would be lower in those years.
No. But you're saying it was lower. Just saying, I would guess it would be lower those years.
I said it would. I would imagine so.
So
that's what I said.
Border encounters 2020. We have October. We have, let's see. I don't know why it starts in October, but 35,000, total 400,000. Previous year.
What year was that?
That was 2020.
Okay.
Let me see. Wait a second.
Border encounters?
Here we go. Here's the chart. Border total apprehensions inadmissibles. 977,000 for 19. 18, 520,000. 17, 415. 20.
And then in 2020, what was that number again?
2020, the number I see is 400,000 plus 57,000. So 457,000.
So it was lower than maybe 1 or 2 years?
Right. 2017, It appears it was lower.
All right. So
what does that argument have to do with anything then?
That was just Robert, like you're clearly.
You made that argument
right.
for a reason. Well, the reason the border crossings were low under Trump was because of COVID. But that doesn't seem to be the case. The numbers were pretty historically low under Trump even before COVID.
Well, yeah, and that's because of the climate, like how Trump was very anti-immigration. How
his policies led to a more secure
his
border. Sure.
Yeah, his policy. Hold on a second. So, did he have the power back then when he was president to close the border and make sure that we didn't have any?
He issued executive orders like remain in Mexico, etc. That led to
but did he stop the border crossings or not?
He massively
400,000 seems pretty high.
Maybe so, but it was massively lower than it had been, and certainly massively lower than it was under Biden. Come on.
Was it massively lower than under Barack, the porter in chief? Sir?
Let's see. I'm gonna have to do some math.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my microphone died or something.
17. Here's the chart. So this goes from 17 to 12. So you can see 17. Once Trump gets in, that's this light blue line. See how it dips massively?
I'm not looking at the screen. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let me look at it real quick.
So for fiscal year 17, Trump's gets sworn in January. And you can see that those numbers dip lower than they were under every Obama year.
Okay, every Obama year?
Yes.
Okay.
So he gets sworn in January. February, you can see that they're down to, you're looking at numbers, 23,000 in February, 16,000 in March, 15,000 April, 19,000 in May, 21,000 June, 25,000 July, 30,000 August, 31,000 in September. Every one of those months is lower than the previous 4 years under Obama.
Okay. All right. Hey, like I said, I wasn't 100% sure. I was just asking a question.
Okay. So we're talking about one specific issue. I put out a video that says Trump would be better on the border than Kamala. We could see that under Trump's administration, border crossings were at very lows, much lower than Obama, and then they spike up under Kamala and Biden. And one of the reason they spike up is right out of the gate, they rescind all of Trump's executive orders. Then the numbers
which he admitted to and bragged about.
Correct. Okay.
Yep.
Now we're in a binary choice, and we're saying who would be better for the border. And you're saying, but I don't trust Trump. Okay, but do you trust Kamala?
You see, that binary choice that you're making, that's not the argument I'm making.
That is exactly what you've already conceded. You've already conceded. Your argument was that I am a propagandist because I put out a video saying Trump would, if you're concerned about border security, you should prefer Trump under Kamala. Your argument was that that's propaganda because if Trump was concerned about the border, he would have pushed for the Langford bill. And I say, but wait a minute. If Kamala was concerned about border security, I say, isn't it a binary choice? It was either Trump or Kamala. Yeah. And I said, so even if Trump's bad on the border, bad on the economy, bad on inflation, whatever, if he's better than Kamala, it wouldn't be propaganda to say you should prefer him if you care about that issue. You eventually conceded that would be the case. Then I said, okay, well, why don't we look at the record? Why should we trust that Kamala would be good on border security when she has a track record of 4 years of being so abysmal, and then at the very last moment says, oh, trust me, I care about border security. And your only argument is, yeah, but I don't trust Trump on border security.
Robert, you're literally arguing against yourself.
No, I'm not.
Because my point is that Trump is a snake. You can't trust him.
Okay.
And everything he says, let's redo this line of questioning again. You ready? Okay, I'm a propagandist because you read a video title that said, if you're concerned about border security, you should vote for Trump, not Kamala. That makes me a propagandist. You didn't watch the video. You just saw the title of the video. Yeah, I mentioned that.
And your argument is Trump's a snake. Is it possible to prefer a snake over a bigger snake?
That's the thing. I don't believe she's a bigger snake.
Okay, so then the way we would decide who's a bigger snake is to compare them.
Yeah, so this is the comparison.
And so one of the things we would do is compare their records.
Yeah, I would. And what I'm saying is that Kamala, and I'm taking your word for this. Not Kamala. Biden at the time. He said, "Hey, I'm going to go ahead and lift these border orders or whatever you want to call them, and I'm going to let these people in, and I'm going to brag about it." He told the truth. He did it.
It's not that he bragged about leaving the people in. He said that these border orders were inhumane and we're going to lift them. And Kamala said the same thing. And then they bragged about first day in office, we're going to do it. And then they did it.
Okay. So they said something and they did it, right?
Correct.
Can we agree to that? Okay. So then Trump does things. And like I said, gave you multiple examples. And then he doesn't do them. Border wall. He said he was going to build a border wall. He didn't build a border wall. He said Mexico was going to pay for it. Mexico didn't pay for it. He says things.
So I just want to be clear. So your argument would be akin to this. If Trump comes into office and says, I'm going to completely take away everyone's Social Security. And then he does. And then 4 years later, he's running for office and he says, I respect Social Security so much. Unlike my opponent, I'll make sure that not a dime ever gets taken from any of you. You would say, I believe him. Because 4 years ago, when he had the exact opposite opinion, he went through with it. You would say, yep, he went through with it. Therefore,
absolutely not.
Well, okay, that's the exact argument you're making with Harris Biden. You're saying, I believed them. I believed them because they bragged, oh, we're going to rescind these border orders. And then they did. And then the border became a crisis. And so 4 years later, when they said, we're going to be tough on the border, I believed them because they were honest about having policies that would open the border for 4 years.
Yeah, but give or take.
That's so fucking stupid. Right,
right. So
Thank you for admitting that's your policy.
And then they do it. They say something and they do it.
So then if Trump said, I'm going to remove Social Security and then did it and then found out in an election year 4 years later that was unpopular and said, I promise I would never touch your Social Security. My opponents would do that. You would say, I believe him.
Can you say that again?
Yes. If Trump ran on the promise of, I promise to take away all of your Social Security, then he wins, then he doesn't, then he finds out that policy is massively unpopular as he's running 4 years from now. And so 4 years later, he completely does a 180 and says, I would never touch your Social Security. I'm going to make sure that you all get every penny of it. You would say, I believe him.
No, because he lied originally.
No, he didn't. He told the truth.
Yeah.
He said,
he said, I'm going to take away your Social Security.
And then he didn't. He did.
He did.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I would believe him. Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
It would be more.
You're an idiot.
It would be more believable
You
because
are
he
a
actually follows through.
propagandist.
He follows through. He follows through with what he says.
You're a propagandist. You're an idiot. Your argument is if someone. So what exactly changed that all of a sudden you believe that Biden and Harris care about the border when they specifically ran on we're going to do policies that would obviously open up the border, then watch the border open up to crisis levels, did nothing for 3.5 years. What was exactly the change that caused them to all of a sudden do a 180? What was the change?
I don't think that they care about I'm sorry. So my point is that they say something and then they do it.
No, they don't. There's all sorts of lies I could put. For example, remember when they
go ahead.
Okay, remember when they said vote for Biden, you'll get $1,500 checks? Did they? No, they sent like $900 ones. They said, well, you already got 600. That was a lie. Remember when they said they were going to forgive student loans? That was a lie. They didn't do that.
He tried his very best.
Did they? Well, Trump tried his very best. Trump tried his very best to have Mexico pay for the wall and to try to build the wall. Bullshit, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
50 miles of border wall? You consider that
because
crime?
Democrats literally shut down the government to try to stop it.
The Democrats shut down the government.
Yes, they did.
Oh,
they threatened to filibuster. They threatened to filibuster in the Senate to have one of the largest government shutdowns in history because they refused to give a few $1 billion for the border wall. They said it was racist. Then they ran Kamala Harris, whose party said that border walls were racist going into the 2020 election, ran on building a border wall in 2024. Were they honest? Are they telling the truth if they said it was racist in 2020? So now they're running on the promise of racism, of building a racist wall?
Yeah, you see, Rob, like I don't know how much of what you're saying is like fact and what is
that's
spin.
Because you're grotesquely uninformed and a propagandist yourself.
It's not. You cannot expect everyone to remember everything everyone said at all times. You don't know the
bare minimum. And you
I do know the bare minimum.
No, you don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, did Democrats say the border wall was racist in 2020?
I don't recall if they did or not, but I would believe it.
You don't recall that. Then you don't know the bare minimum.
No, I would believe it. It makes sense because
did Democrats
they would make the argument that keeping people out because they would say that it's their skin color and all this other stuff.
Did Democrats threaten to filibuster because they refused to endorse the Republican House bill? I'm sorry, the bill that came out of the House. Because it had funding for a border wall.
Yeah, I believe I do recall that, but I don't remember the specifics of why they did that. What was the reason behind it?
Well, because they said the wall would be ineffective and was racist.
What do you want me to do? You want me to argue for something? Like I said,
so your argument is, so when I say Biden didn't give student loan forgiveness, you say, but he tried. And then I say, well, Trump tried to build the wall, but Democrats had a shutdown to prevent him from getting funding, and you say no, he didn't. No.
Wait, didn't Trump have the House and the Senate his first 2 years?
Yes, his first 2 years. Yes.
Yeah. So why did he could have just done whatever he wanted?
No, that's not the way it works.
I mean, you can do a lot of stuff, man. With
didn't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have the House and Senate the first 2 years?
Yeah, I believe so.
Why didn't they get student loan forgiveness? Why didn't they get Medicare for all? Why didn't they get border security?
Very easily, I can answer those. The Supreme Court.
So the Supreme Court didn't allow them to do Medicare for all.
No, Medicare. I was talking about student loan forgiveness.
Did the Democrat Congress pass a bill
for what?
Student loan forgiveness.
I don't think so. So
what the Supreme Court said was that Biden couldn't unilaterally do that.
Yes.
So why didn't the Congress try to do something?
I'm sure the Congress did try to do something.
Can you show me the bill? Cool. Show me the bill.
Yeah, I would have to look at it. I would have to look for it.
Sure. Like I said, go ahead. Look it up. Look me the bill that was voted on by. Why didn't it pass if Democrats tried to do something? What kept them from doing it? You assume they tried. So what?
Yeah, I'm assuming. Like
okay, they tried. So what happened? So they had a bill. They're about to vote on it. They have the House. They have the Senate. What happened? What possibly could have happened? If they wanted to vote on it, why didn't they? What possibly could have happened?
So there's a couple things that could have happened, right? So they didn't have a large enough majority to pass it.
Okay, maybe they didn't. But wait, you didn't make that argument when it came to Trump in 2017 to 2018. You just said Republican. What was the Republican majority in the Senate in 2017, 2018?
I don't recall.
Oh, so you don't recall the Democrat majority, you don't recall the Republican majority, but you blame Trump for having the House and Senate and not getting things accomplished, but you don't blame Biden and Harris. And even though you don't recall what those majorities were in either of the administrations.
I'm sorry, I was looking something up. What did you just say? Say that one more time.
You blame Trump when he had the House and Senate in 2017, 2018 for not getting things accomplished. You do not blame Harris and Biden when they had the House and the Senate in 2021, 2022, even though you have no idea what those majorities were in either the Trump administration or the Biden administration.
Well, yeah, I don't blame the Biden-Harris administration because I don't know the specifics.
But you do know the specifics under Trump.
I don't know the specifics under Trump.
So you don't know the specifics under Trump. You don't know the specifics under Biden. You do blame Trump. You don't blame Biden.
Yeah. So what were the what were
you tell me? You're the one assigning blame. Go ahead.
Oh well, no. I mean, you do this for a living. I'm sure you.
What do you mean? Right? I do this for a living? It's a hobby. We've already established that. I work 80 hours a week doing home health care.
Yeah, but you do this a lot more than I do, right?
So you're the one making the declarative statement. You're blaming one and not the other.
A declarative statement means that I'm 100% sure on what I'm saying. I very clearly said I wasn't sure on the numbers.
So then why do you default to blaming one and not the other?
Because Trump has a track record of lying, being dishonest.
So does Biden.
And not doing.
Why did Biden?
Go ahead.
Okay. For example, when Biden was running for president in the 80s, why did he have to drop out?
Oh, we have to go back to the 80s? Why don't we just go here?
Because we could start early in Biden's political career to see he has a history of lying over and over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so I believe that he copied someone else's.
He lied. He plagiarized his speech.
Yeah, plagiarized. Yeah.
Okay. So, for example, when he said he would never pardon his son, did he lie?
Yeah.
When he said he would send $1,500 checks, did he lie?
He what? Say that one more time.
When he said he would send people $1,500 checks, did he lie?
No, because he tried. He sent out $900 ones.
That's not $1,500. He didn't even try to say $1,500.
Yeah, but he tried.
No, he didn't. Show me.
He did the best. He sent out.
Did Trump try to build the wall?
I honestly, he said that he would build the wall at 50. You know what? I will say, yeah. I guess he did try.
Okay, so he did try. So you now no longer criticize him.
No.
You want to go with more Biden's lies? Did Biden lie? Did Biden lie when he said that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation?
Did he say that, or was that like the?
That's what he said in the debate. He said it's been reported that it was Russian disinformation. Was that a lie?
There was Russian disinformation on that laptop.
Oh, can you explain what that was?
So there were the laptop that Rudy, like the hard drive that Rudy had in his possession. Okay, so that one. It had been messed with. Like people had messed with it. There were like random pictures of like Hunter with like Melania Trump.
So they were fake. They were AI. They were fake Photoshop photos.
Yeah, there.
Can you show me a link to that? Can you show me a link to that?
Yeah. I don't know how to do that real quick.
What do you mean? You could literally tell me what to type. Tell me what the photoshopped photos of Hunter and Melania.
Yeah, just write that in.
Okay.
And it'll pop up. And you'll be able to see a Photoshop photo of like Hunter with Melania. And you'll see, I don't recall. It's been so long since I looked into it.
This is what I'm getting from Snopes. No, this pic doesn't show a shirtless Hunter Biden with Melania.
That was found on his laptop.
A photo supposedly showing U.S. President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, posing shirtless with Melania, former President Trump's wife, resurfaced in July 22, shortly after users of anonymous interchat 4chan claimed to have hacked the young Biden's iCloud account. At least one tweet implied falsely. Like that. Okay, that's a lie. It doesn't show that, it says. Okay? So you're wrong. Snopes, which is bullshit, but they're saying, no, that's not true. It doesn't show that. There's no evidence
that didn't happen?
Yes. The claim that this is Hunter Biden's iCloud account was hacked in mid-July 2022, leaking images and other types of content involving him, remains unverified. That said, the above displayed picture did not originate with the purported leak, nor did it depict an authentic moment between Melania Trump and Hunter Biden. Rather, it was a composite image that has been online since at least 2020. The photo of Biden originally appeared online after the hard drive of a laptop said to belong to President's son was leaked in the New York Post. In the original picture, Hunter stood shirtless by himself. The photograph of Melania was taken in 2000. According to Getty Images, elements of these photographs were crop flipped and combined with Dr. Virgin resuffered in 2022. The original photo of Melania showed her facing the camera over her left shoulder, while the composite image reversed that orientation. The above picture image left was split version of the original photograph in the FHM shoot to better match the viral image. Nowhere does this say that this picture came from that laptop. In fact, they're claiming that it actually came from an iCloud leak, which was the original story, and that's not true. Can you show me? So where is it that this came from the laptop? Can you show me that?
I might have seen that on Twitter, so I might be wrong.
So you might be wrong. So but you're confident that the laptop include Russian disinformation. So you're not positive about that. Okay, next, give me your next example of the laptop.
Yeah, I just have to look it up.
Sure, go for it. Are you sure you're not just getting that from Twitter and you can't verify it as well?
No, look, Rob, people aren't going to be like perfect 100% of the time.
But you're making the claim. Fine. I'm saying that this was a lie, that Hunter Biden's laptop was real, that the damning stuff that we saw from it, from photos of him with drug use, which I really don't care about, to the actual emails we always knew was true. In fact, we had his business partner who was on the recipient end of many of those emails, Tony Bobulinski, publicly confirmed not just volunteering to report to the FBI, but actually publicly went on television after 51 former intel officials said this is Russian disinformation, said that's not true. I was involved in these conversations. I was in these email chains. These actually are accurate. So can you tell me which of those weren't accurate and were Russian disinformation?
Is that Bobulinski? Is that the guy that's in jail right now because he lied about all that stuff?
No.
Who's the guy who's in jail right now for making all that up?
Boy, you know a lot of Rachel Maddow talking points. There's a man by the name of Smirnov who was supposedly a confidential human source that claimed that $500,000 or $5 million was personally given to Hunter Biden and $500,000 or $5 million personally given to Joe Biden to force the firing of Viktor Shokin, a Ukrainian prosecutor. That story has nothing to do with any of the information that was on the Russian laptop. It was a completely separate claim.
Yeah, so that might be what I might be misremembering. I'm getting.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with the laptop. So can you tell me the Russian disinformation that was on the laptop?
Hold on, sir. I have to Google this.
You have no clue, is what you're saying. You have no clue. You're going to look up desperately to see what someone at CNN and try to spin it. The very propagandist. By the way, didn't you just say that you don't trust?
That's the difference between me and you. I'm not going to spin it. If I'm wrong about something, I'm going to go ahead and admit it. Okay?
Didn't you say that media outlets like CNN, etc., are propagandists? You don't trust any of them?
I would believe so. Yeah.
So you don't trust any of them, and yet you're willing to say that there was Russian disinformation on that laptop. And the way that you're about to try to prove it is by doing a quick Google search that comes up with a media outlet that you're going to say is a propaganda and say, yep, I believe it. Just reading the immediate Google search.
No. You see, Rob, that's the difference between myself and the average person. I'm not just going to Google and believe what's on there. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and try to find original sources.
You made the claim. If I said, for example...
I'm going to look for original sources. I'm going to go ahead and try to find...
Go ahead. I just want to say, if I was to make a declarative claim like that, I would have some idea of what I was talking about.
It's called critical thinking. Okay?
No, it's not.
It's not everything.
No, critical thinking isn't saying, oh, there was Russian disinformation. I say, really? Can you give me an example? And you're like, no, I'll Google search. That's critical thinking. That's not critical thinking.
Oh my God, dude! Like I literally admitted, hey, I might have gotten that wrong.
Okay, let me try to you have no fucking. So you why did you even come up with the claim that the laptop was Russian disinformation? How did you make that mistake? If you just don't know.
No. So this is how I made that mistake. I thought that picture, that ridiculous picture of Hunter Biden with Melania, which obviously fake, right? So then that would lead me to believe that it's been tampered with.
First off, okay, whatever. Secondly, do you have any proof that even if that was the case, that it was Russians?
I would have to look up. It's been a long time since I looked at this. So I would have to just look it up.
What is the effect of this Russian? So by combining Hunter with Trump's wife,
Yeah.
This is Russia trying to harm the Bidens?
No. That just proves my point that it's been tampered with.
No, you said that it included Russian disinformation. That was your claim.
No. I said that it might have been tampered
yes or
with
no?
by Russians.
No.
By
Yes
Russians.
or no?
Yes.
No. Yes or no? Did you say you were saying, point out lies of Biden? I said he said about the laptop being Russian disinformation. You said the laptop did have Russian disinformation. That's what you said.
Yeah. And also, I think the other reason was because there was like intelligence agents. A bunch of them said that it was
they lied.
Russian disinformation.
Yes, they lied. Yes. Was it Russian disinformation? No. It turns out the laptop was real. They lied. And they knew it. No. The FBI knew for months that laptop was real.
But I don't think that anybody was arguing that it was real. They're saying that it was tampered with.
No, that's not. They were saying that the claims that were coming, the New York Post that got censored from social media under pressure from agencies like our FBI, which people like Zuckerberg have came out and said that all of these agencies were pressuring social media. They were priming them for months saying, listen, there's going to be a story that comes out about the Bidens. Maybe it'll have something to do with Biden's son working in Ukraine and things like that. And that's going to be Russian disinformation because they're trying to affect the election like they did in 2016. And you got to be very careful to not allow those sort of things affect the election. Now, all the while, the FBI knew that this laptop was accurate. They knew that the emails on there regarding Hunter working with the spy chief of China, Biden working with Ukraine and all the situations there and Burisma, they knew those were accurate. And so when that story broke, the FBI and other agencies had already primed social media to go, oh, we're supposed to censor this stuff because it's disinformation. Then you had 51 former intel officials, many of which still included their security clearance, come out and say, this has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. Meanwhile, all of the claims that were being made and that were reported and that were censored from places like the New York Post were absolutely true. And the FBI knew it all along. It was a lie. And Joe Biden certainly knew. Joe Biden also claimed that he never met any of the business partners. That's a lie. Just last week, we could see even more photos of him introducing Hunter to his Chinese business partner and President Xi of China. So he lied about that.
So, but do you think it's like a lie, or do you think he just didn't know who they were?
Do I think that Joe Biden didn't know who these people were that were business partners of Hunter Biden?
Yeah,
that's
like they were just.
Yeah,
like
he knew. He knew.
Like his business partners, he was like, "Hey,
yes,
I work with this guy."
Yes, he knew.
And he knew. How do you know that?
Well, one, not only is it a beyond the pale that this guy that talks to his son every day, as admitted by both of them, doesn't know who these people that are. He just thinks they're random people that his son's introducing, Chinese officials, etc.
So you're assuming he knows those people?
The second, I don't even have to assume, because after the story broke and the specific names were being mentioned, which Joe Biden would have known that he met and introduced, he still said that he never did it.
Well, you have to. I would have to look at it because I mean,
the story broke. Why else would it be being discussed? Joe Biden's asked specifically. It's being alleged in these emails that you introduced Hunter Biden to business partners. No, I didn't. He knows who the alleged business partners was. He knows that he introduced them. He knows there's photos of it, and still he lied and said, "Nope, never did that." And you're trying to give the benefit of the doubt, saying, "Well, maybe he just thought these were random people, and he didn't know they were business partners."
So wait a minute. So if you take a picture with someone, and you got to be careful with this one. If you take a picture with someone, or someone introduces them, then you know everything that's going on with them?
No, but let's say me and you, let's say a story breaks and someone says, hey, Neo Jackass, Rob Noor, you took a picture with Rob Noor. Here he is. Here's his face. Here's what he did. You took a picture with him. This guy right here. And you say, nah, I didn't. I never did that. Yes, it might be if someone just said it and you didn't know anything about me, you might say, I don't think I ever did that. But once it becomes a national story and people are saying, this guy right here, you met him, you did that, and you say no, then that's clearly something different. Joe Biden was well aware of the names of the business associates of Hunter Biden once it became a national story, and it was critical of Biden himself because it appeared to be the selling of access of influence to the vice president of the United States, and he still lied and said, no, I never introduced them. I was never met any of them, which is a lie. And you're saying, oh, he just thought they were random people. That might fly. That might fly if it wasn't a national story who these people were.
Okay, Rob, but I'm just saying, I've taken pictures with hundreds of students when I was an instructor at a certain place.
Okay.
And I can't, Like, I don't remember everyone and everything everyone I took a picture with.
Okay,
Like,
let's say
literally, I
this.
don't remember
Let's say
any of
this.
them.
Let's say that then pictures surface of you with me. I was one of those students. Okay.
I'm following.
Would you then say, nope, I never met him?
No, I would say I took a picture with him, but I don't know who he is.
Oh, but Joe Biden didn't say that. He said, no, I never did.
So he saw a picture of himself with someone.
He saw
and
the
then said,
national news stories, not the pictures, but he saw national news stories showing that these were the names of the business partners, and his itineraries and pictures show that he met those people. And even after he was made aware of who those people were, he said, no, I never met any of them.
and then he saw a picture of himself with these people, and he still said he didn't see them.
I don't know
And
if he
didn't
ever specifically saw the picture. The pictures were out there and he continued to deny it.
know.
I don't know if
Okay.
someone waved the picture in front of his face.
How was the question specifically asked? Did they say, "Hey"?
I
did
don't
you
know.
meet
Why are
Hunter?"
you giving such the benefit of the doubt of someone who clearly lied?
Because Joe Biden is a good person.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Really?
100 times better. Yeah, 100 times better than
define good
100
person.
times better than Trump.
Define good person. What
A
makes
good
someone
person,
a good person?
a person with good moral values. Usually, they go to church. They have some sort of like.
Okay, so for example, would someone now try to get through this without using the word Trump? You ready? Would
Yeah.
someone who admitted to sexually harassing, or by the legal definition, sexually assaulting multiple women, would you consider them a good person?
Admitting to sexually harassing people.
Or
Yeah,
assault?
no, absolutely not.
Okay, so one, we know there were several women that came out and talked about inappropriate touching that Joe Biden did to them, things like sniffing their hair, rubbing their shoulders to the point where
And he admitted to that. He said, "I sexually assaulted them."
He didn't use the word sexually assaulted. He admitted to the behavior and said he apologized for it.
Oh, so you spinned it.
It's not spinning. If
Oh, yeah, it is.
Okay, let me ask you this. If I walk up to a woman and grab her breast, did I sexually assault her?
Yes.
If I say, I'm sorry that I walked up to that woman and grabbed her breast, is that an admission that I sexually assaulted her?
Yes.
If I say, but I don't think that's sexually assault, I was just playing around, does that mean I no longer sexually assaulted her?
No.
Okay, so in other words, if Joe Biden admitted, yes, I did what these women allege, but
What
you
were
say,
they
well, he
alleging?
didn't. They alleged that he inappropriately touched them in ways that they felt were sexual, like rubbing their shoulders, legs, sniffing them, things of that nature.
That doesn't sound like sexual assault to me.
Okay, define sexual assault or sexual harassment.
You want me to define it? You want me
Yes.
to define it like
Yes.
legally?
But define it in the way that you would define it.
I would say touching a woman in a sexual manner that is unwanted.
Okay, so if you come up and you rub someone's shoulders and sniff their hair, is that sexual harassment?
No.
Oh, I think your HR department would disagree.
Well, no, it depends. Did that woman make a complaint? Say, "Oh my God, this guy touched me. I didn't want him to touch me."
She went public with it and said so, and Joe Biden admitted that it occurred.
Okay. He said that he touched the woman's shoulders and
He said that
Yes, sir.
he's an older gentleman, and that's how people like that talk. And if it came across as sexual or uncomfortable for the women, he felt bad for it, and he was working on his behavior.
okay, yeah, I would completely buy that from Joe Biden. I would say that
Oh,
he
so
didn't mean
it's
it.
okay to do behavior that is touching in a way that makes women feel sexually uncomfortable, as long as you're old and you say, I didn't know better.
No. So it could be a genuine misunderstanding because he does come from an older generation. The man is ancient.
So I just want to be
right?
clear. You would, if you're on a jury and a woman's like, I feel like I was being sexually harassed because this guy always came up behind me, rubbing my shoulders and sniffing me. You would say, oh, but he's old.
No, absolutely not.
But that's
I
what
would
you're
have
saying
to look
about
at
Joe
the
Biden.
totality. No, I would have to look at the totality of the circumstances, right? I would
Okay,
have to
the
look
totality
at
of the circumstances. We have multiple women that said it. In fact, not
Okay.
only that, we actually had Kamala Harris, who ran against Joe Biden in 2020, saying she believed the women.
Okay, yeah, she
Yet
believed
she
that
still-
he, that, that,
yet she
that-
still
that,
took the
that he
position
touched them
as vice
in
president.
like a non-sexual way.
Why would that be non-sexual? They said it. Why would they feel uncomfortable if it was
Dude,
non-sexual?
you don't rub someone's you don't put your hands on someone's shoulders and that's like sexually automatically.
Well, what would you do?
Because I've done that.
You have. Tell us more.
Yeah.
You go up to random women and sniff their hair, rub their
No,
shoulders.
no.
You
It's
rub their
not
legs?
random. I believe these women that you're talking about worked for him, like they were.
Oh, okay. So you said you were a teacher.
No, I did not say that.
You said you worked for a university or something to that effect.
No. I didn't say specifically where I worked. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I don't want you to out exactly where you worked. You seem to imply you worked somewhere in education in some capacity Are you
Yes,
telling
in
us
some
that
capacity.
so in that environment, either your coworkers or your students, you were rubbing people's shoulders and sniffing their hair?
Absolutely not.
What do you think it would be appropriate if you were doing
No.
so? Do you think
No,
that if
because
a woman,
of the power
do you
dynamic.
think,
As an instructor,
okay,
as an instructor,
because of
I
the
couldn't do that.
How about vice president? Do you think they have a power dynamic? How about senator? Do you think they have a power dynamic over the women that they'd be interacting with that aren't senators?
Yes, I do.
Oh!
But it's different from for a teacher-student dynamic is very different from a workplace dynamic.
Really? You think so?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so in what way? So you say there's a power imbalance. So a 23-year-old professor and a 20-year-old student. 23-year-old professor comes up, starts rubbing the shoulder, sniffing the hair. That's sexual harassment?
Well, it depends on the totality of circumstances. Has this behavior been done before? Has she reciprocated?
Three other women say yes.
When did they make these claims? Once he started running for vice president?
Oh, but if he admitted to it, because now it seems to be saying, well, that's not true. So if he
When did they
admitted
make
to
the
it,
accusations?
they made the accusations. Some of them
When he was running for president, or
some of
was
them,
it
like
just...
Tara Reid, talked about it contemporaneously to her mother. Others, the story started to break when he was running for president. What does it matter?
Yeah.
When did the accusations against Trump start?
The accusations, they've been going on forever.
No, when did they start to come out? The ones like E. John Carroll. Where did that come out?
So when I was a teenager, a late teenager,
I noticed that this has nothing to do with answering the question.
It does. It
does
Just
nothing.
give me 3 seconds.
Okay, E. John Carroll, and your answer is when I was a teenager. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I come from a middle class family. No, look, I was a roofer in New York City when I was like 17, 18.
Mm-hmm.
And we heard about Trump, how he didn't pay people, how he was awful to women, how he was just a snake, how he would have you work for him.
What the fuck does this have to do with E. John
pay...
Carroll? What does any of this have to do with E. John Carroll?
Oh no, it's just I'm just pointing out a long history.
Let me cut through your bullshit. Yes, the mass amount of accusations against Trump came when he started to run for president.
Oh, you see, you're stating for me. Hey, Neo, you got
yes, I am, because you're talking bullshit. I said, when did the accusations like that of E. John Carroll come? And you're like, well, when I was a teenager and I worked on roofs, I heard that Trump didn't pay people and was mean to women.
Well, yeah, that's
well, listen. When I trimmed Christmas trees in Pennsylvania here when I was 16 years old, I heard Joe Biden diddled little kids and women.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. Now
Yeah,
what?
you are.
Now what?
But I wouldn't expect any less.
So just to be clear, if I could pull up one person that says, I was a staffer in Joe Biden, of a Democrat in the 80s, and I heard rumors that Joe Biden was inappropriate to women, you would say, oh, okay, that changes the calculus. And that one guy heard that rumor. No specific accusations, but he heard that rumor. So that changes it.
No, it wouldn't change because you know why? Because there is a long, the totality of the circumstances, the entirety of the
Let's say there wasn't.
Life.
Let's say there wasn't.
Okay.
Let's say this. Let's say there wasn't about Trump. Let's say no one ever accused Trump. Then E. John Carroll did. And Trump says, yeah, I did that. But she didn't bring it up until he was running for office. He says, yeah, I did that, but I didn't mean anything sexual by it. I'm older. That's what I thought. I'm a New Yorker. That's how we interact.
Did he do exactly what he's accused of doing?
Let's say he said, I rubbed her shoulders. I smelled her. She was uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm sorry. You would say, you would say that's fine because she didn't bring it, even though he admitted the behavior, she didn't bring it up until he was running for office. So it's fine.
I would say, if there was no other history of doing this and he wasn't.
But there is 3 other women said it. And we have public, not only that, we have public video showing over and over, particularly with children, Joe Biden rubbing arms and shoulders and sniffing hair.
Yeah, a sexual assaulter does that on camera every day. Yeah,
sure.
That's right, Rob.
So your argument is people with sexual deviancy always make sure to hide it and don't do it in public? That's your argument?
I'm just saying a person who thinks they're doing something that is sexually deviant would definitely not do it on.
It doesn't matter if he thinks it's sexually deviant or not. That's irrelevant. It's not an excuse.
What are you talking about?
So if I don't think,
9/10 of the
so
law.
if I am raised in a household that's fucked up, and I watch my dad sexually assault my mom, and I think that's normally behavior, and so then I'm walking down the street and I see a woman and I take her in the alley and sexually assault her and say, I don't think that's deviant at all. You would say, oh, okay.
That's not an apples to apples comparison.
Okay, so then I see my dad constantly going up to women in his workplace, sniffing their hair while they have tears in their eyes, rubbing their shoulders. So then I proceed to do that to students or to my coworkers, and I say, oh, there was no sexual deviance to it. I thought that was normal. You would say that's fine.
I think you would get away with that maybe once. If you do it again,
okay, so we have 3 women at least that reported Biden for that.
Okay, yeah, but all of the accusations came out right as he was running for president.
So what? What does that mean?
Because, come on, Robert, you think it's just a coincidence?
No. In fact, these were women that proceeded to say that they were still going to vote for Joe Biden.
Isn't one of these women didn't she banish herself to Russia?
Tara Reid, because she was maligned, the same people that said believe all women treated her like shit because it turns out they didn't believe women. Now that woman went further. She claimed that she was actually penetrated by Joe Biden with his finger, which is rape. Penetrating an orifice like that. That's what she said. But the Democrats didn't believe her. They said, even though, unlike with the cases of Trump, where the people that accused Trump never told anyone contemporaneously, and not only did Tara Reid tell her mother contemporaneously, but there's actually C-SPAN footage of Tara Reid's mother calling in and saying there was a very powerful person in Washington that assaulted my daughter, right around the time that Tara Reid said this was occurring. But Democrats didn't give a shit. That's what a good guy would do, right?
No,
let's talk more about good guy stuff. Do you think a good guy would refuse to acknowledge the existence of his granddaughter? Would a good guy do that?
He did not. He mentioned that the other day.
No, he refused to until it became a national press story.
I just don't know the specifics on that, Rob.
Well, the specifics are this: that Hunter Biden went out and had sex with a woman out of wedlock, who then got pregnant. And he refused to pay
Why do you
child
mention out of wedlock? I don't understand why you mentioned that.
Because it's someone that was not accepted in the Biden family. She was someone that was sort of a stripper type person. So she wasn't highfalutin enough for the Bidens to accept in their family. She wasn't someone that he was married to. And so they said it was just a fling. So Hunter refused to pay child support. And Joe Biden refused to acknowledge the existence of this granddaughter. Does that sound like a good person?
Yeah, no, that does not sound like a good person to me.
But that's what you said. Biden's a good person.
Why did you emphasize out of wedlock, Rob? Is that not a good thing?
Because they felt that this woman was shameful and harmful to the family, and so they refused to accept the granddaughter because they were ashamed. That's why I mentioned it.
Oh, okay. So where did you? Where did you find out that they were ashamed? Did Biden say that?
That's the fact that Hunter was refusing to pay child support. Why? Okay, let's assume. I guess I inferred that they were ashamed. Why wouldn't they acknowledge if they weren't ashamed?
Maybe there was some sort of legal issue going on.
No, there was no legal issue. Next.
Was there like a DNA test going on at the time?
The DNA test had already proven that it was his granddaughter. He still refused to acknowledge her.
Okay, yeah, I think that's messed up.
Oh, so it sounds like he wasn't a good guy.
No. Hold on. One bad thing doesn't make a bad guy.
So what makes him a good guy?
So this is what makes him a good guy. He's a family guy.
And in what way? He refused to acknowledge the existence of his granddaughter. In what way is he a family guy?
Okay, so
his own daughter said that the reason she's probably so fucked up in life in her diary was that her father took sexually inappropriate showers with her. Sounds like a good family guy.
So I read that, and I read what she actually said in her diary.
Well, okay.
And then I read her statement afterwards.
Okay, what's her statement afterwards?
Okay, so I would have to look it up to be specific about it. But what you're saying is just completely spinned in the worst way possible.
That's not true.
Yeah.
That's not true. Why should we not prefer? So when she publicly is trying to defend her father, who is president, right? She has a different story. When she's writing in a document that she thinks no one will see, she lied then? That's your claim?
The thing is that the diary, the snippet from the diary that is being passed around is only, they cut out like the next part underneath it. And it kind of goes into more context.
Okay, what's that part? Go ahead.
I have to find it, Rob. This is like so annoying to fucking look while I'm talking. I'm sorry.
You're basically you're just a propagandist. That's what you're saying. I like Biden. I like Democrats, so I say Biden's a good guy, despite the fact he's been in Washington for years, has lied over and over, has done a bunch of horrible shit. I just think he's a good guy. He's a good guy. And any
That's-
excuse, anytime someone will bring up,
that's your spin.
well, the women,
That's
the
your
reason
spin.
that women say that, and Trump's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. And so that's why I trust Biden, and Kamala's
So
a
wait
good person, and Trump's a
You're telling me
bad guy.
Trump is not a bad guy?
Define bad guy.
Oh my God. Colloquially, like when I say bad guy, what do you think I mean? And
I
go
think
with that.
Immoral.
Okay, perfect. That's
So
one.
okay. So like, for example, not acknowledging the existence of his granddaughter, that would be a very bad thing to do.
Okay,
like
what
Biden.
else? What else?
Like having your son be a bag man for your business, knowing that he's addicted to drugs, and instead of
Okay,
helping him.
you just made that up.
That's not true. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, so why
Lying
hasn't
about knowing the
Congress-
business associates?
Why hasn't Congress recommended charges and also impeached Trump if that's true?
Well, what would impeaching Trump prove about
I'm
anything?
not sorry, impeach Biden.
Because they're cowards. The evidence
They're
is out
cowards.
there. Yes, the evidence is out there. For example, we know, despite the objections and lies of Joe Biden, that Hunter Biden was operating as a foreign agent and was lobbying for hostile foreign institutions. We know that Joe Biden was the person who came up with the decision to issue a quid pro quo with $1 billion of your tax dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor in Ukraine that, at least on paper, was tasked with investigating his
This
son's
is so
company.
insane that you're saying these things, and you know that what you're saying is a lie.
That's not
and
true.
You're
It's
speaking
absolutely
them out loud.
Okay, that's absolutely true. In fact, Biden's acknowledged it. You want me to play the audio?
Hold on. So I'll prove you wrong right now. The quid pro quo. Are you talking about that video where he's bragging about saying, "Oh, we won't give you the money unless you fire this guy"?
That's part of it. There's more to it than the video, but yeah, that video is an acknowledgement that quid pro quo
Okay.
happened.
What does he say right after he says that?
And we thought he was a good guy initially.
No. What when it comes to Barack
Okay,
Obama?
he
what does say
says
about Barack
he
Obama?
says if you don't fire that guy, you're not getting the money. I'm walking out of here. And Poroshenko says you're not in charge. Obama is. And Biden says call him. He'll agree.
Okay.
And God damn
so-
it, they fired him. And then they replaced him with the guy who was good at the time.
So the orders came from?
They didn't come from Obama. In fact,
Yeah, they did.
that's
Yeah, they
not
did.
true. That's not true
Yeah,
at
they
all.
did.
That's
So
not. That's
so
not
how-
true at all.
Why would
That is-
why would Obama agree with it?
because Obama gave Biden authority to be the point man on dealing with corruption in Ukraine.
So he delegated his
Correct.
authority to him.
Correct. So
what does that mean? What does that mean?
That
He
means
asked-
that
he
means
asked
that on
for-
a specific
he asked for
level
who?
that means at a specific level he might not know the specific policies that are being instituted. However, he trusts the
spin.
person to make these decisions. It's not spin. For example, do you think that presidents are in charge of the executive branch?
Yes.
Is the FBI part of the executive branch?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. Is the Department of Justice part of the executive branch?
Yes. I
Okay,
believe
so Merrick Garland is the head of the DOJ under Biden, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Merrick Garland decided to issue policies that prosecuted Donald Trump.
Yes. Go ahead.
Did Joe Biden prosecute Donald Trump?
No.
Why? Didn't he delegate the authority to Merrick Garland?
No. He
Wait!
He
Isn't
doesn't delegate that.
Yes, he
doesn't
did.
delegate
Yes,
that.
he did. Define the word delegate.
No,
Define
hold
the
on.
word delegate.
Rob. Before we get into delegate, okay? And all right, no, actually, we'll just answer that because I just want to go in order. So delegate means that you pass your authority, your decision making, your power onto a lower ranking official. Or
Correct,
person that
which
you
is
deem-
exactly what the top
Yeah.
dog, the guy who's in charge of the military, the guy that's in charge of the executive, delegates to people underneath him. He appoints people to delegate authority to run those agencies.
No, specifically, Merrick Garland acts on his own, and that's
not
stated
true.
everywhere.
So Joe Biden acts on his own. Do you have any proof? Do you have any proof? If you're right that Barack Obama is the one who issued this policy for the quid pro quo, can you show me one time anyone ever saying that? Obama, Biden, anyone? Can you show me anyone?
You don't have to. You don't have to hear it. He says it himself. He's like,
that's not true. That's not true. What he says is this: he came up with the policy, and someone's saying you're not the ultimate guy in charge, and he's saying fucking Barack will agree with me. That doesn't mean Barack's the one who told Biden to do that. That doesn't even mean that Barack knew that Biden was doing it.
So wait a minute. So hold on. So Biden says, "Oh, I'm not in charge. Go ahead and ask the guy who is in charge.
Right. What Biden's basically saying is, the fuck I'm not. Why don't you call him and see what he says? He's going to say whatever Joe says goes.
Yeah, because guess who makes the final decision, Rob?
So then if Merrick Garland decides to prosecute Trump and Trump says, you can't do that, you're not the ultimate person in charge of the Department of Justice, Joe Biden is. And Merrick said, call him. You would say, oh, that's proof that Joe Biden did it.
Well, no, Merrick Garland's supposed to act independently.
It doesn't matter if he's supposed to. So was Joe Biden. He was independently the point person for dealing with corruption.
No, he doesn't.
You're such a fucking idiot. You're such an idiot. Can you show me one time? Can you show me one time? He didn't say it himself. Why didn't Joe Biden, when all of this time after this, that this is being brought up, why didn't he one time say, it was Obama that said to do it? Not once. Never said it.
It's obvious.
It's not obvious. If it was obvious, then people would have said it. You're literally willing to wipe this all away. All of the people that I've seen, Philip Bump, Rachel Maddow, Jake Tapper, Adam Schiff, fucking, what's his name from the Levi fortune that you see, Dan Goldman, all of these people that were charging the impeachment of Trump, all of the people that were fighting back against the Hunter Biden laptop, not one of them ever said, well, clearly it was Obama that issued this policy. It was never Joe Biden. He had nothing to do with it. Not one of them ever said it. And it's it. If they would have said it, you're saying that's a clear indicator that Joe Biden did nothing wrong. Obama never said it. Obama never came out and said, "No, this is all malarkey." Clearly, I'm the person that
did nothing wrong. That is because he's not impeached by
that's bullshit.
A Republican Congress.
Okay, the clearest fact that Trump did nothing wrong was he didn't get prosecuted by Democrat investigators.
Okay, you see, you're so bad at this. You're so bad at this.
No, I'm actually very good at it.
The only reason he didn't get prosecuted for the crimes that he actually committed, and we know he committed, okay, because we fucking saw them, is because he wasted time. He bought time. He's a billionaire. He hired the best lawyers he possibly could.
That's why Biden got same reason that Republicans didn't get Biden. He's a millionaire. He's got the best lawyers.
No, cool. Bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't?
He's not a billionaire.
He's a millionaire, I said. He has the best lawyers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. And he doesn't have the best lawyers because
Joe Biden doesn't have the best lawyers.
No, because first of all, there was they can do their own investigations in Congress.
So
and that has nothing to do with lawyers. What did the lawyers have to do with those investigations?
And all through these investigations, lawyers are telling them what access they can get to what information. They're saying who could testify to what. Joe Biden ever gets subpoenaed? Joe Biden's bank records ever get subpoenaed?
I believe that Hunter Biden's bank records were combined with his father's.
That's not true.
Yes, they did get subpoenaed.
That's not true.
I can look it up. I know this one.
It's not true. The argument that there were specific addresses for Hunter Biden that was at his father's place is different than the fact that if you were trying to see if money was embezzled, let's say I have 5 bank accounts and I'm credibly accused of embezzling money into one of those bank accounts, right? And I say, you can look at this one, but not these 4. Do you say, oh, good enough. You looked at that bank account.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm accused of embezzling money into one of my bank accounts. I own 5 of them. I tell investigators, you could look at this one. You say, oh, they looked at Rob's bank accounts. He didn't do anything wrong. Is that what you would say?
No, well, it depends. Are you telling me, so did that bank account that Biden had, was his son, did he have anything to do with it?
What I'm telling you is, do you believe that Joe Biden has bank accounts?
Yes.
Do you believe they were subpoenaed?
I believe that his son's
his son's was Joe Biden's.
Yeah, and they shared a bank account.
Let's say that's true. I don't know that that's true, but let's say that's true. If Joe Biden has 5 bank accounts and he shares one with his son, and they looked at the one he shared with his son and didn't see evidence of criminality, but he refused to let them look at the other 4, that's good enough for you?
Absolutely.
That's bullshit.
But why?
Because if I was going to be engaged in a criminal enterprise and I had the ability to show some of my information and not others, I would clearly show the information that didn't show evidence of criminality and not show the ones that did. So if I get to choose which one of my evidence you get to, like, for example, if I have 10 computers and we know one of them has evidence of me being a criminal, and I tell the FBI, here, you could look at these 9 computers, but not this 10th. You can't look at it. You would say, oh, clearly Rob did nothing wrong. He showed them 9 of his hard drives. That's stupid.
No, absolutely not. So the way that would work is that you would draft up a warrant, and it would say, "Hey, I would look in every area."
Did they do that with Joe Biden?
Did
they do that with Joe Biden?
I don't know specifically.
No, they didn't. Cool.
I don't even know if that's true because you spin so much.
Dude, you don't know anything. You've said so. You don't know the bare minimum of things. You constantly say stuff, and I'm like, you want to check that out? Oh, maybe I misspoke on that. Actually, there was Russian disinformation. We look into it. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Oh, actually, border crossers were down in 2020 because of COVID. Oh, maybe I don't know about that. That's constantly what you do. You make these claims.
Well, guess what? I told you that there would be in the 2020 that there would be lower numbers for illegals, and they were. And you didn't. You just fucking glazed over that.
That's not true at all.
Glazed over.
That's not true at all. That's not true. You're wrong. I said, oh, you said, well, the numbers were down in 2020. I said numbers were low under Trump. You said, well, because of COVID in 2020. I said they were down before that. They were way lower, right? And I was like, what does COVID have to do with anything? Does that mean that your argument is that they were lower in 2020 than the previous 3 years, like 2017? You said, yeah, I believe so. Then we looked it up, and it turned out they were lower in 2017 than they were in 2020. And you said, well, I wasn't sure.
18 were higher.
So what? That doesn't prove that
I fucking glossed over that.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
You can't be wrong. You can't be wrong.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What I said specifically,
that's why you're not reliable.
What I said specifically,
you're not reliable.
I'll just mute you if you're going to talk. I'll just mute you, and if you're going to talk over to me. I was right on what I specifically said. That's what I was. I said, I don't think that was the lowest number of those 3 years. In fact, I was well aware that there was a, quote, spike in 2019 because it's one of the Democrat NPC talking points that you hear all the time. Was it
18 and 19 or just 19?
19. Well, 18 was higher than 17,
oh, man,
but 19 was the highest of them. But all of them paled in comparison to the Biden years.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with the point I was making, by the way.
The point you were making was the reason that you brought this up in the first place was I was talking about how the border was far more secure when it came to border crossings under Trump. And you tried to throw out a red herring. Well, the reason was because of COVID. The reason you said that was the implication that you were making was actually the numbers would have been way higher if it wasn't COVID. So it looks like the numbers were low under Trump, but actually that's not true. It was just because of COVID. And so you're like, okay, let's go back and look at the 3 previous years. Well, it turns out that not only were they not as high as the Biden administration, even close in 19 and 18, they were actually lower in 17 than during the COVID year. So the explanation that you're implying that the reason they were low because COVID doesn't seem to be the case because there wasn't COVID in 2017. Then you acknowledge when I say, why do you think they were lower than even Barack Obama's number? You said, well, because of the policies of Trump and because he was hostile to illegal immigrants. Right. So the initial implication that you tried to make that it wasn't because of policies that Trump had or the stance that Trump had.
That's not
then why did you bring up COVID in 2020?
Because we're having a conversation and we're just going everywhere.
No, that's not true. You brought it up specifically. You're lying. Just be honest. You were trying to diminish.
I'm not a liar, dude.
You are a liar. You were trying to diminish. You were trying to give an excuse for why the numbers were low under Trump.
Absolutely not.
Yes, that's absolutely what you were doing.
No.
It's absolutely what you were doing.
All right, okay. This is what you did. This is what you did with Destiny, right? You just talk, and you wear people down to the point where they just want to.
What do you mean wear down? You were getting your ass kicked 3 minutes into the conversation. Was that because you were wore down then?
I beg to differ, Rob.
Well, I think even lefties that are watching would say, "Damn, that guy fucking sucks."
No, absolutely not.
Yes.
Rob,
you're wretched. You're terrible.
About 10 minutes in, you were screaming and saying that you wanted to ban me from the channel.
No, what I was saying, it wasn't 10 minutes. One, it was longer than that. Second, what I was saying is one of my biggest pet peeves is what people like you do. See, you can't just be honest. You can't just make an argument.
I am way more honest than you have ever been.
That's not true. So what happens is this, and I've seen it a dime a dozen. This is what will happen. Someone will come on and we'll have a discussion. Then they'll start to get their ass kicked. And then they'll say, that's not what I said. And I'll say, yeah, it is what you said. And you said, no, that's not what I said. And I'll say, I bet if we go back and look at the tape, that's what you said. No, I didn't say that. And I got tired of that happening over and over and over again. And so one of the policies I have is, if you lie, if you say something, and then we continue on the discussion based on the fact you said it, and then you later retract and say, you're wrong, I never said that, and I go back and it turns out that you did say that, then I no longer want to talk to you. Because it makes one of the fundamental things that's necessary for us to have any sort of fruitful, worthwhile conversation, whether it be informative or entertaining, is that we have to acknowledge what the other person is saying. And if you're willing to blatantly lie because you're getting blown the fuck out, then it makes the conversation not entertaining or informative to me, and I have no reason to talk to you. That's why you're one of like 30 people that have been on the channel that did the exact same thing. And you know that you initially said exactly what I said you did, almost exactly, almost verbatim, that you said the problem you had was that I said that Trump was better on the security in this video. And
absolutely not.
That is what you said.
No, the point of our debate was that Trump and your support of Trump is hypocrisy.
No.
Trump will do one thing and then do another.
That is not
that
the
was
point.
the point.
That
was the point.
That is not
and
the point of the debate. That is not.
And you derailed it.
That is not. That is not the
that's
point.
Exactly.
You came in,
that's what it was.
The point is, you came in and immediately called me.
I'm just saying, Rob,
you came in and immediately called me and other conservative people propagandist. That's what you did.
And is that not true?
No, it's not true. When I said, well, why am
What's the definition of a propagandist, Rob?
Well, you said that the definition was...
No, what's your definition?
My definition of a propagandist would be a person that is only pushing out certain facts or a skeptical amount of facts to spin the truth in a way that they know is dishonest to prove a point.
You just described yourself.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Where have I been dishonest?
Okay. So real quick,
real quick, I'll give you a chance to answer that. But real quick, let's get back. You called me a propagandist. I asked, how am I a propagandist? You said, I saw this video of you before the election. You put out all these little videos, and one of them was, why, if you were concerned about border security, you should vote for Trump. But Trump went against that border bill, and so that proves he doesn't care about border security. And I don't know if you were intentionally lying or not, but that's why you're a propagandist. I said, that's not true. Then we found out that you were dishonest. One, you claimed that you watched that video, then later claimed you didn't watch the video.
I did not. I did not.
You want to go back? Oh, it wasn't a misunderstanding. That's what you said. You may have misspoke.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Okay,
yes,
that's
so
different.
Is that lying?
No. If you misspoke, that's not lying. But I'm going off of what you said. If you're saying, yes, you're right, I said that, but I misspoke. Fine, no problem. Okay.
And I cleared it up.
Okay. But then when we went specifically with it, you're like, well, I just found out from the video title. I said, okay, so you're saying because of the video title that you say that because I've thought that Trump was better on the border than Kamala, right? That you should vote for her. But because Trump he told people not to vote for this Langford bill. That proves that I'm a propagandist.
Rob, I never talked about Kamala. You're the one who brought her up.
I didn't. Where did I say Kamala? I said
Trump says one thing and does the other. That was the base of our...
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with me being propagandist based on a video title?
Because you know, okay, and you know in your heart of hearts that Trump is a liar, a schemer, a scam.
Yes. Are you a liar? Are you a liar?
No.
Yes, you are. You're telling me you've never lied?
Oh, no, but liar, I'm talking about like a pattern, like I lie constantly.
You don't think politicians have a, quote, pattern of lying?
Yeah, I just mentioned
Name me
Trump.
one that doesn't.
Okay, one that doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really name one, no.
Okay, so then you're saying Trump's like every politician. He has a pattern of lying.
No, I'm not.
Okay, then
name me way worse.
Name me a politician that doesn't have a pattern of lying.
You name me a politician that lies worse than Trump.
Biden.
Come on. You see, that's a lie.
That's not a lie.
Yeah, it is.
Why did Joe Biden run for president? What did he say? What was his reason that he decided to run in 2020?
He said he wanted to be a uniter.
No, what was the inciting incident? He's talked about it many times.
Are you talking about the good people on both sides thing?
Right.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So he said that the reason he knew he had to run was when he saw those Nazis in Charlottesville, and Trump said some of them were good people. That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
Did Trump ever say Nazis were good people?
He said there were good people on both sides.
Did Trump ever say Nazis were good people?
Hold on. Can I just say it real quick?
Yes or no, and then you can elaborate. Did Trump say Nazis were good people? Yes or no? He did. Okay. Can you show me the quote?
Okay, is that showing you a quote? Is that elaborating?
Well, you can elaborate, but I'd like to see the quote. You just said definitively Trump said Nazis are good people. So you can elaborate, and then I want you to show me the quote.
Okay, so the quote is that he said that there were, and I'm just spitballing because I don't remember it completely perfectly. Okay, Rob, so don't hold me to perfection here. He said that there were good people on both sides, and God damn it, I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't mean to say that. There are good people on both sides, and then he said something like a qualifying statement afterwards, and I can't recall specifically. Do you remember?
Clearly not the Nazis and white supremacists that are all bad people and should be condemned.
Okay.
CTV, what's up? Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. We're just dragging some stupid lefty that wanted to argue with me on X. He's been getting his ass kicked. It's worth going back and watching.
So you want to call me a stupid lefty,
yes.
Even though I've been very respectful to you.
You came in and you've called me a propagandist over and over again.
Yeah,
that's not
you know
respectful.
What? If you want to take that in a negative connotation, then go for it.
If you want to take stupid in a negative connotation, then go for it.
Oh my God, Robert, you see, that's intellectual dishonesty. Calling someone stupid, there is no way to not take that negatively.
So you think that there is positive propagandist?
Yeah, I think so.
So give me an example of when you would call someone a propagandist and you mean it as a good thing.
Okay. Well, mean it as I wouldn't call them a propagandist if I meant it in a good thing.
Oh, so you think that when you call someone a propagandist, you would expect that to be seen in a negative light?
Yeah, no. But I'm just saying a propagandist is not an insult.
But it's saying it is an insult. It is saying something about me that is derogatory or negative.
Is it? Is it derogatory or negative?
Yes. You don't think so?
You think a propagandist?
No, yes, I don't believe I am.
Yeah, you are a propagandist.
I don't believe it. What does that have to do with whether or not that's a derogatory statement?
Yeah, but I'm just saying
we disagree on whether or not I am a propagandist. I'm saying you can't say I've been respectful and not insulting you when the entire time you've been calling me a propagandist. And you're like, oh, you assume there's a negative connotation. Yes, it is. Can you give me the positive connotation of calling someone a propagandist?
So, like, let's say that you were... I'll just give you an example. Let's say that Trump was trying to pass a border wall to save people's lives, right? And you came out and you said, hey, Trump, and you believe this in your heart of heart, okay? You believe this in your heart of heart that he is actually trying to do that, but he's not going to be able to do it with the makeup of the Congress and the House, right? He's not going to be able to actually get it done. But you're still going to put it out in a way to where, hey, these are his goals. This is what he wants to accomplish. But in your mind, you know, it's probably not going to happen. But you just don't mention that part.
Okay, can you give me one example of you ever using the term propagandist in a positive manner?
No, I don't have one.
Can you give me one example of anyone using the term propagandist to refer to someone in a positive manner?
I don't recall anyone ever saying that.
And last question, were you, when you called me a propagandist, were you calling me in that unique situation that you're talking about? Or were you implying it in a negative light?
Yeah, in that specific moment, yes, I was calling you a propagandist.
So then the idea that you claim...
Wait a minute, Robert, hold on just a second. When I called you a propagandist, I was just talking about what you're doing.
Yeah, and when I call you... you're saying...
I'm not making fun of you. I'm not saying you're stupid.
No.
When
I'm calling you stupid, I'm just showing an example of how you're portraying yourself. That's all. There are plenty of people that aren't that smart that I'm good friends with. I'm just saying you're objectively stupid. I'm also saying you're a liar, that you're bad faith.
Oh, I'm the one who's here and admit it when I'm wrong.
No, you don't. You don't admit you've lied.
I have not insulted you. And you're the one here who wanted to kick me off the channel and say, oh, I'm going to ban you.
You came in
because you're an angry little man, dude. You're just angry.
I'm not that little. I'm actually a fat fuck. Not that little. One. Secondly, it's because you're lying and being dishonest about what you say, because you're constantly changing, because you constantly realize your position is bullshit.
You know that Trump is not a good person, and he's not going to keep his promises. And
that's not true. Trump is one of the most Trump's been one of the most transparent people in his first administration and his second. He has tried to accomplish a lot of what he said. Some of what he says is hyperbolic, and we have to understand.
How many drone strikes did he conduct during his 4 years?
Personally, or did he delegate it?
You know what, Robert? You're just being difficult for no reason.
Why am I being difficult?
He's not actually flying the fucking drones himself, Robert.
So did he delegate it? Did his generals do it, or did he order it? Did he order it, or did his generals?
His administration How many drone strikes did they conduct during his 4 years?
What does that have to do? You seem to imply earlier that it has to do with something with the term of delegation, and that when it's someone
No,
like
I didn't.
America, yes, you did. For example,
No, I didn't.
you said that you wouldn't blame Joe Biden for prosecuting Donald Trump because
Can you
he
look it up?
delegated it.
Can you look it up?
because-
Instead of changing the subject,
What-
can you
I'm
just look
not
it up and
changing
see
the
how many?
subject. I'm talking. I'll get to specifically what you're saying, but you say that you don't count Merrick Garland going after Donald Trump as Joe Biden's administration or Joe Biden having any connection.
That has
because
nothing to do with the
he's-
point that I'm
yes,
making.
Yes, it does.
How
So
many
if that-
drone strikes did he conduct during his 4 years?
My question to you is, if a general orders a drone strike and you blame Donald Trump, then why, if an attorney general goes after a political opponent, do you not blame the president?
Robert, how many drone strikes were
I
conducted?
will answer your question after you answer mine.
No, your question is it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't matter.
It does
what we're
mean
talking about.
something. It goes to show a double standard in how you look at these things. A double
No,
standard that
there
you've
is not.
employed. A
You
double
said
standard
that
that
he
you've
was the
employed
most
over and over.
transparent president
That's
ever.
right.
So I'm asking
he
you,
was
so
one.
transparent,
Did I say
please
most
tell me
transparent?
how
I
many
said
drone
one of-
strikes he conducted?
More than Obama, I don't know the specific number. Go ahead, tell me the
Why
specific
not?
number.
Why don't you know specific?
Tell me the specific number. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't have that knowledge.
Can't
You clearly do.
find that specific number because he hid them from everyone.
So then how many, so were they more than Obama or not?
No one will know.
So you don't know. So then everyone's lying when I hear the Democrats repeat over and over that it's more than Obama.
I've never said that.
How many specific drone strikes did Joe Biden issue?
How many specific drone strikes did
I'm asking questions.
President Biden? Okay, I asked you first.
Yeah, okay. I said I don't know. Now I'm asking you. How many drone
you
strikes
said he's
did...
transparent. You said he's transparent, so you should
That's
know.
right. Okay.
He's-
I said he's been one of the most transparent presidents ever.
What? Okay,
You say
so how many
because
drone
we don't
strikes?
have the specific number of drone strikes that proves...
Why don't we?
I don't know.
Yeah, you know why. You know exactly why.
No, I
Because
don't.
He's not transparent.
How many
He's
drone
not
strikes?
transparent.
How many drone strikes did Obama order?
I don't know. I would have to look it up.
How many drone strikes did Biden order?
I would have to look it up.
How many
and I would
drone
have the
strikes did
ability to
Bush?
do that.
Go ahead, look it up right now. Tell me exactly how many drone strikes.
Because
Go
guess
ahead.
what? Because they didn't
No
hide
problem.
it.
Go ahead. And look up right now. You said it would be easy. Look up exactly how many drone strikes Biden ordered.
No, that has nothing to do with it. We're talking
What
about
you just said.
He's transparent.
Right, we're talking
He's
about transparency.
He's
Right,
transparent.
We're
right,
talking
Robert?
about transparency.
Find it. Robert,
We're talking
Robert,
about
find it.
transparency.
He's
We are
transparent.
talking about transparency comparatively to other presidents.
So
You
wait a
say
minute, so did
your
you
argument
know that
is
he hid those
your
numbers
argument
from us or
is
not?
your argument is
Robert, did
because
you
we
know
don't.
that? Yes or no?
No, I assume that there is not one president in history that we know exactly what the number of how many strikes they issued are.
That's what you assume.
Yes.
Ooh, man.
How many? So clearly, you're
you're
saying that this is an abnormality. That with Obama, with Biden, we know how many strikes they had. With Bush, we know. But for some reason, with Trump, he hid the number. So I said, great. That maybe you have an argument there. You may have an argument there. Cool. How many? Okay. Wait. Cool. Sounds like you have an argument there. Can you tell me specifically how many drone strikes Obama had? You said, yeah, I could easily look it up. Please. Go ahead.
Oh, dude, that has nothing to do with the argument.
Yes, it does. Because if it turns out that we don't know, if it turns out that we don't know, I said
30 people before me have come on here and they've done this.
Correct.
Do you think is there a commonality between all these 30 people?
Yes, they're all Trump deranged syndrome assholes.
No, you are the commonality between them because
they get frustrated because I crushed them. You're right.
No, because you're using debate
What did I
tactics from
say?
your college
What did I
years
say?
where
What
you
did I
pick the
say?
subject
Okay,
randomly
let's
back and
try
forth
this.
to try to fit your narrative,
What
Robert.
did I say?
That's
What
you're
did I
doing.
say? What did I say about Trump? I said he was one of the most transparent presidents. Is that what I said?
I asked you, hey, if he's so transparent, can you tell me how many drone strikes?
So did I say that he was one of the most transparent or the most transparent? Is that what I said?
Okay, he's very transparent.
Is that what I said? Yes or no? Is that what I said? Yes or no?
You want to split hairs?
Is that what I said?
You're
Yes
doing
or no?
it right now.
No,
You're
I
doing
have
it
to
right
get
now,
you.
Robert.
I have to get
You're
you.
doing it
I have
right now,
to get you
Robert.
on record because you're going to lie and change your response later. So is that what I said? Yes or no?
Look, hey, Robert, do you want to ask me some random fact about some other thing that Trump did?
So then you're
we can
unwilling to
continue
answer.
this?
You're unwilling to answer because you're disingenuous.
Have you
I'll
answered
proceed
my
with
question?
It. So
How
I'll
many
proceed.
drone
Yes,
strikes
I
did
said
Trump
I don't
order?
know. That is an answer. Now,
Why don't
what I'll
you know?
say because I
He's
don't
the most
know.
transparent.
How many drone strikes did Biden order?
How many did Trump order? He's so transparent.
I answered you clearly. Why won't you answer?
Oh, because the point of me talking about transparency, the reason I brought that up is to prove that Trump is not transparent and you're lying.
That's not true. When I say transparent, it is comparative. I said one of the most transparent ever. That would mean that we compare him to other people. For example, if I said I have a transparent relationship with my wife, and you said to me, if I asked your wife what you had for breakfast yesterday, would she know? and she said, no, I don't know, you'd say, aha! That proves Rob doesn't have a transparent marriage. And I'd say, what the fuck are you talking about? You took one random thing. And when we're talking comparatively, we're talking about Trump comparatively being transparent to other presidents. And so the question I have is, you're seeming to suggest it's some sort of abnormality. We don't know the exact specific numbers of drone strikes that Trump had. That proves that he's less transparent than other presidents. I say maybe so. That could be a specific issue. That wouldn't prove that on total he's less transparent, but on that specific issue, you would have a point. So can you tell me how many drone strikes Biden issued? How many drone strikes Obama? You're like, no, I can't. So then how is that any different?
I didn't say I can't.
So
I didn't say I
basically,
can't.
okay, in fact, you're right. You didn't. You didn't answer. You refused to answer.
Yeah, because that has nothing to do with my point.
It does.
Okay?
It's comparative.
Wait a
When
minute.
I say,
So
when
Robert,
I say, now you'll answer some questions of mine. When I say one of the most transparent presidents ever, is that a comparative thing?
okay.
Yes or no? Is that
Original
comparative?
In your
Is that
original
comparative?
statement, did you say it was comparative? Yes or no?
Did I say one of the most transparent presidents ever?
Did you say it was comparative?
Does that not imply comparative?
But did you say it?
I don't have to say the word. It is implied in the phrasing.
Oh, wait a minute. So you can imply things when you're saying things, but if I say something, it's not implied.
If I
you have to
say,
pick apart
okay,
everything
here
that
we
I'm
go.
saying.
If I say Tom
Here we
Brady,
go.
if I say Tom Brady is the best quarterback ever, and you say, but he threw 7 interceptions one year, is that responsive to my claim?
No.
Why not?
Because I think it's a bad example because, I mean, there's literally no way to argue that Tom Brady is not the best quarterback ever.
Of course there is. You're an idiot.
Go ahead and argue it to me.
Sure, I could say Tom Brady was made by his coach and had a system around him that was superior to other quarterbacks like Dan Marino, who basically had no one around him, yet continued to comparatively, compared to quarterbacks around him, be vastly superior in that time frame of how the game was played. He was also subject to much more abuse because the rules of the game weren't set up to protect the quarterback like they were for a quarterback like Tom Brady. So he was subject to far more abuse, had far less talent around him, and was comparatively to the quarterbacks that were contemporaneous with him so much more far and ahead than Tom Brady was, who was competing with people like Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, etc.
Dude, you just wasted your breath and all your spit. And there's no one would buy that ever.
You said that no one could make that argument. Of course you could.
You could make the argument,
Sure.
but it doesn't mean you're not stupid.
You could say that, but people make those same sort of arguments. The question is, what you're doing is, the reason that the interception argument applies is because when you say, who is the greatest quarterback ever, or this person is the greatest quarterback ever, implied in that is you're comparing him to other quarterbacks. If you just give a statistic without any comparison whatsoever, for example, if I said the best pure hitter in baseball history was Tony Gwynn, and you said, really? And I said, yeah, he averaged 357 was his batting average. The first thing you would do is say, well, what did other people average? Was that the highest ever? Because you know that it's a comparative claim. Just throwing out one statistic doesn't do anything to the comparative nature of it. Similarly, if I say Donald Trump was one of the most transparent presidents ever, and you say, but we don't know exactly how many drone strikes he had, so you're wrong. That's not comparative. What we would need to do is like, well, do we know any other president exactly how many drone strikes they have? And you're like, I refuse to answer that.
No, it's not. It's not that I refuse to
Okay,
answer
then
it because
okay.
I
How many
don't
drone
know
strikes? How many drone strikes did Biden have?
It has nothing to do with the argument. The argument is
It is comparative.
that Trump is not, and you know this. You know that he's not transparent. Okay, let me
That's
just ask you
bullshit.
one
Let's
question.
say, how
let
would
me
you
ask one
define?
question,
How
one
would you
question.
define if someone's transparent or not? Let's say he wasn't. Would you acknowledge this? That probably by the very nature of a job, that the average president is probably less transparent than the average McDonald's manager?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then if I said the most transparent president ever, and you said, but he's not transparent, that wouldn't answer the question of maybe he's not very transparent, but still, because of the nature of the job, he's still the most transparent ever, even though objectively we'd say that's still not that transparent.
Okay, so let me just ask
So
you
then,
one quick
by
question.
the very nature, it's a comparative claim. And so when you're going to take one statistic and say drone strikes, it would behoove us to say, oh, was that an abnormality? Because if every president doesn't tell us exactly how many drone strikes they have, then that wouldn't seek to speak to the comparative nature of whether or not Trump was more transparent than those other presidents.
you know what? Like I believe what you're saying, like the words you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying makes sense. Okay, the words are good; they're good words. All right, but what I'm saying is that he has a pattern of being a nasty, disgusting womanizer.
Okay,
He's
so that
not transparent.
goalpost-
Hold on, let me just finish real quick. He's not transparent when it comes to drones. He hid in red tape in order to not have his crimes come to light.
Like
He
what
hid
crimes?
those on purpose. So
The drones?
No, not the drones. I'm talking about the J6 stuff, like with the fake
He didn't hide
electors.
it. He didn't hide it in red tape.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
He hired lawyers, and they
So what?
They stalled, and they went to the.
Can you name me one person that's accused that has the money to have lawyers that don't do similar things? Can you name me one?
Oh, I would say that if he was transparent, he would try to get this out to light to prove his innocence.
So just to be clear, if you're investigated and you hear lawyer after lawyer say, "Don't talk to police, give them show them your ID," say they specifically tell you your Miranda rights. So you say you have the right to remain silent. You're saying that proves you're not transparent if you accept that right.
I'm just saying that if I were innocent and I could prove that I'm innocent, I would just go like, here's the
And
proof.
every lawyer worth their salt, defense attorney in this country would tell you you're a fucking idiot. Every single one.
Yeah, because guess what? Why they would say that is because it's in their benefit to juice you for as much money as
That's
possible.
not true at
but
all.
if I have
Even
if
if you're
I have a
not
tape of
that's
me not
not-
committing a crime, I would show it to them, and then I would be done with it.
So you think that Donald Trump had a tape of him not committing a crime?
No, I'm just saying he would have witnesses. He would have paperwork.
What does that have anything to do with anything?
That
Donald
he would
Trump
disprove all of these crimes.
Donald Trump doesn't have to disprove anything. He has the right to remain silent. He has the right to hire attorneys. He has the right to plead the fifth. For example, why over and over again do we see people like Hunter Biden or Hillary Clinton, when they testify, say, "I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall"? Or why do we see them pleading the fifth? Does that prove that they're not transparent, that they're guilty?
Did Hillary Clinton say that she didn't recall, or she
Over and
pleaded the
over.
fifth?
She over and over said, "I don't recall."
Did she plead the fifth?
I'm sure she did at certain points. I don't recall specifically, though.
Yeah, I don't think she did, but I could be wrong on that. But I don't think. But
What
I
Hillary
do
Clinton
know
was allowed
that
to
I
do was
watched
testify.
that I watched Trump's depositions, and he said nothing except I plead the fifth.
So?
And so did all of his all of his cohorts.
Okay,
like
so you keep that energy
you know,
going. Just to be clear, if Trump's DOJ decides to prosecute people like Adam Schiff or Liz Cheney or Joe Biden, anytime they plead the fifth, you'll say, clearly they're guilty, correct?
No. Hold on. That is completely different and a different, completely situation. And then I would have to look at the situation, and I would have to look at the totality of the circumstances. And then I would tell you if what they're doing is.
And let me guess, because they're good
malice-
people and Trump's a bad person. You have nothing. Your arguments were so bad here this evening. Anything else you want to talk about specifically? You want to go back to that border bill that you were unwilling to talk about? Because I wrote down the five things. I wrote down the 5 things you said. We can go through them real quick. The IRS, what Trump suggested was that eventually what we should do is get rid of the income tax and phase out the IRS. But he acknowleded it would be difficult to do immediately.
We could end it here. Can I have 30 seconds to finish to do an end statement or not?
Yeah, sure. And then I'm going to have
30
a good
of course,
15,
obviously,
20
you're gonna
minutes
have the
to
rest
talk
of the
about
show.
just how you're one of the shittiest people that's ever called in here. But go for it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So I've more than completely proven by your actions and your inability to engage with my actual point, which is that Trump says he's going to do something and he doesn't do it. Okay, and that's proven with everything that he says and everything that he does. Okay, it's proven with the H-1B visa thing. Trump immediately backed Elon when he said it. He immediately backed him up because he's there for the money. He's there to gain favor with billionaires. And he doesn't care about you or me. The border bill, he could have saved maybe a couple lives, maybe more, but he didn't care. And he decided that his election and winning was more important than American lives. With the border wall, he decided that he was going to have Mexico pay for it, and he was going to build a wall, and then he didn't do it. And you hold water for him, and you're going to hold water for him whether he does it or not. And you're going to spin it in the most positive way. and you're going to trick your audience into thinking that he's a good person and that he's going to do what he actually says, and you know that he isn't. And that's why I called you propagandist. And I didn't insult you. I guess that was an insult. But other than that, I didn't insult you. And you can go ahead and call me stupid. You can go ahead and say whatever you want. I hope you have a great rest of your show, and have a happy new year.
You gonna run like a bitch before I give my final statement to you?
No, I'm not running. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I think you are one of the worst people that's ever called in here. It's made it very enjoyable for me. You've done things like give definitions of the term propagandist, and then when I show how you meet that very definition, as does everyone else that politically commentates, you then say, no, there's more to the definition. I didn't give it fully. You repeatedly say things and then backtrack and say you didn't say them, in an attempt to stall and deflect from the fact that you have no idea what you're talking about. You make declarative statements like, clearly Trump wouldn't be good for the border because he was against this bill, and then when I say, actually, that bill was a bad bill, you refuse to talk about that bill and just state as an assertment of fact that clearly it was a better bill than the status quo and Trump was wrong to sign it, and you know nothing about what was in that bill. The same is true of all the other specific things you said. You're unwilling to talk about any of them in specifics, such as Trump supposedly backtracking on the IRS, on H-1Bs, on pro-life, and the fact that he was, quote, an 80s Democrat. And all of this proves because I voted for Donald Trump and encouraged people to vote for Donald Trump, and the fact that he was an 80s Democrat or something like that proves that I'm somehow a propagandist. You've had no facts to back up what you're saying whatsoever, and consistently have said things that turned out to be untrue that we've gone through and said. Worse than that, though, you came through with a sense of arrogance, claiming that I was a propagandist, and when I treated you with the hostility that you deserved, you claimed to be someone innocent that was treating me as just a fine, kind person that wasn't doing anything that would be offensive to me. Your arrogance mixed with the fact that you're one of the weakest person that I've ever debated, and you can't even contextually follow a linear argument. And I don't know if it's that you can't. I think part of it's that you can't, but I also think part of it's intentional because it's something that people like you tend to do. And this was from way back in my days in policy debate. When you're getting blown the fuck out, when you're unable to argue on the facts, what you seek to do is muddle up the debate. And that's constantly what you've tried to do here. You've bounced from topic to topic. You've moved things around. You're incapable of following even the slightest of arguments, a linear chain of how these arguments work. And you make it difficult and like pulling teeth because you constantly have to repeat yourself and go through because you're saying, I never said that. You're implying it. And then we have to go through and find out that 98% of the time I'm correct on exactly what you're saying, and you're just trying to have little minced words to get out of it and deflect from stuff. You're very bad at this. I don't think that you even believe that you're good at it. I really don't. And what you're really just saying is you're illustrating that you have Trump derangement syndrome. I think he's a bad guy. I think that he promised Mexico would pay for the wall and they didn't, therefore he's really bad. But I forgive all the misstatements that Joe Biden said. Yes, Trump engages in hyperbolic statements. For example, he said that the Ukraine conflict would be solved at day one when he won the election. Everybody knew that that was bullshit, and that's him being hyperbolic. That's different than things like Joe Biden saying, I never met the business partners of my son. The laptop was Russian disinformation. I don't have cognitive decline, etc. Those Trump said Nazis were good people. You can't keep up on any of these. You're absolutely abysmal, and you have this confidence that you think you're doing a good job. The last thing I'll say before you go, and I'll pick through because you're unwilling to talk about these specifics, so I'll happily pick through them. As you leave, someone in my chat is convinced that you're a person by the name of First Amender, who I debated on Modern Day Debates. I do not believe that's the case. I believe your voice sounds different. But that person would like me to ask, do you go by the name First Amender, and did you debate me on Modern Day Debates?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to talk about the specifics of these things, I'm more than happy to leave you go. Thanks for coming on here and providing content. I do really appreciate that. Anytime you look for another spanking to look like the terrible debater that you are, I'd be more than willing to hand it to you.
Robert, one last thing.
Yeah?
Okay? Oh, yeah. So I appreciate you having me on. And I mean, this is the first time I've ever debated anyone on anything.
You didn't do very good.
Well, I think I did pretty good for my first time.
No. Even for your first time. Because here's the thing. People that are genuine, like I talk to people all the time that aren't debaters. They're not even public speakers. They would be aghast to come onto a show like this and talk in front of even 5 people on the chat. But they could still be, quote, decent debaters because they're just saying things they really believe and they could linearly follow arguments. You couldn't do that because you're not interested in having a good faith debate. You're interested in trying to win, which unfortunately for you is never going to happen. Even if you were on the right side of an issue, which you're clearly not, you're probably not going to beat me in a debate. especially if it's your first time. People that do it more often might be able to do that. So the best chance you have is just to be honest and just to come on and give your honest opinions. And if you disagree with me, have them. But that's not what you did. That's why you constantly have to say things and then say, I never said that. You're misrepresenting me. Or you say that I'm a propagandist and give a definition and then say, but wait, there was more to the definition that will be ever changing as the discussion goes forward. That shows that you're not a good debater, because a good debater would be someone who's willing to have an honest discussion and give their honest
I never
opinions.
claimed I was a good debater.
Well, you said you think you did pretty good for your first time, and I'm telling you didn't.
I think so.
Because doing pretty good for your first time, being a good debater in my estimations, being someone who's good faith and forthright with what they believe, as opposed to being someone who's just trying to win and willing to be duplicitous and lie about what they said over and over. So I don't think he did good.
No, I didn't lie.
You did.
No.
Over and over. For example, you said, no. I never said that it was because Trump told people not to vote for that bill. What I said was that Trump should have said that he tells people to vote for the bill and then would later have a bill that would be more secure. You never said that. You know you did.
That was my point. My point is that he's not a good person.
That you could say that's
He's
what
a
your
liar.
point was, but when you say, no, I didn't say that, and I say, yes, you did, and you say no, and then change what you said, and then excuse that changing by saying, but I'm just saying he's a bad person, he's a liar, that still doesn't refute the fact that you falsely claimed that I said that you said something that you didn't. And then getting out of it by saying, but I'm just saying Trump's a liar, like you attempted to do, shows that you're not good. Also,
Robert, you spent half of this debate telling me what I said.
because you're a liar, because you continually say, I didn't say that when you did.
No, because
Yes.
you want to debate on your terms.
No, that's not true.
with
I
your
want to
words.
debate someone who has a stable position that's being forthright about what they're saying and what they believe. That's why I like debating people like Andrew Wilson, right? Andrew will bite the bullet on some really shitty stuff. But when he says, I believe X, he doesn't later, once I start disproving or how bad of an argument that is, go, well, actually, I never said that. This is what I said. He says, yeah, I said that, and here's how I'm going to defend it. You did the opposite. For example, you said that the proof that I was a propagandist, initially you misspoke and said it was a video you watched of mine. Then you admitted that you only read the title, right? Then you admitted that, okay, the election was a binary choice. And so to be a propagandist, I would have to be wrong about Trump being better on the border than Kamala, right? And then
That's what he said.
when your entire argument came down to, well, if Trump was good on the border, despite, we didn't get into this, but despite his record that showed, yeah, he was good on the border, all of that should be thrown askew because he told people not to vote for this border bill. And when I'm like, yeah, but that border bill is bad, you say, I refuse to talk about it. That's not why I'm here. That shows someone who's bad faith, who's not doing good in debate.
Well, no, I want to debate the subject at hand.
That is the subject at hand. If
But who
I say
decides what the subject
Biden
at
is a
hand is?
racist, you decided.
Yeah.
You brought up, you said,
You wouldn't let me talk about what I want
I
to talk
did.
about.
You talked at great length. You right?
No.
This is need I repeat? This is what happened. I said, okay, you're saying I'm a propagandist. Can you explain why? You gave the entire version. You said, well, here's why. Well, the first thing is I saw this video of you, right? And in this video, you said Trump would be good for the border. If you've brought border security, you should vote for Trump. I believe that was the terms you used. But Trump told people not to vote for this bill. So that's your propagandist. Trump doesn't care about the border.
I know why Destiny rage quit on you, dude. This is
Because he
this
got
is
his ass
crazy.
kicked like you. Right. I thought you didn't
Dude, this
watch.
is so-
I thought you didn't
like-
watch other political commentators. By the way,
Dude, you wear people down with talk nonstop.
you were wore down within 10 minutes.
No, absolutely not. You were
Yes.
threatening to kick me out within 10 minutes.
It wasn't
you were,
within 10
upset.
minutes, and I wasn't upset. What it was that you were showing evidence that you were bad faith.
I'm going to ban you. I'm going to
What I
ban
said
you.
was, right. Let me ask you
I'm gonna
this.
ban you.
Let me ask you this. If you had a show and limited amount of time to talk to your audience a week, and I came in and was completely lying to you, right? And you thought that it was complete bullshit and that I was completely lying, would you continue talking with me?
Yeah. The thing is that that's exactly what you did. You continued talking with me.
I did. You're right, because I was enjoying it. But
Wait a
would
minute,
you? Would you?
Wait a minute. And your the example that you just gave me, say that one more time. If I was on there, someone you thought I was lying, do you think I
Yes.
would continue talking to them?
Yes.
So you would continue talking with them?
Yes, sometimes I do. Yep. I'm asking you. Would you?
Yeah, Robert, I would definitely not talk to
Right.
someone like that.
You wouldn't. And sometimes I get frustrated when people that I think are going to call in and may disagree with me, but they're at least coming through it with, they're going to defend the things they say. One of the big pet peeves I have is people like you constantly say something, and then when I start to poke holes in it, you say, I didn't say that. And it turns out you did. And you're lying. And you know you are. You know for a fact.
Absolutely
You tell me
not.
right. You tell me right now. You tell me right now. 2 questions real quick. One, did you initially say something that was close to this, that the reason I was a propagandist was because you saw the title of a video of mine saying if you're concerned about border security, you should vote for Trump? And second, Trump doesn't care about border security because he told people not to vote for the Langford bill. Did you say that?
So I would have to go back and look at exactly, but I know that coming into this debate, my point, the reason that I came in here was to try to prove, and I probably failed at this, try to prove that it doesn't matter what Trump says or does, you're gonna hold water
That's
for
not
him
the
and you're gonna
question.
defend
That's
him.
not the question I had. What you intended to do versus what you actually said is irrelevant to me. I'm saying, did you say that?
Well, no, you derailed and you changed the
It
subject.
had nothing to
and
do
you-
with derailing and changing the subject.
Yeah, it did, because you wouldn't
it
want to talk about what I want to talk about.
What did you want to talk about?
It's a good debate tactic, I gotta say.
It has nothing to do with
this is
derailing.
tiring.
What you said
This
was
is very tiring.
This is what you wanted to say, basically. Trump claims to care about things, but he doesn't. He does the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was like, give specifics. Why am I specifically a propagandist for that? You said if you wanted a secure border, vote for Trump. And Trump claims to care about the border, but he doesn't because he voted against the Langford bill. He told people to vote against the Langford bill, right?
Yeah.
So what you wanted to talk about, you then started to give specifics, like Trump seeming to care about the border, but then telling people not to vote for the border bill, correct?
Yes.
I said that's what you said. You then said,
That
no,
was just
I
an
didn't say
example.
that. You
It's an
then said,
example of Trump not caring about what he says he cares
what
about.
you're doing
and
is,
you know that.
no,
and you still
that's
hold water
not
for him,
true.
and you still
That's not
defend him.
true, you stupid fucker. That would only be true if that bill would have been good for the border, which it wasn't, which is exactly how we got on this initially. The whole spiel was, you were like, oh, I'm gung-ho. I got a bunch of reasons. In fact, on X, it started talking about free speech. And you claiming that somehow I needed to apologize to my audience because Elon took away Asmongold's blue check mark. And so therefore, presumably when I talked about the importance of not banning people for political speech, somehow that made me a hypocrite, a propagandist. That's how this whole started on X. So you come on, and I'm like, okay, give me the rundown. You right out of the gate, you're like, well, you're a propagandist. How am I a propagandist? I'm going to leave you tell me the exact reasons. Now, in your head, apparently, you're like, it's because Trump says one thing and he does another. That's the big message that you're trying to get across, right?
Yes.
And you're like, well, the way you're specifically a propagandist, Rob, is you said if you're concerned about the border security, you should vote for Trump. But Trump says one thing and he does another. Okay, on this specific issue, how? He said he's concerned about the border, but he told people to vote against the border security bill. And I say, well, that would only be true, that would be hypocritical if that border security would have been one that helped the border, but it wouldn't have. Let's go into it. You say, no, I'm unwilling. That's not what I want to talk about. That would be the equivalent if you said, I want to call in and talk about how Trump's a racist. And I say, okay, let's talk about it. Give me an example. And you say, I think he's racist because he called Don King the N-word. And I say, no, he didn't. Here's exactly what Don King said happened, and he never called Don King the N-word. And you said, I don't want to talk about that. That's derailing from what I want to. I just wanted to talk about Trump being a racist. Oh, and he also called Vivek Ramaswamy the N-word. No, he didn't. I don't want to talk about the specifics of that. I just want to talk about how Trump's a racist. Do you see? And that's why then eventually I got frustrated and said, okay, then get it all out. Because if you're going to say the reason he's a hypocrite is because of X, and I say, no, that's not true. And you say, I don't want to talk about X. He also did Y. I just want to talk about a laundry list of things. And I said, fine, get it all out. Get them all. And I even told you, that's what I'm doing. Get them all out. And you said, there's so many, but 5's good enough. I said, okay, can we start to talk about the specifics? No, you still didn't want to talk about the specifics. What you wanted to do was come in and say, my interpretation is that border bill was better than the status quo, and the fact that Trump was against it proves that he's a hypocrite. My interpretation is Trump said, get rid of the income tax, and the fact that he's not doing it now proves that he's a hypocrite. My interpretation is Trump was a Democrat in the 80s, and the fact that he's not a Democrat now proves that he's a hypocrite. But I don't want to talk about any of the specifics. You just want me to go, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess. I could do the same thing. I think Joe Biden's a hypocrite. Why? Oh, because he pushed for forgiving student loans. You would say, I don't think that makes him a hypocrite. I'm not talking about why you're derailing. I'm not talking about the specific thing. That's derailing. That's derailing the conversation. I just wanted to talk about how Biden's a hypocrite. And he's also a hypocrite because he gave money to Ukraine. You'd be like, how the fuck's that make him a hypocrite? Whoa, I'm not prepared to talk about that. I just want to talk about how Biden's a hypocrite. You see how fucking stupid that is? That's what you did. And you continue to use that as a defense. Well, the reason I misspoke, the reason I lied about what I said was you derailed. You wanted to talk about the specifics of whether or not that proved that Trump was a hypocrite or disingenuous. And I didn't want to talk about the specifics. I just wanted to throw it out there and say, well, I don't want to talk about them, but these are all evidence. Trust me, but I won't talk about it. That's what you did. Because you are a propagandist. You're a liar. You're bad faith.
No. Absolutely not.
Yes. If I said Trump's a hypocrite because of X, and you said, well, let's talk about that X, I'd say, okay, that's why I brought it up. I wouldn't say, I don't want to talk about X. What are you talking about? That's derailing. Now I want to talk about Y. And you're like, fine, let's talk about Y. I don't want to talk about Y. I want to talk about Z now. Then I want to talk about A, B, and C. Until you want to talk about the specifics, then I don't want to talk about it. That's ridiculous. Everyone can see how transparently foolish that is. And how it's just someone who hates Trump and you're used to just being in your little bubble where you just say, Trump said Nazis are good people, and everyone goes, yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. You're not waiting for someone to say, wait a minute, let me push back on that. No, I don't want you to push back. I don't want that. That's derailing. It's fucking a joke. That's why you're not a good debater. You're what you accuse me of being. You're a propagandist.
Well, I'll give you credit for this though. This is almost like a 2-on-1 because you tell me my opinion. So you're like half Neo, half Rob, right? So you tell me what I'm arguing, and then you argue with yourself, and then I'm here left trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
What did I say that I told you were arguing that I was incorrect on?
So that's not what I just said.
You said,
Robert, that's not what I just said.
Okay.
Robert, what I said is there's a Robert, there's me, and then there's this imaginary
okay, so implying
Neo.
that there's an imaginary third crazy Neo means that I'm saying that imaginary crazy third thing believes things that you don't. Correct? For example, if you said I like red apples, and I say, okay, you say you like red apples, you'd say, whoa, why are you telling me what I think? That's a third person. Yeah, but you said you like red apples. Yeah, but why are you saying that I said I like red? That's ascribing positions to me. So then I would say, okay, can you tell me the position I've ascribed to you that you don't believe? And you can't.
Dude, you're propaganda. You're so good at propaganda that you're able to imaginarily create a copy of myself. And
what did I say that wasn't an
what
accurate?
He says, and then you correct him, and then you guys double team me.
Give me one example. Give me one example. Then I just talked a lot, and you're saying I did it there. Give me one example where I ascribed the position.
I didn't say you did it there. I said you did it throughout the.
Okay, give me one example.
Dude, it's so crazy. I would have to
give me one example.
So many times.
You're saying that I've ascribed positions to you that you don't believe. Give me one example.
So right at the beginning of our debate, I came in and you said, "Hey, what do you want to talk about?" And I said, "I want to talk about the hypocrisy of Trump, of saying one thing and then doing another." And then I started giving examples. I started going into the border, and then you said that I said that Kamala was better at border protection than Trump.
No, what I said was we got in the conversation in that context and actually progressed to why I was a propagandist. And you then, after first you misspoke and said it was because you watched a video of mine, and then you later clarified that you just read the title of a video of mine, that I said, if you're concerned about border security, you should vote for Trump. And then we went into a thing that said, well, but there could be two people that are bad at something. Like, let's presume that both are bad at border security. It wouldn't make me a propagandist because we've already, and you admitted that it's a binary choice between Trump and Kamala. It wouldn't make me a propagandist to say, actually, I still think you should vote for Trump, even if you don't think he's good. And you acknowledge that that would be the case. You wouldn't acknowledge that because you're duplicitous and a propagandist and a liar. So I had to give a hypothetical and talk about spending. And I said, let's say that I think Trump's bad on spending, but I think Kamala's worse. If I said, if you're concerned about spending, you should vote for Trump, seeing as how it's a binary choice, which you've already conceded, then you saying, but Trump was bad on spending, therefore you're a propagandist, would be asinine. Because one, you didn't even watch what my argument was. You just read the title. And second, even if he is bad, that doesn't prove that I'm wrong or a propagandist on my statement that he should be preferred to someone who's even worse. And so the reason that we then talked specifically about Kamala, the reason that she came up was in the context of you saying that I'm a propagandist. I'm saying, but clearly he's better on the border than Kamala. And then we went through specifics why. But that's actually after the initial thing, before we even got into that, which before we even talked about Kamala or her name brought up to my knowledge, we talked specifically about me saying, well, let's talk specifically about the border bill. You say Trump says one thing on the border, but he's duplicitous, he's a liar, he doesn't care about the border because he was against this bill. And I said, yeah, that's because the bill was shit. Let's talk about it. You said, no, I refuse to talk about it. So you were the person. That's when the conversation then went on to, well, how am I? I was like, this is stupid. You can't say someone's a hypocrite and then say why. And when I say, let's look into that, and you say, no, I don't want to. So then the conversation naturally progressed to, well, how are you specifically calling me a propagandist? Which is where I had to get you to admit that it's binary between Trump, Kamala, etc.
Yeah, and I can use your words the example that you just used to prove that you're a propagandist, right?
Okay, go.
So you talked about how Trump spent a lot of money, but you're saying that the Kamala Biden administration was going to spend more, right? But if you would look at it, Trump spent more than every other president before him combined. So wouldn't it be pretty likely that he's going to spend more than any other administration that after him, like that he would come after? Well, wouldn't that make sense?
No. Let's say
yeah, it does.
Okay, but you want to see how dumb your argument? You want to see how dumb your argument?
And you propagandize.
You want to see how dumb you want to see how dumb you are? You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who was president after Trump?
It was Biden.
Okay, so if Trump spent more money than all presidents before him, but Biden spent more money than Trump, would it be fair to say Biden-Harris? Would it be fair to say that Biden-Harris spent more money than all presidents before them?
I think they were very close in spending.
Okay, so that's not the question. If hypothetically the Biden, and I said, I don't know if they spent more. It was close. I agree with that. But Trump had the years where the Democrats wanted to spend even more. That was a crisis under COVID, right? And Biden didn't have that. And I said, if your argument is, but if Trump spent more than every president before him, that proves that it would be absurd, and we have to assume he would spend more than Biden or Harris if they win again. Well, that's bullshit, absolutely. Especially if Harris and Biden spent more than Trump.
But did they spend more than Trump?
I don't know. I said that I think it was close. I think they did. I don't know that the final tallies are out yet for the fourth year. Yeah, but nonetheless, you never push back on the fact that, yeah, although Trump did spend way more than he should have, and I criticized it heavily the whole time, the most outlandish spending was under COVID, which was a crisis and which Democrats wanted to spend even more, including people like Biden and Harris.
What proof, what inkling, what feeling do you get that tells you that Trump would spend less? Or
that Biden and Harris, without a crisis, spent almost just as much, if not more. The fact that the policies they were talking about, like Green New Deal policies, would cost trillions upon trillions of dollars.
No. So they dealt with the COVID for a long time afterwards, and then they dealt with inflation. So what do you mean no crisis?
So the crisis wasn't to the level of the emergency spending that even Democrats told us were necessary in the middle of the crisis and the immediacy of the lockdowns. The lockdowns were the reason that we had to spend so much, which was terrible for Trump, Republicans, and Democrats. But the Democrats wanted more of those lockdowns. That's why we were told we needed the PPP loans. We needed like all the stimulus that went out and shit like that, because those lockdowns weren't occurring because the crisis had been averted more as we went on further. Then those things weren't necessary under the Biden administration.
Okay, would you consider October 7th, the whole thing with Israel, and then Ukraine, are those crises that they had to deal with or no?
Well, by the same context, then we could say there was a bunch of crises that would be all through all presidencies. Iraq war would be a crisis. Afghanistan would be a crisis, et cetera, et cetera. COVID was certainly unique.
Yeah, COVID was definitely unique, right. But I don't think there were any like hot or new wars that happened during the Trump administration.
Right. So whose fault's that? We had a bunch of them under Biden and not under Trump. Great.
Yeah, but I mean, shit happens, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so, or maybe it's because of bad leadership. Nonetheless, the point you're making is nonsensical.
It's absolutely
It
makes
is
sense.
not.
I'm just,
It is
no,
not.
no, no, yeah. The point is, right, that you spin this whole this whole scenario to look as good as possible for Trump or a future Trump administration.
You do the same for Biden. And
So are you not a propagandist?
No.
Which is my main point.
No, because I'm not being
So
disingenuous.
you're
I'm telling
lying
the truth.
because that's the definition of propaganda.
No, I'm not. What's the
propaganda.
definition of propaganda? Let's go through your definition.
No. Let's hear your definition because I like that one better.
Intentionally being dishonest to spin things for your side.
Exactly.
I'm not
that's what you're
intentionally
doing.
being dishonest. How am I? When
So
I
are you being
criticize-
unintentionally dishonest?
No. When I'm talking specifically, I'm giving. What have I said that's dishonest in any of that conversation about spending?
I wouldn't say that you said anything dishonest. I would say you spinned.
Oh!
You spinned it.
What did I spinned?
So you spinned.
I spinned. Go ahead. Tell me what I
Yeah.
spinned.
The whole scenario with Trump and his spending
You
habits.
spinned Biden and his alleged sexual harassment. You spinned Biden and his refusing to acknowledge his daughter. You would spin a bunch of things about Kamala Harris. That's what people put facts in a favorable light to the people that they're advocating for. That doesn't make you a propagandist.
You know that you're the definition of a propaganda.
No, I don't know that. I know that you are a definition. You can't even define. In fact, your definition of propaganda, and I assume your definition of any term is, well, it will be ever changing throughout our conversation. So I can.
No, I gave you a good definition for
and
propaganda.
then you later said, and then once I showed that you met that definition, you said, well, I have to change that definition now.
No, I didn't. I added one word to it.
Is that changing it?
Yeah. No, I added a word to it. That's
Did that one word change
Added
it?
a little context.
Did that one word? No. Did that one word
your
change?
words, don't you?
No, not when you ask me for a definition. I don't quote add context that completely changes the meaning. Yes or no? And the way that you defined propaganda, were you a propagandist? In fact, was every person that's advocating for a political position a propagandist? Yes.
Yeah.
The way you defined it, every single person would be a propagandist. So then you changed the definition by adding words to say, well, it depends on what your motives are or what your goal is. I forget the exact word.
Your end goal.
Right. That completely changes the definition because the definition as you gave it literally encompassed everyone that's opining on politics. And when I say that's a bad definition, that means you would meet that definition. That means everyone would meet that definition. You then change the definition to severely limit who it would apply to. So the idea that I just harmlessly added one word, it completely changed the definition. And by the way, made it subjective because now you could meet.
Me adding that word, did it make it more accurate?
No. In fact, it made it more subjective.
What?
It made it more subjective.
But you said one applied to everyone, and then this one applied
That's
to a
right.
limited amount of people.
Just because it applied
so it
to
made
everyone.
it more accurate.
No, it doesn't make it more accurate, right? Admitting it applied to everyone doesn't make it less subjective. It may make the definition worthless. But saying, for example, if I said this, my definition of propagandist is anyone who's ever talked about politics. And you would say, wow,
that would be
that's
ridiculous.
shit. That's a shit definition. And I said, let me add to that. Anyone who ever talked about politics that I feel is a propagandist is a propagandist.
Is that
Is
one
that a
word?
better definition? Is that better?
one word at the end of my definition?
Did you only add one word?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, this was your
Basic-
first.
well,
yes or no?
well,
Shut your
what I
mouth.
said is
Shut
that
your
it
mouth.
depends on the end goal.
Just so everyone could see what a liar he is. Now he's saying he added one word. Here was his original definition of what a propagandist was: a person that spreads disinformation or misinformation or truthful information, but spins it in a positive or negative light. And you added one word. That word was. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was reading chat.
You added one word. You added one word to that definition. Go ahead. What was that one word?
Yeah, no, I misspoke. I added.
Oh, you misspoke again. You mean you added more than one word?
Yeah.
Oh, so then when I said my definition of propagandist is anyone who's ever opined about politics, and you're like, well, that's really bad. I agree. That would be a bad definition. I said that I feel is a propaganda. You said, but I only added one word to my definition. You added three. But you added more than one word. So there. Now both of our definitions are equally successful. We both added 3 or 4 words. Okay. The problem when I say that the words added in your definition were worthless was because they're subjective. depending on your end goal. Okay,
Yeah,
what does that mean?
You gotta understand what was the reason? Why did I add that to my definition? Why?
Because you realized your definition was shit.
No, because I wanted to make it more accurate.
How is that more accurate?
I wanted to communicate better.
It is not more accurate.
Hold on. I just wanted to ensure that you understood exactly what I meant. And that's called communication, Robert.
Okay, so then let's ask this. Let's ask the audience. I know most of the audience is predisposed to disagree with you, right? Which is fair. But I want anyone in the audience, try your fucking best, and I will give you a shout out. His definition has changed to now, propagandist is a person that says misinformation or disinformation or truthful information that spins it in a positive or negative light, depending on what your end goal is. Can anyone steelman as best as possible what that means?
Come on, Chad. I know you can do this.
So my end goal is to get Trump elected. Am I propagandist? My end goal is for the country to be better. Am I propagandist?
No.
My end goal is to see Joe Biden lose. Am I propagandist?
It depends on what you're doing.
How does your definition clarify any of that?
Well, that's why it's my definition. I didn't look up
right. So your definition.
Vocabulary.
So basically, your definition is anyone who lies, tells untruthful things or truthful things that I feel their end goal justifies calling them a propagandist. In other words, what your definition is, anyone who talks about politics that I personally feel is a propagandist is a propagandist.
There's that Neo again. There's that imaginary Neo.
What are you talking about? You just said, when I said your definition saying depending on what their end goal is, it doesn't articulate what the end goal is. And you're like, well, it's just my opinion. So it's your opinion on whether or not that end goal means they're a propagandist. Right?
Who am I? Am I speaking to Neo or Robert?
You're speaking to me.
Okay. Who's me?
Rob.
Okay, Rob. So yeah. If we could just try to keep other Neo away for a little bit.
Look, I know your little rhetorical trick. It's not funny, and it's certainly just a sign of your absolute weakness. The reason it feels like a 2-on-1 is because you're getting absolutely blown the fuck out. So the fact that you would even acknowledge that it feels that way just shows how poor you are. I want you to explain what is, if I said something like this, I define Apple is ultimately at the end what it'll do to your stomach. Is that help with the definition? What is the purpose of defining words?
It's so for clarity. So
right. So if your definition includes it depends on your end goal and it doesn't seek to clarify what that end goal is, who gets to determine whether or not it's propaganda? Who gets to determine whether the end goal makes something propaganda or not? Because the first part of the definition, you've already admitted, literally encompasses everyone who talks about politics. Because everyone who talks about politics is either spreading misinformation, disinformation, or truthful information and spinning it to hurt or help their side. So that's everyone. You've acknowledged that. And so the part you add is depending on what the end goal is. So that's the only part that matters. Whether or not something's propaganda is anyone who talks about politics depending on what their end goal is. Okay, how does that clarify? No one has a fucking clue what that means. In other words, if you think their end goal is something that you consider propaganda, then it's propaganda. Like, what if I said to you, well, I think if someone's end goal is they want their candidate to win, that's not propaganda.
But do you lie in order to get that to happen?
Doesn't matter. You've already acknowledged.
Do you spread misinformation? Do you spin things in order to make your candidate look as good as possible?
Can you name me one person that doesn't do that?
Me, I try.
That's bullshit. You're telling me you're not spinning things to try to make Biden look as good as possible?
No, I'm not.
You're a liar. You're lying.
I'm just stating the fact.
That's not true. As soon as
I
say every time I started, that's such bullshit.
I wanted Biden out.
Every time I talked about negatives of Biden or Kamala, you were spinning the entire time. Well, I don't know. They were telling the truth when they rescinded the orders. And, well, maybe Biden, he was waiting for a DNA test about his son. And maybe these women, they only brought that up because he was running for office about his sexual harassment. And maybe, with the shower thing, you spun every single thing. And everyone here can see it. And there's no shame in that. Yes, that's exactly what people, when you're advocating for or against a political position, you're going to make arguments and spin it in a way that you think is beneficial to your side. It is by human nature that occurs. The fact that you can't be honest about that is a fucking joke. It's everyone can see this.
My end goal during this conversation is to reach the truth.
You're not.
My end goal is not.
Then you're
blatantly. Not to make Hunter. Is not to get anyone elected. Is not to make someone look good or bad. I just want to talk about how Trump says something.
That's not.
And then he does the opposite.
I don't give a shit about what you claim to want to talk about. If your end goal is to get to the truth, then you lying and saying in the course of this conversation, never once did you spin things in a positive light for Biden, or spin things in a positive light for Kamala, or spin things in a negative light for Trump, which I already got you to admit that you were spinning things in a negative light for Trump and me. You're full of shit when you later say, no, I didn't do that.
I'm not trying to. It's just...
You are doing it.
There is no other way to talk about Trump.
That's right. That's right. Everyone is going, you have an idea position. I think tax cuts are good. So when you start to make arguments, even if they're factual, you're going to spin it as to why they're a good thing. If you think tax cuts are bad, if you make arguments that are even truthful, you're going to spin them to say why it's bad. That's what people do when they're talking, when they're arguing, when they're giving their preferences. If you think that cheeseburgers are the best meal, you're going to give truthful facts as to why you think that's the case and spin it to try to convince people why that's the case. That's what you're doing here. And the fact that you lie and you say, no, I didn't spin anything in any light whatsoever. I didn't spin anything negative to Trump. I didn't spin anything positive to Biden or Kamala. It's a lie. It's a fucking lie. Everyone could see it. Everyone.
So think about this. Like how is someone supposed to spin the fraudulent elector scheme in a positive way?
What does that have anything? What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about? How is someone supposed to spin Joe Biden taking inappropriate showers with his shower is not a negative thing? How is someone supposed to spin Joe Biden lying about meeting the business partners of his son and not a negative thing? You did it.
What you're doing right now is spinning it negatively.
That's right. Yes, you're right. I am giving arguments that I think paint Joe Biden in a negative light. You're giving arguments that spin. But my end goal is right now in this meta conversation is to prove that you're lying.
No, but what's your overall goal?
In what? When you asked me what my goal was
to get Trump elected, right? That was
is that my goal right now? My goal in this conversation. What was your overall?
It was to get Trump elected.
When I put out a video, I set out to put out videos as to why disparate groups should vote to elect Trump. Why he would be better.
Robert, it's so easy, man. Yes or no? Was your goal to get Trump elected?
That was a goal that I had with videos on my channel.
Okay, so what's my goal? My goal is to get Biden elected.
What if you were putting out videos that said, here's why you should prefer Kamala over Trump? Yes,
no,
I assume your goal.
My goal was to prove that Trump is a bad person.
I don't give a shit what you're. I don't get.
Well, guess what? I don't give a shit either.
So then you lied when you said your goal's just to get to the truth. When you just said that the reason you're having this conversation.
That is the truth.
No. That's two different things. You saying that my only goal with this conversation is to get to the truth is different than you now saying my goal is to show that Trump is a bad person. Those are two different things.
Because he is. It's the truth.
That's not that you think it's the truth, but it's irrelevant to what your objective is.
My objective is to prove that he's a bad person.
That's changed from what you just. Then why did you lie when you said earlier that your only goal with this conversation was to get to the truth?
Because Trump being a bad person and a hypocrite is the truth.
You think it's the truth, but what if I proved it?
I know it's the truth, and you know it's the truth.
It's bullshit, right? And secondly, if your goal is the truth, that's different. You're going to argue and spin things differently than if your goal is to prove that Trump is bad. Those are two different things.
You can't spin the truth. You just state it.
That's not true. For example, if your goal is to prove that to get to the truth, you will look at every accusation of Trump and try to have a lens that is completely open and determine whether or not that specific issue, even if you subjectively
grab him by the pussy. Man, let's fucking spin that.
Okay. What does that have anything to do with anything? You're just showing your TDS. You're just going through the Democrat talking points. You get blown out on every fucking topic and you just say things like, alternate electors, grabbed by the pussy. If your goal was just to get to the truth,
Mike Pence is going to get hung.
Mike Pence, there you go. More the gallows that were there, right? And remember when he fed those koi fish too much food? Remember that? Oh
No,
man,
that
that
was-
was fucking,
no, no, no,
that
no,
was
no, no,
terrible.
no.
And Barack
No, hold
Obama's
on,
tan
hold on,
suit.
hold on.
Barack Obama's tan suit. And remember when Ted Cruz went to Cancun? So there, I win. I win the argument. The point
Hold
I'm
on,
trying
Robert,
to make is
Robert,
if you're
so
lying, you're lying about not spinning things.
You know,
That's a lie. You're
against
lying about.
popular
You're
belief,
lying
the
about.
koi fish thing
you're-
was
you're-
that he was just copying what Enzo was doing, so he just poured it in just like
So
the other guy
what? So
did.
if your goal was to get to the truth, then the way you would look at each situation would be then if your goal is to show that Trump is a bad person. Those are two different goals.
No,
Even if you think those goals coincide. For example, if I said as a football team, my goal is to rush for 3 touchdowns, and then the other goal I had was my goal
Did
is
I
to
tell
win
the
the
truth
game.
about the koi fish or no?
Yeah, so
Okay, all right.
if I said that my goal is to rush for 3 touchdowns, and then I said, no, my goal is to win the game, and I said, well, if I rush for 3 touchdowns, I'll probably win the game. Those goals aren't the same. You've changed 3 times now. You've changed. You said your initial goal was to show that Trump is a hypocrite and doesn't care about the things he believes. Then you said your goal was just to get to the truth. Then you said your goal was to prove that Trump is a bad person. Those are different
all
goals.
true.
They might all be
three
true,
their
but those
truth?
are different goals. They're not all true.
No, they're all the same goal. At the
They're
end, you
not
just
the
find
same
the
goal.
truth.
They're not the same goal.
Yes, they
They're not. They're
Yes,
not.
they are, Robert.
They're not. They're not. You're full of
if
shit.
I'm- if
And
I'm-
then
if I'm
you
getting to the
lie over and
truth of
over.
it-
You lie over and over again. Because if you start with the assumption that you're just looking for the truth, then you'll try your best not to spin anything. So
And
when
I'm
we're
trying.
so
If not,
when
I
we're
could've
talking
said-
about when we're
I could've
talking
said he was
about
trying to
Biden,
poison
so for
those
example,
boys.
when we're
I could've
talking
said,
about
no, he's
Biden,
trying to
when we're
poison
talking
those
about
boys.
Biden,
That's
like
what
not
he's
acknowledging
trying
his
to poison the
grandchild,
boys.
when we're talking about Biden not acknowledging his grandchild, you would say, yeah, that's really bad. You wouldn't say, well, wait a minute, because you're spinning. Because your goal is to show Trump's bad. And one of the possible ways to show Trump's bad is to show his opponents are good. They're decent people. You wouldn't, and so you're gonna immediately push back on the border. What about with Kamala and Trump? Oh, how can I say that what they did wasn't that bad? Well, yes, okay, they rescinded this executive orders, but they were truthful about it, which means that we should trust them more when they say they're going to be secure about the border this time. Right? You see? Because you're spinning. Because your goal isn't to get to the truth. If it was just to get to the truth, then it would be to get to the truth on not just Trump. It would be to get to the truth on all of these things. But you're immediately, anytime there's any pushback and criticism of Biden or Kamala, what do? You spin. And that's okay. There's no problem. That's what people do. The problem is you're lying about it. You're lying when I said I didn't
about
spin.
Trump and his hypocrisy.
It doesn't matter. Then the debate wasn't about just, quote, getting to the truth.
It is, because he's a hypocrite. It's true.
That's not true. It's not true. If I said, right, my goal going into a conversation is to say Joe Biden's a shithead, and then I later said my goal in this conversation is just to get to truth. And you were like, hey, by the way, I want to talk about the Civil War, right? And you started talking about that. If my goal is just to get to the truth, I'll hear you out and say, oh, let's get to the truth of this. If my goal is a different goal to talk shit on Biden, I'd say, I don't want to talk about this. I have no interest in the truth of the Civil War. I only have an interest in talking shit on Biden. Those are two different goals. You can't even be honest about that.
No, at the end goal is the truth, but it's all the truth, Robert.
It's not the truth. Okay, so he's a hypocrite. If that was your end goal, just to get to the truth, why didn't you want to talk about the border bill that you say is proof on the border that
because that was just one example. Because you cut me off first of all, and you derailed.
I did not cut you off.
Yeah,
I did not derail.
Absolutely. You and the other Neo were just explaining shit to me. I was confused,
What did the other Neo say that was an inaccurate representation of what you said?
What, Rob Neo? That guy's crazy, man.
What did he say? Give me one example of what a precision that I ascribe to you as the other Neo that you don't ascribe to. Give me one example. You've yet to be able to do so.
Okay, so I did already, but I'll do it again.
Okay, go ahead.
So you were saying that I was saying that Kamala and Biden would be better on the border than Trump?
That's not what I said. You can't accurately represent what I said. First, before any of this conversation, we've already went through this, but I'll go through it again. First, before any of this happened, I said, okay, give me the example of why I'm a propagandist and why Trump's a hypocrite. And you said, well, the first example is because I watched this video of you saying that Trump would be better for the border, but then Trump wasn't for the border bill. And I said, well, that's because that border bill sucked. It actually would have been bad. And you said, I don't want to talk about it. Had nothing to do with deflecting. Nothing at all. You just said, I don't want to talk about that bill. Then I proceeded to talk about the stupidity of that. For example, if you said, I think Trump's a racist, and I said, why do you think that? And you said, because this one thing he said, and I said, that doesn't prove racism. In fact, let me give you the context of what he said. And you said, I don't want to talk about that. That renders the entire conversation moot, because you're saying, here is why I have my belief. Here is the example. And I say that example's wrong. And you say, I don't want to talk about it. In fact, what you wanted to do was give a laundry list. I gave you all the time in the world that you wanted to come up with that laundry list. You came up with 5 examples. You refused to talk about any of the specific 5 examples, not one. So what you kept saying is, what I want to talk about, basically what you're showing is, I just want to give a laundry list of things and then not talk about the specifics on any of them and just say all of those prove he's a hypocrite, but I'm not willing to talk about any of the specifics on any of them. That's what you did. That is an accurate depiction of what you did. I'm not ascribing any position to you. When it came to the Kamala thing, we were talking specifically about your claim that I was a propagandist. And I said, well, isn't it binary? And you admitted, yes, it is binary. That my videos were trying to get Trump elected, and it was Trump versus Kamala. And which one should we choose? So when I say, well, I'm saying that, I'm not saying you're saying Kamala's better. I'm saying Trump's better than Kamala. So even if you think he is bad on the border, even if that's true, which I disagree, if he's better than Kamala, it doesn't make me a propagandist to say that. So I did accurately depict what you said. Now, what's wrong in what I just said there?
So let's. Can I talk to Neo? Because I need to know where it all went wrong for me, man.
Last chance to make any coherent thought, and you're out.
Okay,
like, I get that you think you're onto
Ben,
something with other Neo. Give me one example. You keep saying, this is what you're implying. Well, there's me talking, and then there's Rob. And then Rob makes up this complete other character that says all this shit that I don't believe, right? And he's arguing against that guy. And I'm sitting here like, I don't believe any of this shit that Rob's saying I believe. It's a second Neo. What's going on? And I'm like, can you give me one example? One example? And you can't give me one. And so you just keep going, well, can I get other Neo? Other Neo. What did I just say that was wrong? You gave a specific example of when I gave other Neo a position that you don't hold, and that's not true. What did I say that was wrong there?
So let's like I said, okay. I honestly I wasn't paying attention to. I was laughing the whole time.
All right, man. Yeah, we'll see you.
Take care, man.
Mm-hmm. There you have it, folks. Maybe we'll get to another call or two here. But let me go grab a drink and I'll be right back. My thermos is low water. I gotta admit though, I will say this, as bad as he was, just dopamine right to my fucking head. I've been sick, I haven't streamed much. I do so many of these call-in shows and shit, and it's like always, lately it's been right-wingers. When you get these left-wingers, oh my God, so bad, I just love it. I love it. So good. It was fun. He's so bad. So bad. That guy's so confident on X and stuff too. By the way, that all started because of this Asmongold situation. By the way. Which I was saying before we came on. Yes, there is a difference, although it's petty and makes Elon look bad. If Elon's taking away people's blue check marks because they made fun of his performance in a video game, that's fucking childish and stupid. It is nowhere near the level of a major political party using the government to pressure social media to censor political positions that dispute the major political party. It is worse by magnitudes of tens, if not hundreds. That's what I thought we were going to talk about. So I'm like, okay, give me the reason that you think Trump's why does it make, by the way, one of the central arguments is, it's ironic because People like that, I think it's so funny. They just assume that I'm going to toe the party line. Everything Trump says, I agree with. I don't know if people remember, but my first choice for candidates was Vivek. My second choice was DeSantis. And my third choice was Trump. I criticized Trump heavily all through his first term. There were things that Trump ran on that I disagreed with, strategies that he employed, things that he said. I continue to criticize Trump now on all sorts of issues. And his point is, I'm a propagandist because if I made the choice that Trump is better than the alternative and encourage people to vote for Trump, and then Trump does something that perceivably is against. So what was it that triggered this? Well, I was against the censorship efforts of the Democrats and all of their disinformation councils. And I put a video out today saying Joe Biden said that social media needs to be held accountable because they're taking away fact checkers and allowing disinformation. Somehow that makes me a hypocrite because Elon Musk took away Asmongold's blue check mark. Something that I criticized and was like, this sucks. How does that make me a hypocrite? Especially, you didn't make, Neo Jackass thinks I made him rage quit, or made me rage quit. I didn't rage quit. You said, I'm not listening to you. Okay, see ya. That's not a rage quit. What's the point of me talking to you if you're admitting you're not listening to me? Okay, see ya. And then you quit. I didn't boot you. You're the one who left. Did I boot Neo Jackass? I did not. He left of his own volition. He rage quit. He's a fucking loser. So when he comes on, I think that's what he wants to talk about. And instead he's like, well, I want to talk about the border. First he started mumbling about H-1Bs. And we talked about that. Trump, when he said secure the border, clearly that meant that he was against H-1Bs. Really? Then he later admits, like within 2 minutes, he's like, well, Trump never said anything about H-1Bs. Okay, but you just said that that's clearly retracting on his position. Then he switches to, the border. And the problem is, like, who was it I talked to recently? It was the same shit. Oh, his border bill was excellent. That dude has no fucking clue what's in that border bill. None. He doesn't know. They never do. That bill could literally have just been called the Protect the Border at All Costs bill and could have literally just been sending money to fucking veterinary clinics in Ukraine. And if someone was like, actually, I'm voting against this, he'd go, oh, you're against the securing the border no matter what bill. Doesn't have a fucking clue at all. One of the things he did, part of me, it was fun the way it was that he was so bad, but part of me wished he was better because he makes a mistake. It's something that's very interesting that I see much better debaters on the left make, Democrats make, right? It has to do with this situation in Springfield, Ohio and Haiti. To me, one of the things I talked about this, I don't know if people remember, the Springfield, Ohio situation and the argument that Democrats were making was actually proof as to why Langford's border bill was so shitty, right? Because what happened with Springfield, Ohio, all these Haitians that were there, the argument the Democrats made was, but they're legal. You said you have a problem with illegal immigration, and these ones are legal, so you can't have a problem with them. Now go to the Langford bill that didn't trigger in until 5,000 a day came to the border. What do you think the Democrats' argument would have been? If that bill gets passed and Trump comes in and says, well, wait a minute, we don't want these 5,000 a day. They'd say, Republicans voted for this bill. Those 5,000 are legal. You can't kick these legal people out. They came under that promise. They're legal. That's the law. And that law is enshrined for like 2 to 3 years. You can't change that law for 3 years. That's what they did. So no, it wasn't better than the status quo. Because it enshrined into law that now you're legal if you're one of the first 5,000. It also gave special exemption status to people like Mayorkas, that if they wanted to waive how many people were allowed to go in, they were allowed to do so. It also funded the very NGOs that are helping facilitate all of these illegals coming. But this guy doesn't know any of that. None of it. He just says, it's a border bill. Why do you think the very Democrats that were for, that said Trump was too harsh and we need to let more people in, why would they be for a bill that all of a sudden restricted crossings? Classic Democrat bad faith bullshit. What else was the other examples? Let's go through them real quick. The other examples of Trump being a hypocrite. The IRS. What's he even talking about? That Trump said as a flippant offhand comment, eventually what I'd like to do is get rid of the income tax and the IRS. Okay. He never said I'm going to do that immediately. So what's the problem here? H-1B. Yeah, Trump said in the past, in the 2016 cycle, that there was a problem with abuse of H-1Bs. But he didn't say shit about it going into this election cycle. And he hasn't even really commented afterwards. Vivek said some shit and Elon said some shit. Trump gave one statement on Truth where he was like, yeah, we should bring in the best and the brightest. A huge number of people that voted for Trump thought that would be his position. Pro-life. Yeah, being pro-life and personally against abortion, but then saying, I think that our Constitution, the way it's set up, shows that it should be left up to the states, isn't being a hypocrite. Sorry. I could be avidly against marijuana, but if I said the Constitution doesn't mention marijuana, therefore it's not up to the federal government, it should be up to the state government, that doesn't mean I'm all of a sudden a hypocrite and pro-marijuana. He's a fucking idiot. Lastly, he said because Trump was an 80s Democrat. Okay, what does that have to do with shit? Trump had positions in 1980s, and so therefore that proves that his running in 2024 is anyways, we'll take some more calls. I don't know who was in order, so we're going to go with God's favorite aunt. Oh, maybe. There we go. Can you hear me? I know. Oh, okay, no problem.
I just wanted to mute the stream, so. Okay, I'm ready.
Jordan, real quick. Yes, states shouldn't be allowed to make murder illegal in their states, but there are implications in the Constitution that shouldn't be the case, such as life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And so there are certain things that you can't make legal. But what we're talking about isn't positive rights, but negative rights. So, for example, the Constitution doesn't mention alcohol, so it required an amendment to have a federal ban on prohibition of alcohol. I think without that amendment, it would not be the purview of the federal government to decide if specific states decided we think that you should be allowed to consume alcohol. There are certain things that are under the purview of the federal government, such as our borders and protection of our borders. That's different. Individual states can't say people that the federal government says aren't allowed in, we do allow in our states, and the federal government doesn't have the right to kick them out. So there are different things that come under that context. Sorry, God's favorite aunt. What's happening?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I'm very good. Have a good night.
I've been listening to your spirited conversation with Neo Jackass.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoy talking to the lefties like that. It's fun.
I tried telling EOD that. He didn't believe me.
I love it.
But I was originally coming in, I wanted to talk about Elon, maybe not for the reasons you wanted to. Because there was this focus on like the Asmongold thing, which I think is silly. I don't hear that much about it. I don't think it's super important. I thought it was a little shitty that he might have taken Asmongold's tech away from him on Twitter, but apparently he got it back. So if he did, bad, but the damage is fixed. So why dwell on it?
Yeah, but I would disagree with that, right? Like, it's one thing if you're like, if Elon wasn't involved in politics and didn't have the ear of the president, it's still childish. Fucking take away your check mark for a day, right? But it is a little more significant when it's someone who might actually be heavily involved in governmental decisions, that there's such a child like that. And I don't think it's just a matter of, okay, he acted like a fucking child, but then he gave the blue check mark back, so all is forgiven. Now, for all I know, there was some other reason that the blue check mark was taken away. To me, the more serious thing is the leaking of the DMs, which the damage is done on that.
Yes, that was poor form. And my problems with Elon go much further back and much deeper than but it did open the door for these conversations, which I do appreciate, because I've watched the right just converge around Elon ever since he bought up Twitter. And I get it. Like, having that access back to the public square, especially during an election cycle, was pretty fucking huge. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know that that Trump would have lost if we didn't have Twitter, but I
He would've.
bet you it helped a lot. Like,
He would not have won.
no, I agree. I don't think he would have either, but I can't say that definitively because it could have happened. I would have been much more remote. It would have been a much closer fight. Um, and that was proven to us in 2020. We saw like really just how getting because they learned in 2016 like all the free press that
Trump
Trump
winning
got
is
and all.
actually not even the most important thing, right? I've long since contended that the stranglehold over control of the flow of information in the public narrative is more important than anything Trump could do to beat back the establishment in 4 years as president. For example, if Elon didn't buy it and it's still ran by Jack Dorsey and the intel agencies are still, after Trump wins, pressuring social media to censor conservatives, censor anti-establishment opinions, and then Trump loses in 4 years, and then we get, doesn't matter if it's a Republican or Democrat that gets elected, and that censorship continues to occur, that allows the establishment to continue their like hegemony on power more than anything Trump could do negative to them in 4 years. Unless Trump pulls off a miracle, which I don't see occurring. So
Right.
to me, I don't know. I'll leave you bring up specifically what you want against Musk. I think people make the mistake of thinking that people that do something that's on their side one time are glorified gods amongst men. I think that's stupid. That's bullshit. Elon is
I
probably
agree.
a very petty person who's probably had a lot of advantages in life that if you probably get to meet him like almost everyone else in life is probably a fucking arrogant dickhead. But that doesn't mean what he did wasn't a great sacrifice to himself. He put himself out as, the primo target to our establishment when he could have just banged gorgeous supermodels the rest of his life and done whatever he wanted. He took a risk. Maybe he did so because he's an arrogant prick. Maybe that's why Trump ran for office. He took the same risk, and yeah, it entrenches power in him in some senses, but it also makes him persona non grata in the world, and he could have just lived a life of playing golf and hanging out with the supermodel wife as much as he wanted. So there are things to commend about people like Trump and Elon. And I think because of the unique position they're in, they're able to do a lot of good. That doesn't mean that they're awesome, great people and everything they do in life is kosher and they're not pricks or pieces of shit.
Well, that's
That's how-
especially true for Trump because he's lost more
Yeah.
getting into politics and being the former president, now current president, than he's ever going to gain back. Like, there's no return on that investment.
So is Elon, though. But in a sense, right?
Not to nearly the same degree.
But it's not, to me, once you're at that level, the money doesn't really matter. Like if you're worth 10 billion and now you're only worth 9 billion, right? To me, the greater thing
which is why I don't think
Trump
that-
gets assassination attempts. Trump will never be able to walk in the public square without the fear that someone's going to try to kill him. That literally would have never been a thought in his fucking head before he ran for president. Elon Musk is going to be targeted by the SEC. He may have assassination attempts on him. That really wasn't going to be the case. He was considered this, guy with foibles. Oh, green energy, SpaceX, Tesla. Celebrities would have liked him. He's shown up in the Iron Man movies. Rick and Morty had him on an episode. Now he's persona non grata, right?
Which started with his kid that came out as trans, and then Elon distanced himself from his kid, and that did not go over well with the left. Ever since then,
right.
He's really been on the outs with, especially the progressives.
Well, I think the irony is a lot of the inciting incident, or the antecedent, maybe you'd say, of Trump running for president was Obama roasting him. You remember that?
Possibly, yeah.
And then why did Elon buy Twitter? A lot of people say it was when they censored the Babylon Bee. And if that's true, if those two evidence are true, that the censoring of a satirical onion-like Twitter account led to one of the most significant changes in our online discourse. And Barack Obama making fun of Donald Trump led to one of the most significant political changes. I mean, that's fucking incredible. But I was talking about that to a friend the other day. I'm like, wow, when you think about that, it's crazy. But what is it specifically you dislike about Elon?
I think we're forgetting, too, that Elon was forced to buy Twitter. He tried to back out of it and get out of it.
Well, yes, but why did he ever initially?
Because he was making a flippant remark on social media.
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with the Babylon Bee shit, right? Where he was like, "Fuck you, you're gonna censor people."
But so my problem is that Elon's whole legacy is built on fraud, hype, and just bullshit. Basically, I mean. He's almost successfully memory hold Hyperloop, for example. That was a huge fucking boondoggle he started in California that never went anywhere, but it did delay and possibly kill off California's exploration into a rapid light transit system between San Francisco and LA, and they're all points in between. I mean, granted, these are California projects, and who knows when that was ever going to come to fruition, if it ever would. But the whole Hyperloop thing really didn't help things. That really pushed things even farther out.
Yeah, but
and that's a project.
Can
that's
you
never
say
gonna come
that
to
any
light.
like 100 millionaire or billionaire, wouldn't you be able to say the same thing? Like, this sounds remarkably similar to someone with Sam Harris being like, well, Trump University. And what about all the businesses that went bankrupt under Trump? I mean, I guess.
But that's not, this isn't the only thing. We also had Solar City, how he used Tesla and
Trump
his
steaks.
ability. What?
Trump steaks. Remember that? Where he sold steaks?
But that was,
I mean,
that
how
was
many
a case
businesses has
of-
he had that went back? Trump Hotel, Trump Casino. I mean, it's
what,
the same
6
type of
businesses
argument.
out of 500.
Okay, how many businesses
Trump
has Elon?
Steaks, Trump Water? That was a case of
Okay,
Trump
but-
trying to vertically integrate those into his other businesses.
That's
and
fine,
it
but
just became-
I'm
and
just
then it
playing
just
devil's
became
advocate. I'm
cheaper
just
for
saying
him.
you could say the same with Elon. It doesn't matter if he
could,
failed
but-
99 out of 100 times. The dude made massive amounts of money. You could say, well, that's because he exploited government monies and connections
But
they had.
he's-
Maybe so, but
his worth is on paper. Like he's a paper tiger financially. Most of it's just based off the valuation of his Tesla stock, which is grossly overvaluated.
okay, if he
Like,
sold
it's-
tomorrow, is he worth that much?
What's that?
Is he banging
because
Amanda
he wouldn't be
Heard?
able to sell all of it. He wouldn't be able to sell all of it.
I mean, this
And
is
if you
this
could,
is parsing.
you'd have to find buyers for all of it. And as soon as you dump that
It's
much
parsing.
stock that
It's-
rapidly, the value of that stock will drop dramatically.
I think this line of argument is just dumb. Yeah, okay, I guess. And
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
again, you don't see that this is the exact same. Trump's really not worth as much as he says. Ha ha.
Well,
like
no, he's worth a lot of money. I'll grant you that he's worth a lot of money. It's just let's not overstate. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say like no, he's not really worth
Elon
anything.
Musk
He's
at this
all-
point is
all
one of the
lies.
wealthiest and most powerful people in the world.
Yes.
Okay,
I will.
so
definitely
saying,
agree
well,
with that.
actually, it's overvalued. Okay.
No,
So instead of
Tesla
fifth,
stock-
he's
Tesla
seventh.
stock-
Like,
Tesla stock is overvalued. It's
Okay.
been on a decline for a while now.
okay. But I don't see the like if I'm pointing, I thought you were going to say things like this. The only reason he made money whatsoever is because of shady government contracts and being involved. in shit like
No.
that's at least a more persuasive line of attack than he's had businesses that failed, and actually things like Tesla are overvalued.
That is partially true in the case of SpaceX. But I wouldn't say they're shady, but the way he acquired the contract for supplying Artemis, the moon mission, that was outright shady. This was right around 2020 when the transfer from not 2020 it started in 2020, but it was actually 2021. This is when the transfer of the administration from Trump to Biden, right? The director at the time of NASA saw the writing on the wall. He's like, okay, I'm gonna get replaced, so I'm just gonna bow out gracefully. The interim director for NASA at the time was this woman, Kathy Louder, can't say her name. Anyways, she's just the interim director while Biden is getting his cabinet organized and he's going to sign this eventually, right? She's not going to stay in this position. Anyways, they're deciding between multiple different contractors. Now, Elon's bid didn't even meet the requirements. Like they did not have a proper mock-up of their lander or anything in place. But Loader awards him the contract anyways. Then, wow, like barely a month later, she leaves NASA and is given this cushy CEO position C-level position inside SpaceX. That's pretty fucking shady. Now,
I don't give a this is all. I mean, we're talking a world where everybody involved in government. Yes, he's shady like pretty much everyone that intermingles between the public and private sector. Yep.
We can't call that stuff
you could say, well, no, you can call it out
people.
as shady, right? But I could say that, like, let me tell you a story. Kevin O'Leary and Mark Cuban, both of them. Did you know that they were involved in sort of a duopoly that they had with these businesses? They were sort of like import-export businesses that they had. It was called Vandalay Industries. They were involved in latex and latex-related products. And what happened was several people that were in the FEC, they actually then gave favorable contributions and allowed business arrangements to occur from them. And then they left and they ended up on the board of directors of Vandalay Industries. If I told you that, you'd probably be like, I believe that. Yeah, that's it.
maybe. I don't know that particular. I
Well,
don't know if you're
Mandalay
making that up or
Industries
if that's
was, I am
specific.
making up, that's George's industry, fake industry, when he was filing for unemployment in
Okay.
Seinfeld. But I'm just saying, yes, I would assume that, I don't mind you talking specifics of it in the grand context of like talking specifically about Elon's childishness with this Asmongold and stuff like this. If the criticism of Elon's going to be like, listen to this shit, as a wealthy person, he's got a bunch of shady people that were involved in government scratching his back, them scratching their back. I'd say, yeah, that's probably the same with every billionaire.
Probably, but I don't think it's wrong to call it out and expose it and, you know,
Trump's
start.
former head of the FBI is one of the people that originally covered for Epstein.
Which is bad. I don't like that.
Okay? Like, I mean, you can play this game with everyone. I'm not like, yes, the general point is true. Like, in order to become a billionaire, there are a bunch of fucking shady, immoral things that are arguably legal, sometimes illegal, but you get away with it. That it seems like you have to have that sort of personality to be willing to do that shit to achieve the level of billionaire status. I will never be a billionaire. I could say that about a bunch of other things. In order to become an aggressively popular streamer, is it that it tends to be the characteristics that make you an asshole help you become a popular streamer, or once you become a popular streamer you tend to become a big asshole? I don't know which it is, but it
A little
seems
from
that
column A, a little from column
right.
B.
And so it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, arguably, like, people in my life that I've met that are like incredible, more like, my father-in-law should be fucking the head of SpaceX. He should be fucking president. He's a real moral guy. He'd do anything for people. But because he's that type of guy, he ain't ever going to be wealthy. He's content to live in his little home and visit his grandkid and fucking drive truck. That's what he does. He'll work till he's 80, right? That dude, yes, in order to have the power to be able to be arguably peripheral to the system where you can make effective change to the system because you're wealthy enough to buy X, you probably had to be a cutthroat asshole involved in a bunch of shady business arrangements.
Sure, and I could probably have more voice and reach if I was willing to stay within the guardrails of what public discourse is.
Yeah,
and
but
do all the
that's
work
certainly
it would take to build up a,
you could be
either a
Ian
social
Miles
media
Chunk
presence
and
or-
just lick fucking Elon's asshole every day, and you'd probably have a bigger reach on X. But it's not
Yeah,
worth it to
probably.
many of us. But at the end of
worth
the
it to
day,
me.
I could talk shit to Ian Miles Chung all I want. At the end of the day, if Ian Miles Chung has an issue that he really wants to be pushed forward, that dude's got a way better chance than me of getting it pushed because he has a direct
for sure.
pipeline to Elon Musk. And so,
For sure.
like, tomato. I'm still not going to do that. I can't live with myself being that sort of asshole. So I don't disagree. I'm not trying to belittle you, by the way. I'm just saying, like, the idea that
that's fine.
the
You're
idea of like
questioning the ideas. That's fine. Please
With
destroy it.
Elon-
it shows me what I need to work on.
Well, I think
care
with
if it's
Elon, like, it's this, like, I just don't know. Like, I think the general point that you're trying to make is, or that he's done a bunch of bad, shitty things. And I think to put that in context, yeah, it's the same with Trump, the people that worship Trump. Like, I take fidelity to my wife very seriously. I think it is beyond dispute, at least at some point in his life, Trump's cheated on his wife. I don't respect that. I think that fucking sucks. I don't think that's moral. I think that's shitty. But
Yeah,
what
it is.
what do I use with that information in the context of, well, Trump's president? What do I say to that? It's like, okay. It's like Pete Hegseth, right? You had Tim Kaine, former vice presidential candidate, Tim Kaine, right? It's up there. It's like, well, there's rumors that you've been quite promiscuous and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, Tim fucking Kaine, let's see in your closet. You ever cheat on someone? You know, and it's like it's just become at this point, it's like, I don't know what to do. I mean, there is a point in time in history where that mattered. Like a scandal that someone was cheating on their spouse in the 80s and was like running for senator, that might have did them in. Nowadays, it's just like, I just assume everyone in Washington's a piece of shit. Nancy Pelosi's insider trading like a motherfucker. What am I supposed to do because Pete Hegseth might have drank a little at Fox and slept with a chick? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. Like, in the scale of the corruption that we're facing, right, I assume that anyone that ever reaches a level that would be able to have any effectiveness, with very few exceptions, so like they're a billionaire or they have enough connections politically, probably is a really shitty person.
Here's where I get concerned with Elon, though, right? You start putting him this close to like the levers of power. In fact, creating a government organization that's responsible for looking at what government waste and efficiency, whatever. While this man has a company that has government contracts, that's a very big conflict of interest in my book.
Yeah, but you can say the same about Trump, and they
I
do.
could, but by law he's forced to divest himself of any of those.
There's certainly there's certainly that I don't think that Elon Musk is a true altruist. I think that Elon Musk, my gut feeling is this, that he did see that there was a significant threat, that so much of our narrative was going in one direction, and that people who shared political beliefs of him were being massively censored on social media. And so he dipped his toe in and was like, maybe I'll buy this. And then he got enough like adulation and shit that it was like, he's sort of this fucking nerd that wants to feel like this powerful guy. He's like, fuck it, yeah, let's do it. And then he was like, maybe not. And it's like, well, it's too late now, dude. In for a penny, in for a pound. So he's like, okay, all right, I'm in. But as soon as he's in, he's like, how can this benefit me? How can I make money with this company? How can I turn this around? How can I look like the big man? That's what I think happened. It happens to a lot. I think a lot of that's with Trump. I think Trump, one of his core factors is he wants to be idolized. I don't even know if idolized. He wants to be celebrated. He wants to be cheered. He wants to be the big man. He wants history to be like, this guy did it, man. He fucking got this country in the right direction and blah, blah. That's what he wants. I think that's a mistake Democrats made initially in 2016. All of these Hollywood people, if they would have kissed his ass, Trump would have probably came out and been pro-choice.
I don't even think that's such a bad thing. Like, I mean, you've got to have something to drive you forward.
Maybe there's you certainly, as a voter or as a constituent, you could use that to your advantage. It's one of the things I talk about Trump. I don't think Trump's ideologically driven. Like, I don't think Trump's a student of the founding fathers of the Bill of Rights. He's like, this fucking crazy guy in Las Vegas shot a bunch of people up with a bump stock. Yeah, fuck it, get rid of those. And then all of his supporters, and then all of his supporters are like, wait, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, never mind. Once he realized it wasn't popular amongst his supporters. That's bad. You would rather have someone who vehemently ideologically defends the Second Amendment. But it's good in the sense it's like, this guy's malleable. He's willing to listen to his constituents. Yeah, and so that's one of the problems I have with the idolization of Trump, where you have these people like, whatever Trump says is right, and if you disagree with them, you're a piece of shit. The people you see like Cat Turd, and you see these other people on X, and whatever. If Trump comes out one day and says H-1Bs are good, they're like, yep, best thing ever. And if he comes out the next day and says they're bad, they're like, we always knew they were shit. And it's like, that's bad anyways, but it's uniquely bad here because this is actually the one guy you might be able to convince. And so instead of sticking to your guns, if you're just, whatever you say, sir, yep. And it's the same with Elon. Elon, I don't know, is as malleable, but it's to me, like, I don't know if you're religious or not. I don't like to talk about my religion enough. If you're religion, then every human is fallible and you ought to know that. And if you're not,
despite my name, no, I'm not religious.
Okay,
but
well, there you go.
Get into that.
But even if still, like, I think about this all the time. Who do I know more about than anyone in the world? Myself. And I fucking suck. I don't trust me for shit, right? So why would I trust someone else, right? Like the idea that I'm just going to be like, whatever that guy says, go. That will never happen. Now, there are specific situations where I would trust, and there are very few people like maybe my dad or my wife that on a lot of things, I'm going to put implicit trust in them. But like the idea that I'm going to look at a politician and go, well, that sounds wrong to me, but 100% if this guy says it, I'll completely change my position. Why would you do that? And I do see a lot of that with Trump. Now, coincidentally, one of the arguments I was having today, I didn't really flesh it out completely on X because people were sexist shit and what's the point? Talking about, well, the Democratic Party is not like that. They don't worship people like Trump people worship people. All of this stems from the fact, like, it's ironic. There's basically a civil war in MAGA where you have all these people that are flipping out about Elon and Vivek and H-1Bs and fucking all of this stuff, right? And these people are like, everybody worships Trump. There are a group of people that I think are Trump sycophants that deserve ridicule, sure. But there's certainly a lot of people that voted for Trump and were like, myself being one of them, that criticized him heavily. Well,
that's one of the bigger strengths I think we have over like the
that's right,
especially is that we can be critical of each other. We could even get a knockdown, drag out argument, and at the end of the day, shake hands and dust ourselves off.
Now the difference is the idolization that occurs on the right is centered on one guy, but there's a reason for that because that guy is seen as unique as an outsider. right? Because most Trump supporters would believe something like this. Basically, the Republican Party before Trump was the same as the Democratic Party on all the big issues. They didn't give a fuck about the border. It was America last. Spend, spend, spend. They didn't give a shit, right? Trump's the guy that bucked the system, right? If you're a Mitt Romney fan, there's 50 politicians like Mitt Romney. So even if you're a fan, you're not going to like idolize him probably because there's so many other people. If you're a Hillary Clinton fan, there's fucking a dime a dozen of politicians just like her, right? The idolization that occurs on the left is two things. It is an idolization of the establishment, so it's not focused on a specific person, but more importantly than that, it is a sort of inverse idolization of Trump. They hate Trump. That is who they are. So yes, as much as there are people that are just like, I love Trump, whatever he says, there are even bigger problem on the Democrats on the left of people that like, I hate Trump no matter what. And how do I know that's the case? Because they're willing to lie about the most obvious of things, like Joe Biden's cognitive decline, to a T. You could count on your hand the handful. The only example someone was able to give me was David Pakman. On June 5th, put out a video that was like, the Wall Street Journal put out an article, which I'm not quickly dismissing, that says that all these people say that there are cognitive issues with Joe Biden, and I don't think we should dismiss it so quickly. Now, as to the evidence that we've all seen in public that I've talked about, as you know, I've brought on experts that say that's not evidence of cognitive decline. That's just normal aging, and Trump's cognitive decline's been so bad. That's not Pakman admitting the truth that we could all see. That's him hedging his bets. What I'm saying is every single person that remotely paid attention to politics could see the cognitive decline of Joe Biden for a long, long time. And they denied it and they lied. And why? Because that would hurt them in their battle against Trump. And why did they change their mind after the debate? Because they came to the calculus that Joe Biden made an ass of himself and showed who he was on that debate stage in front of all of America, that he no longer had a chance to beat Trump. So they needed to call an audible. So
it became undeniable.
That's right. And even if it was not, it became undeniable, but it wouldn't have mattered if they thought that Biden was still the best chance to win. It wouldn't have mattered. They would have still denied it. The reason that they ended up having to admit the truth was they saw the writing on the wall that Biden was going to get his ass kicked. And so they're like, well, we got to change. And they didn't like Kamala. They didn't. But once Biden pointed the finger at her and said, yeah, it'll be her, now they had to pretend that this woman who was fucking abysmal as a vice president and one of the least inspiring candidates to ever run for president, they were like, it's a candidacy of joy. She's amazing. Right? And
but she was sitting on the purse, basically, wasn't she, at that point? Because Biden, he's the one who actually raised all the money, and if he said, nah, if you don't put Kamala in there, I'm just gonna keep the money or whatever the hell happens to.
Well, the way it worked was because she was on the ticket that raised all of the money, she was allowed to spend that money. If she would not have been the nominee, that money would then have been forced to be given to other organizations that would not be allowed to collaborate with whoever the candidate. So let's say it was Pete Buttigieg. That money would have went into Democrat hands, but not Buttigieg or his team. And if there's any collaboration between Buttigieg and his team and the organizations that eventually got that money, that would be illegal. So it would be very difficult. And so, yes, financially, it made sense for it to be Kamala, right? But I've seen scuttlebutt that actually the Obama people were pissed about it. They didn't want it to be Kamala. And it was one of Biden's final fuck yous because he was mad that he was basically ousted. Then he was like, well, then fuck it, I'll say Kamala.
I hope that's true.
And me too. I hope that is true.
Like, of all the things I heard about, I really hope that at the end Biden was just so fucking mad at the party. He's just been doing what he can to, hem him up. I don't know that I fully believe that, but I think there's seeds of truth in there.
I think he was hedging. I think he ultimately wanted Kamala to win, if you would ask him. If nothing else, because he's afraid that Trump will go after aggressively his family.
Yeah, but I don't believe stuff like, I bet you Biden voted for Trump.
No, I don't believe that. I don't. But I do think that he was planting seeds like, told you so. Told you she lost, see?
Yeah.
Should have kept with me. And I believe, it's like, it's almost like if you're the starting quarterback and they bench you and then the team loses and you're like, maybe you shouldn't have benched me. Huh? Maybe not.
Yeah, probably.
You might not actively be giving plays to the other team and helping them win, but part of you is like, told you. And I do think that Biden's like that. I think Biden truly believes he's so delusional he thinks he would have won, and that he's kind of jaded about that. But, one of the things I plan to do is I never, ever, ever am going. There's certain things that I never want to let go. COVID, one of them. Fuck all the people that embrace lockdowns. Fuck them all. I'm not saying that if their car was on fire, I wouldn't help them out. But anyone who wants to commentate politically that was on the wrong side of that issue should be ridiculed and shamed, particularly if you're a right-winger, as far as I'm concerned. But one of them certainly...
I live in...
God.
So not to out myself, I live in Washington State, and I had to just fucking shut my mouth so often, or be told to shut my mouth every time the fucking topic came up, and I would just ask questions like... sometimes it was not so much asking questions, but just pointing out that, cloth mask is not going to stop an airborne virus at all, period. Like, you're trying to stop dandelion fluff with the equivalent of chain link
Well, I'll
fence.
be honest. I, believe it or not, was initially on the, I don't want to say on the other side of it. This was my initial take. You can go back and see it on masks specifically. If you remember, the first claim from Fauci and them was, don't worry about masks, they don't work. Remember?
I remember that, yes.
Right? And then they came out like 2 weeks later and they're like, actually, not only do masks work, but you should have to wear it. And their reason was, well, we didn't want people to go buy all the masks and then the doctors wouldn't be able to have them.
They want to repeat with the masks with the toilet paper. No, I get that, but that doesn't hold water.
Well, it doesn't. Well, here's why. And I haven't heard anyone else in the country say this other than me. They also simultaneously said cloth masks work. So if your argument is we're afraid that they'll go buy all the good, best masks, and we don't want them to do that. This is what you would have. This is what you would have said to people. Hey, you have an extra T-shirt? Cut it up and tie the mask around your face.
Well,
that's what they would have said. But think of what that now. But just wait. It doesn't matter what you think is true. What matters is what they claimed was true. They claimed they knew masks worked. They had to lie to people, which meant they jeopardized people's lives by saying masks don't work. They also believed cloth masks work. So instead of saying, they were like, but it was a noble lie. We had to lie so that doctors and healthcare professionals could go out and get the masks. But why wouldn't the lie be the lie that would protect more people's lives? The lie that would have protected more people's lives using their own rationale would have been, don't go buy a mask, make your own. Mm-hmm. So the fact they didn't say that, then that proves that they were incapable of having a lie that would have saved the most possible lives, and they directly led to people dying. If they're right that masks work. Or they've been full of shit the whole time. One or the other, take your pick. They intentionally allowed people to die, or they're full of shit. And what I said initially about masks was, they're full of shit. They don't know that masks don't work. They don't know. They don't know shit about this. No. I don't think they did initially.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
When they came out and said, when they made the statement, masks don't work, I initially was like, they don't know that. They don't know shit all about this virus. I would assume there are some airborne viruses that masks would be somewhat effective for. I don't know, but just as a layman, that would be my gut feeling. I assume there's airborne viruses that are larger than other viruses, and maybe a mask.
The largest of viruses are about 35 nanometers.
Okay.
And that's much smaller than the weave of a cloth mask. We've known since the Spanish flu that cloth masks don't work. They tried them back then. They did nothing.
But I just don't think that they fucking, like, my initial reaction was like, they don't know. They don't know shit all about this virus. So when they definitively say, trust us, a mask won't do anything, I'm like, they don't know. And then 2 weeks later when they were like, trust us, masks are awesome, I'm like, they don't know. They don't fucking know. They're full of shit. They're just saying what they think they should say to make themselves look good and to control the narrative. That's it. I'm not a fucking scientist. I don't know if masks work or not. I'll be straight up with you. I wore a mask all over the place. But the reason for that was because I work in the healthcare field and I'm supposed to wear a mask a lot anyways, because a lot of times you're brushing people's teeth and shit like that. And so, you have a mask on for that shit anyways. But my company was basically, you got to wear a mask. It didn't trouble me that much. My wife worked at a bank. She was pregnant. She wore a mask. She started to get terrible nosebleeds. Her doctor told her because of the change in her blood, because she was pregnant, she couldn't wear masks like that. So her work was kind enough to every 20 minutes to let her go take a 5-minute break and take the mask off. Now, I knew by that point, by getting into the winter, that they were full of shit about masks, that they weren't doing anything significant, that it was all bullshit, that we were being lied to over and over. For me, the entire game ended when they said, when all those scientists came out and said, COVID's bad and it's terrible and you have to stay at home and you can't go to your grandma's nursing home and you can't have a wedding for your daughter and you can't go to your grandpa's funeral, But you know what's worse? Racism. So you can go ahead and you can go march for George Floyd. That was it. And I have a video. I'll play it after this. I have a video where I was just like, fuck you. I don't trust these fuckers for shit. Fuck them. They're lying. If your argument is this disease is smart enough that it knows not to spread at the George Floyd rally, but if you go to Sturgis for Trump, then it knows to spread, fuck you. You're a liar. I knew it.
Well, the other lie was like, oh, well, you got to get this vaccine because I hate to call it a vaccine, but that's a different topic. To stop, grandma from getting fucking COVID, even though New York had like some of the most incidences of COVID-19 of any other state and one of the highest vaccination rates.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm not as down on the vaccine as some other people. Ultimately, I think that its efficacy probably isn't as great as I think that the government's full of shit at how good it was. But my feeling was, I don't give a fuck. Like, my feeling in general is, if you want to take HGH, and if the government tells you, look, here are the risks, or the doctor is honest about the risk, fuck it, take it. Like, remember when Trump passed the, what was that? You remember towards the end of his first administration, he passed right to try. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if you have like a terminal illness and there's some experimental, as long as they're open, like if you got terminal cancer and they're like, dude, you got 6 months to live. And they're like, here's this fucked up jellyfish enzyme we can put in you. And it might fucking cause your arm to turn black and fall off. But as long as you're aware of the risk, if you say, fuck it, let's try it, I'm dying. I agree with that. I think you should be allowed, as long as they're being transparent and honest about all the risks, why not, right? My problem with the vaccine was always the dishonesty as to possible side effects and how efficacy of it and all of that shit. But more importantly than that was the mandates.
Yes.
That's the problem I had. If you are watching my show and you're taking health advice from some fat fuck like me, you're making a huge mistake. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you the vaccine's good or the vaccine's bad. What I'm going to tell you is, probably like almost every medication out there, for some people it makes sense, for other people it doesn't. If you're 78 years old and you have COPD and you have asthma, right? And respiratory illness would have a significant chance of killing you. Did it make sense to take the vaccine? It may have.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving, who's 20 something years old, plays in the NBA, one of the most physically fit people in the world, who has almost no risk of having a serious case of COVID that will like kill him. Should he be forced to take the vaccine? Not even forced. Does the vaccine make sense for him? Probably not. That's the problem I had, forcing it on people. But there are people that are like, I think the vaccine was intentionally manufactured to kill people. I don't know that that's the case. My guess is that they knew that it was nowhere near as fucking good as they said, and they knew there were significant risks for it, but they said, oh boy, big monies. I don't know that they set out to be like, yes, we'll purposely inject poison that we know will kill people and get rich while we're doing it. I don't think that was the case. But I understand people talk about it. I've stayed out of that debate. My issue is, if you think you're fucking super confident, take the vaccine. Don't take the vaccine. I just say the government has no fucking right to tell you have to take it. That's the problem I had. And for me, let's say that I'm wrong, right? Let's say I personally think for me the vaccine doesn't make sense, and I'm wrong. Who pays the consequence of that? Me. I didn't tell anyone else to take something or not take something. But let's say that you pushed for the government to force people to vaccinate. And let's say you're wrong, and it kills them. Now what? You're a fucking monster. You're an absolute monster. Once you say that the government that you should be forced to be injected by the government of some medication that you don't know, and 99.999% of people that were for forced vaccinations didn't know fucking shit all about them. And they still said, even if you protested, you should be forced to have it. That's monstrous. That should never be forgotten. And it's the same with the people, the vaccine mandates and the people that push the lockdowns. And that's why I get so fucking animated when I debate these people. The last person I debated seems like a nice enough guy. His name was, I could picture him. What's the name of the guy? My audience will know. I debated that dude. Then I played poker with him. That claimed to be
leader.
What's that? No, not leader. He was
leader?
on the poker thing though. The guy that I was in the finals that I split the pot with.
Oh, fuck, I know you're talking about.
But he claimed he was like the most well-read person on COVID. And like when you push them, Elder Charles, that's it. When you push them on these things, it's like, well, when you were for vaccine mandates, what was the evidence that you were looking at? And none of them know. They're like, oh. And it's like, my feeling is this. Before I say the government should force someone to inject something against their will, I better have a goddamn good reason for it. It's not a flippant decision. I don't know. I heard it was good, so fuck it. Like, that's insane. Like, I'm not saying there's never a place for that sort of government infringement, but it would have to be super rare. Like in the example I give is, and I know that the straight ANCAPs hate me for this, but like, if a biological weapon's released in New York, right, and it's got an 85% death rate, and it's super infectious, does the government have the right to quarantine people in New York? Probably, right? It's just like, if we know that if they leave New York, they'll spread this to fucking Pennsylvania, and then it spreads all over the country, and it's going to kill 85% of people. I mean, what do you think?
No, I agree. But that's also fitting with like most of the Supreme Court decisions, in that very specific. It's focused on like a very narrow thing. That's generally where the Supreme Court.
Well, right, but I'm saying
government restrictions.
If there's two extremes. The government always has the right to tell you in every instance what to do, and the government never has the right. Those are the two extremes. Other than that, There's going to be a threshold argument. My threshold is almost very, very low, that the government almost never has the right to tell you that, right? But I can envision circumstances. So when I heard, all of these people that wanted lockdowns or vaccine mandates, and it's like, okay, what's the argument for why this is necessary? And I said this over and over. If the government's going to force these infringements on our rights that are so significant and so severe, then at the bare minimum, this is what they should be forced to do. They have to tell us how bad they think that the thing they're protecting from us from will be. How many people will die? How many people will get COVID? Obviously, I'm not saying they have to have exact numbers, but they have to give us a ballpark, right? They have to tell us, what point does the government have the right to strip these rights? Because we'd all say, let's say some illness that's going to kill 10 people in America. Do they have the right to lock us all down? We'd say probably not, right? So when is the threshold for when the government's allowed to do this? Well, we think 50,000 people will die, right? What is the remedy that they're seeking? What are other remedies that we could have? What are the consequences? How many people will be negatively affected by the remedy, in this case, lockdowns that they're seeking, or vaccine mandates? Mm-hmm. At the bare minimum, all of these questions should be answered and openly discussed with the American public. Instead, what we got is, what do you want, grandma to die? That was it. That was the conversation.
Emotional appeals.
Yep. You want grandma to die? So, for example, my state of Pennsylvania, where we had significant lockdowns, our governor, Tom Wolf, said, oh, you want to go to work? Well, you want grandma to die. He said that you were a coward in the face of COVID if you wanted to go back to work. And if your county opened up before Governor Tom Wolf wanted, he would punish you, the business owner, by stripping your license to own a business. Because you were a coward. Meanwhile, he violated his own lockdown orders to go to Harrisburg to march with Black Lives Matter. Violated his own orders. You were a coward for wanting to go to work and provide for your family. He got to violate his own orders. My bad, he said. Oh, well, I think, you know what, when his health secretary Levine, the trans person that's Biden's fucking admiral, whatever now, that was the health secretary in Pennsylvania in 2020 during COVID.
Oh, God. My
friend Todd Bartley, I used to do a radio show with, who's a journalist, got to ask her, like, well, hey, Governor Wolf said people were cowards that violated this order, but right now, today, he's violating the order. You know what she said? She said, well, we think free speech and protest is very important. Next question. Okay. Feeding my family isn't?
Oh,
going to visit my parents in the nursing home isn't? That's just
protesting.
Right. So if I want to go protest against Black Lives Matter, I should be allowed to do that? Protest is important. Free speech is important, right? Meanwhile, as they're saying that, they're censoring people online. But nonetheless, their argument was we had to lock down people because otherwise grandma would die. And then you know what they did? They forced nursing homes to accept COVID patients. So I
No,
wasn't.
I was just going to ask you about that.
Yeah. So
did
like the guy
Pennsylvania
that works at the fucking, in my town, the big place is the trailer factory. He couldn't go to work. Your kid couldn't go to school. Because maybe if you go to work or your kid goes to school, you'll then go to the nursing home and give grandma COVID. So you can't, young, healthy people that aren't at risk or at very little risk, they can't go out because we have to protect grandma. But simultaneously, grandma's new roommate in the nursing home has COVID. That was literally the fucking policy in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, other states. You can see policies in places like Nevada. You couldn't go to church, but you can go to the casino. Beer distributors were open. Like, what the fuck is this? So I will never forgive those people. It was the worst authoritarian impulses, and it showed a lot of what we're capable of. Like, you hear Jordan Peterson talk about, like, the real scary thoughts once you realize that you probably would have been a Nazi if you were there. That's the closest I've ever came to feeling that in my life. Like
Well, I think
neighbors,
a lot of people had to actually realize how true that is.
yeah. Neighbors picking up the phone. There's 6 people at my neighbor's house. That's too many. Send the police. Holy fuck. That happened all over this country. We sit there and we watch the most restrictive politicians blatantly violate their own orders over and over again. Whatever. Fuck you, peasants.
One of my coworkers at the time, her evidence for how serious COVID was I was in the hospital and there was all of these people there. I'm like, you were in a hospital. Of course there's sick people there. That's why people go to the hospital.
Well,
but I couldn't say that because...
Right. Well, I'll tell you an anecdotal story, but it's true here. So I live in Clarion County. County next to me is Jefferson County. My parents and my brother lived basically, the closest hospital to them was in Jefferson County. Slightly closer to Clarion. Like 20 minutes Brookville Hospital compared to 30 minutes Clarion Hospital. Okay? My brother had terrible seizures. Seizures to the point where he would convulse so bad that he shattered each of his collarbone several times. Just horrific. And when they would happen, they would come in waves. Like he'd have one, and then he'd have, he'd be good for 40 minutes, like be very lethargic, then have another. And it could last all night. And just some of the scariest shit you would ever see. Like I said, he was having problems even before COVID with this. He was scheduled for brain surgery. They had to put off that brain surgery because that was considered elective. Brookville Hospital, Jefferson County at one point had 1 case of COVID. 1, the entire county, right? There's 1 hospital in Jefferson County. My brother has a bad seizure one day, so my mom drives him to the hospital. She takes him in the front door. He's still out of it. He just had this bad seizure. They say, you can't be in here, ma'am. Because they're worried about COVID. The hospital is empty. The parking lot is empty. Right? My brother goes in. He's there for about an hour and a half. My mom's like, I'm just going to stay in the parking lot all night because they always keep him overnight. To her shock, an hour and a half later, my brother's released. Why? We can't keep you. We're worried that there'll be a big COVID rush.
Oh, God.
Okay. So in the 20-minute drive back home, my brother's got his seatbelt strapped in, starts to have another seizure. The seatbelt's choking him. My mom panics, pulls off the side of the road, gets to the passenger side, opens it, unbuckles him. He flops out of the car onto the side of the road, breaks his collarbone again. All of that because there was 1 COVID case in Jefferson County to that point. An empty hospital. I could pull up the articles that show UPMC was the hospital network that several hospitals around here had. They laid off some 500 people. They were laying off nurses in the middle of a pandemic. Why? Because the hospitals were empty. Because normal things that people would go to the hospital for, quote, elective things like, I need a sonogram, I need an EKG, weren't doing any of that shit, right? People weren't going for a cold or the flu because they're all afraid they were going to get sick and die. So you had all these hospitals that are making $0 that are staffing all these people. They're like, we can't afford to have you anymore. You have to go home. Then if there was a rush of COVID in a specific area, there wasn't enough people at the hospitals to deal with them. And all of this was because the fear-mongering of any moment now. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, we had the vaunted red, yellow, green system, where each county at one point was... Governor Tom Wolf, I'm not exaggerating when this was basically it. He said, we're going to have a county-by-county approach. We're going to have a whole state approach. We're going to have county by county. We're going to have whole state. We're going to have county by county. We're going to have whole state. It went back and forth over and over. Eventually, they settled on county by county. right? I'm going to forget the name of this specific county. It's up north in Pennsylvania, but a rural county in central Pennsylvania, up near the border of New York. At one point, they were yellow. And they had in the entire history of COVID since it started, one case. And that case was someone from New York State who came down to visit someone and then went to the hospital with a cold and ended up having COVID. So it wasn't even someone from the area. And it was still yellow. And so again, my journalist friend Todd Bartley asked Tom Wolfe, if one case isn't enough to make it green, what is? What's the metric? And they had no clue. They're like, well, we don't know. Then there were all sorts of accusations that you had specific counties that were Republican counties that were fighting against lockdowns and shit. They were vindictively kept yellow or red longer than bigger counties that had more significant cases of COVID, just as punishment, as punitive. It was fucking insane. One of the most authoritarian things. Rachel Levine took her mother out of a long-term care facility before she gave the order to force long-term care facilities to accept COVID patients. She told all of us they were safe and moved her mom out. One of the shows I did, the radio shows I did, like the first month or the second month, was talking to the coroner of Center County. Every death that occurred in the county, he had to do the paperwork on. He was shocked to read the state COVID deaths one day to find that his county had something like 18 COVID deaths. He hadn't signed the paperwork for one. So he starts calling other coroners and counties around. They're shocked to find the same thing. A bunch of them call Tom Wolfe and Rachel Levine. They then come out and they say, our bad, there was something like some 600, 700 COVID deaths that actually didn't occur. It was a filing error. At that point, it was literally like 30% of the COVID deaths in the state. It was early enough on in it. That's the type of shit that was going on in real time. And I'm sitting here losing my fucking head doing a stream, and half the Trump supporters are telling me like, I thought you were a Trump supporter. What the fuck, man? 15 days to slow the spread. And I'm like, are you people fucking insane? Are you insane? You can't see what's happening. So I'll never let those fuckers live that down. Ever. And then that's not even to get into the real shit that pisses me off. Like my brother, that really pisses me off. But the people I work with disabilities and shit, you know, most of the most important things in life of the adults with disabilities I take care of are their social relationships. So their family, or spending time with their friends, or spending time in the community. How do you explain to someone that basically doesn't even understand the concept of germs, that for 2 fucking years they have to remain in their house and can't see their family, when it's basically the only thing they live for? It was fucking monstrous. I had to go to bat and fight like hell just to be allowed to take the guy that I primarily take care of to go fishing. Because they're like, well, you can't go in public. I was like, no one's within fucking 500 yards of us. We're in the middle of the woods in a fucking pond fishing. It's one of the most important things of my person. And he thinks I'm punishing him over and over as I tell him, like, no, dude, we can't go out. Why? Well, because there's a disease out there. What? What did I do? I'm sorry. You didn't do anything, buddy. And it wasn't just like 3 months. It was fucking years.
If you want non-anecdotal cases of like how this was more political than anything else is, well, first of all, there's all the Democrats that said they would never take the Trump vaccine, right?
Right.
That was early on. And then there was New York where Trump sent that hospital ship to help them with, the expected number of cases they were supposed to have. And they refused to use it because Trump sent it. Like, why do you care where your help is coming from?
Well,
accept the help.
That was the Biden-Kamala story. And when I debated Destiny in 2022 on this, right? The Democrat argument was this, almost verbatim. What's the most important tool we have to fighting COVID? What do you think a Democrat would say?
Sorry, what was the question?
If I asked a Democrat, what's the most important tool we have to fight COVID in like 2022? What do you think they would say?
In 2022?
Yeah. It's simple. You don't have to overthink it.
The vaccine.
That's right. It's the vaccine. Right?
Which goes against what they were saying in 2020.
All right. Well, yes, but it's like, okay, so the vaccine, that's the most important thing. Yep. Okay. So the vaccine that came out under Trump, that the Biden administration told us would be impossible. That almost everyone in the media, there were doctors on the media, nope, the time scale that Trump's talking about, it can't happen. And then it did. Meanwhile, you had people like Biden and Harris out there saying, I wouldn't trust this vaccine. Trump's rushing it he's rushing it along. You going to put that needle in you? You going to put it in you? And then as soon as they won the election, and they're like,
up.
remember, one of the things that people forget, Pfizer had already allegedly been, they knew that the vaccine was getting close to ready, and they allegedly had done all these trials, right? And tests or whatever. They specifically waited until after the election to announce it. Yeah, it turns out it'll be here soon. And all of a sudden it was gravy. The Democrats went from, I wouldn't trust this shit, to not only do I trust it, but you should be forced to take it.
Yep.
And then when I bring this up, well, the majority of people are Republicans. They're not listening to Democrats. Au contraire. When I'm talking to the people that didn't want to take the vaccine, they were saying, and look, even people like Kamala and Biden were saying, don't trust this shit. Even they. And now they're telling me I have to take it?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, you had, if you want to talk demographics, the group demographically that was least likely at one point to take the vaccine was Black Americans. Do you think it had something to do with years of telling them that the pharmaceutical and health industry was systemically racist, bringing up things like the Tuskegee experience? Now, you might say that's a good thing. They shouldn't have taken the vaccine. Maybe so. But the idea that it was all Trump's fault, no one was a bigger cheerleader for the vaccine than Trump. In fact, it's one of the things that's right. It's one of the things that many Trump supporters hate about him. So when I'm talking to fucking someone like Destiny and I'm like, okay, if vaccines are the number one thing, and we're looking at Trump versus Biden-Harris, and Biden-Harris both cast shade on the vaccine, and Trump has consistently praised it at every turn, how the fuck can you say that Trump was worse for vaccine hesitancy? Well, because it was Trump supporters. Nonetheless, that's not Trump's fault. No, well, it was okay. It was okay. And we all know the truth. They'll fucking lie about it. They know the truth and we know the truth. Biden and Harris, they didn't want it to look as a political victory for Trump if the vaccine would have came out and been good for them.
That's true.
So I
actually thought it was pretty impressive that they got that done as quickly as they did.
Yeah.
I might not agree with the mandates and everything, but I'll respect that part of it.
Well, they cut corners and shit. Yeah, and they lied about significant effects and the testing they did and all that.
Possibly.
They did, right? That's absolutely true. They did.
Oh, but they did. You're right. Sorry.
But the point is, you're right. The point I'm trying to make is take out what, like, the problem is when I make these arguments, people say, but I'm a right-winger. I don't trust the vaccine. That's irrelevant. Put yourself in the position of the left. Listen to their own rhetoric. Like, let me give you another example, right? Assume that you're a lefty that thinks that the vaccine is the end all be all. It's fucking great. It's fantastic, right? Okay, let's assume that for a second. CDC comes out with their official guidance. They put out a PowerPoint that it became public for everyone to read. Basically, they said vaccine will be good. It'll save lives. Okay, you might disagree with that, but that's their claim, okay? So let's take it at face value. Then they say the first group that should, because the vaccines were limited at first. So the first group that should get the vaccine are healthcare professionals. I think we could all agree that makes sense. They're people most likely to be in contact with COVID and that, you're going to need to help fight back against COVID. So it makes sense, If you only have a limited amount of guns, you probably give them to the soldiers first, right? Same here, the soldiers against COVID. So I get that. The question is, who's the second group to get the vaccines? And the CDC outlined 3 possible groups. The first group was, it's like essential workers, right? The second group, I forget who it was. And the third group was the elderly. And basically it came down to the first group and the third group, the elderly versus the workers.
I want to say the second group was like teachers or something.
It may be something like that. And ultimately, they had a little slide. I'll bring this up someday. We can fucking show. Like, they had a little chart. And they gave pluses, 1 plus 2 plus 3. And it would do things like which group would save the most lives? Which group would, and the group that was winning was the elderly. The CDC was saying, if we give the elderly the vaccine, it will save more lives in total. But then there was one other category, and it was diversity. And on that category, the elderly only got 1 plus, and the workers got 3. And that was enough to tip the scales that the CDC's recommendation was we should prioritize giving it to the younger workers than the older people. Because even though more people will die, according to their own rhetoric, that younger group's more diverse. Now, I can't think of a more monstrous fucking claim than that. Now, Republicans write it off and right-wingers write it off because they're like, well, fuck the vaccine anyways. But think of what their official position is. Their official position is, we're going to purposely prioritize a group that we know will result in more deaths because we think that the people that are dying will be more white. So it's okay. Now, ironically, they're even wrong about that, because the risk of death for young people that would end up getting the vaccine, even though their percentage-wise would be more black, they probably wouldn't die if they get the vaccine. So think of it this way. If the elderly population is only 5%
COVID.
black, right? Right. If the elderly population is only 5% black, but they have a 20% chance of dying of COVID, but the working population is 10% black, but they only have a 2% chance of dying of COVID, still more black people would die if you don't give the elderly the fucking vaccine, according to their own numbers. So even if you hate white people, they still issued a policy that would result in more black people dying. And no one gave a fuck. It was just like, well, it was early. They were just hashing things out. Hashing things out? That was even part of the consideration? We think more people will die, but it's okay because they're more white? Go fuck yourself. And now we're supposed to write all of this shit off as, well, they did the best with the information they had. No, fuck you. No, you didn't. How did some fuckhead like me get almost everything right? It was very simple. You want to know how? I said, okay, for the government forces things that we know will be massively harmful. Everybody with half a fucking brain's like, if you shut down the country or the world economy for any length of time, it's going to have significant fucking ramifications for years. For years. So you're saying we have to intentionally allow this horrible thing to occur because the alternative is worse. And I said, okay, what's the alternative? And how does doing this horrible thing that you're about to make us do, how does that help the alternative? And they're like, what, do you want grandma to die? That was it. That was the amount of fucking discourse that occurred on it. That's why when I talk to people, I don't give a fuck what the vaccine numbers say now, what the lockdowns numbers say now. I do to some extent. But if you were for forcing other people to lock down or forcing them to take a vaccine, what was the fucking evidence you were looking at when you made that decision? And none of them have an answer. None of them. I don't know. I heard Fauci say it. You fucking idiots. You authoritarian pieces of shit. Like, it's so frustrating to me. And I will never let that down. Like, for me, and I remember telling conservatives, I was so fucking furious. It was like, what do you think's going to happen when they decide 15 years from now to do lockdowns over climate change? Oh, well, we locked down under COVID, and that was only going to kill 2 million of us. Climate change is going to kill 6 billion. So we got to lock down. And what are you going to say? Well, 15 days,
change for a minute.
15 days to slow the spread. And again, I was arguing with people like on this blog I was on, Above Top Secret, with people that were self-proclaimed constitutional conservatives that were giving me shit because I was against lockdowns. And I'm just like, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I expect big government lefties that want the government involved in almost every aspect of my life to say, oh boy, here's an excuse to get the government more involved in your life. I expect that. Doesn't mean they're not shitbags, but I expect that. What I don't expect is self-proclaimed constitutionalists saying, oh, by the way, all that shit that I claim to care about the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, all this shit, all of that goes out the window if there's a virus. Are you fucking kidding me? And like, I was so fucking furious. Like, I felt like a lone voice in the fucking wilderness yelling about all this shit in real time. And I'm doing all these panels. Like, I remember I did this panel once. And what was the name of the guy? I remember this dude because he did Heem. His name was Heem. Heem, I also did this panel with this progressive brat chick. It was like the one time me and Destiny were on the same side of an argument where he was basically fucking trying to get in this girl's pants, so he kept letting her derail the conversation. Anyways, I'm on this panel with him, and one of the topics is like Joe Rogan and his conversations about ivermectin shit. Should he be censored online? And to the lefties' credit, as much as I hate to do it, everyone was basically like, well, no. But what Rogan's saying is horrible, but he should be allowed to say it. And I was saying to them, I was like, well, who gets to determine what's right? The science that's right, because you're saying, well, you can't distrust the science. I was like, because it turns out that they were wrong an awful lot. And they're like with what? I was like with lockdowns, like with the origin of COVID, like with
I just found
lockdown.
that such a curious thing was this: you must trust this. Science doesn't trust science. That's why.
Right. That's the whole point of it. Right. So I'm like, locking down schools, lockdowns in general, telling people not to be outside when it was one of the safest places you could be, saying masks don't work, then saying masks work, saying that we were questioning the vaccine, then saying the vaccine's awesome, you should have to take it, what the origins of COVID were, forcing hospitals to take nursing homes to accept COVID patients. All of that, the science said one thing and then they were wrong. And in all of those, I was more correct than the science. And we're going back and forth in this. And you can go look up this panel. I'm not making this up. Heem says, even when the scientists are wrong, they're right. Because when they make a decision, they're using the best available evidence. So if the majority of the consensus of scientists say the Earth is the center of the universe, they're right. And when a new scientist comes along and says, I don't believe so, that scientist is wrong. Even though that scientist ends up being right, he was wrong at the time he made that claim. And I was like, you realize this is literally the antithesis of science. That's the exact opposite.
Almost there. They're also like, yes, there can be a consensus in the scientific community that turns out to be wrong. But they acknowledge that that's a possibility, and there's a mechanism for submitting this new information, evidence, whatever way. And they'll be, oh, we were wrong about the Earth being the center of the universe. Okay, you're right. Yeah.
It's amazing. And the truth is, like, the process of science is something that can be trusted. Like, the scientific method is not biased, right? It exists. It doesn't have an opinion on what argument should be right? The actual method. The problem isn't science. The problem is that humans do science. That's the fucking problem. And humans are fallible. And humans are biased. And humans are corrupt. So, for example, when you see 47 of the world's leading virologists came out and wrote in Neil Ferguson's Scientific America or whatever, oh, yeah, the gain of function, this couldn't have came from a lab in China. Nope. And then you find out that Neil Ferguson, the guy who published that shit and wrote the letter and just had all these other scientists sign off, was actually one of the people that literally was getting funding for the Wuhan lab for gain of function and standed to not only lose incredibly financially, but possibly go to prison over this. Well, geez, maybe he had an incentive to say that. And when it turns out that most of these scientists also got funding for gain of function, and it would hurt their careers significantly if the American people found out actually gain of function is largely what's responsible for the fact that you're locked down right now, and that might mean that we don't have funding for gain of functioning in the future. Well, it turns out those scientists had an agenda. And then when it turns out that there's billions upon billions upon billions of dollars to be made, the worse COVID is, well, maybe they have an incentive to exaggerate what the impact of that could be. And maybe when hospitals are getting federal dollars based on how many people they've treated with COVID or died with COVID, all of a sudden someone who wrecked their motorcycle and died, that's written down as a COVID death. But we had to be told you can't question any of it. You can't question it. Trust the science. Bill Burr is saying the same thing about the fucking fires in California right now. Got to trust the experts. Doesn't matter how many times they're wrong. And it's not just the fucking biologists. You had to trust them when they said, oh, the Black Lives Matter rally, the virus didn't spread. I remember having this debate with people. Actually,
make appeal to authority a fallacy again?
Yes, right? And it's anti-scientific. That's the inversion of science. Science is it has to be falsifiable. It has to be testable. So it doesn't matter. We have like laws of gravity. You want to know what the beauty of that is? It's replicable. You could do the experiments and see it. You don't say, well, it doesn't matter if the experiment comes out a different way now because the scientists have settled it. That's all there is to it. We already know. That's it. You should be able to replicate.
It was recent, too, when you could actually start having these conversations on YouTube again. For how many years were your stream would have been cut off and your channel probably thrown out?
So I would debate lefties, and I know what would happen. I'd get mass reported. I remember one time, 2023, 2022, something like that. I was at work, and I did a debate panel or a debate with someone the night before, and I probably got mass reported. And all of a sudden, my email starts going fucking crazy in my phone. My alarm was on my phone, and I just bing, 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 and I'm doing work shit, and I'm like, huh? So when I get back from work, I check my email, and it's just YouTube 14 times. Video's been removed. Video's been removed. Video given community guidelines strike. And I'm like, what the fuck? And this is all within 20 minutes. I got 2 community guide strikes and like 11 videos removed for COVID misinformation or for election misinformation. The most recent video that was removed was 7 months old. Most of the videos were over 2 to 3 years old. One of the videos that got me a community guideline strike, I shit you not, was when I had COVID in December of 2020. My wife was 9 months pregnant. Me and my wife got COVID, December 2020. And I just was like, okay, I'm going to come up and I'm going to do a 40-minute stream every night that I have COVID and let people know this is what it is. That got me a community strike for disinformation 3 years later. So I had no choice because I'm at work and I don't have, like, if you get 3 community strikes, that's it. Your channel's done forever. So I just got 2 in the span of 15 minutes. You know what I had to do? I had to delete 2 years worth of videos on my channel. Like that. Didn't have them backed up. Odyssey has some of them. But so many videos I lost. Just like that. Over COVID disinformation.
Ever considered cross-posting to Rumble?
I do now. But
I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't do it then. Everything was just on YouTube. I did it as a fucking hobby. That was that. So when I started streaming, I was straight YouTube. I didn't even have Twitch. So that's where all sorts of my early shit was. But what choice did I have? If I'd have got one more strike within 30 or 90 days, I'd lost my entire channel. I'd lose every video. So all I could do was immediately at work on my phone, like, fuck, delete. Hundreds of videos gone. Just like that. Constantly demonetized, wasn't able, when you get a community strike like that, you're not allowed to stream for a week, then 2 weeks. But I didn't stream for almost 90 days because I was afraid I'd say something that would get me another strike, which would be 3 strikes. Constantly tiptoeing around that shit. Constantly. While the lefties were just smug.
Speeding and get a ticket.
Right.
After that, you're doing like the speed limit for like the next month.
Exactly. While the lefties are just like, what can you do? They're a private platform, blah, 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 blah. Now they're pissing and moaning because Asmongold lost his blue check mark. Elon Musk, it's an oligarchy. Oh my God. We need accountability for social media allowing voices.
Yeah, I saw the drama around that and I was like, I get where you're coming from, but this is just so petty. And it's like, I guess it kind of reveals something about Musk's character.
It does. But
I get that. But,
I don't give a fuck to hear any of the people. I'll say what I want to say. I think it's petty. I called it out. I even questioned when some of these groypers were losing their check marks and shit. Is this just pettiness? Because if so, that's fucking horseshit. Now, maybe there's an explanation, but that's on face value. It's starting to look like pettiness from Elon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to listen to these fuckheads that cheered this on and said it wasn't a problem. Now all of a sudden say, oh my gosh, it's a big problem. Like, I don't give a fuck when I see people that cheered on the lawfare against Trump. I don't give a shit what their opinions are on what Trump's organization or administration will do to as far as lawfare. Fuck them. May they all be held to the same accountability that they saw others. Be held to their own standards. Now, I will personally call out when I see things that I don't like. If Trump gets illegal FISA warrants to spy on his political opponent, I would call that out. But I'm not going to listen to Destiny or Pisco tell me I have to. Fuck you. You guys were all for it. Fuck off. Right? I'm not going to listen to Adam Schiff or Nancy Pelosi. Fuck you. They were all for it. Here's another one, COVID. Another one. I'm fired up talking about COVID. I debated Dylan Burns. No, that's fine. I debated Dylan Burns. And it's one of my favorite videos out there. In fact, I'll play
I'll have to check that out.
I'll leave it. I'll find the video and I'll play it for you. I'll let you go here in a minute. But let me see if I can find this video. My friend Drone Tech actually edited it much better than me because the audio sucks on my. But yeah, stick around for a couple minutes.
I'm not going anywhere.
So I'll let you go and then watch my channel. It's only 3 minutes here.
For sure.
All right, man. It was great talking to you.
Likewise. I always enjoy your conversations, as few as they've been.
I enjoyed it as well. So we'll talk soon.
Okay.
All right. We'll see. Bye.
Bye.
Didn't really plan on talking COVID tonight. Probably get a fucking community strike, whatever. So here's the video. My buddy, you should check out Drone Tech Politics. Cool ass channel, man. Really nice guy too. This is from a 2.5 hour conversation I had with Dylan Burns. And Dylan's at least a competent person that can follow a linear argument, unlike this Jackass guy that called in earlier tonight. But even with him, he's not just saying things that are true. He's trying to win his side of the argument. And Dylan's someone that believed in vaccine mandates. And so it took me 2 hours to set up this argument. And we had to talk about how I had to prove to him that actually people with natural immunity were more protected against COVID than people with the vaccine. So I set this argument up for hours, and I knew what it would come to. Now, I want you to listen. I don't have to say shit here. I just want you to listen. It's a 3-minute clip. It's one of my favorite clips that I've ever done.
But your argument, even for the vaccinated, or for the people that have had the virus, is we should force them to take the vaccine or get tested, right? You're saying that's the caveat, or force them to get tested, right? Correct?
Yeah. I do believe that that's probably the best way to do it. And honestly, Biden thought of it before I did, and I think it was
Great.
good that he was in charge of it instead of me, because I might have gone a little further.
So just real quick, just to get everything clarified before I make my point, you're admitting that the evidence seems to suggest that natural immunity is superior to the vaccinated, correct?
Yes, with the caveat that they should also get vaccinated as well.
Great, or get tested. That's your argument, right? They should get vaccinated or get tested.
Yes.
So you think that they should get tested or get the vaccine, even though they're more protected than the vaccinated, correct?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry. I just want to be
You
very
think
careful.
that people that have had COVID and have natural immunity should get tested or get vaccinated, right?
Yes.
And your philosophical premise to such is, even though it might be against their wishes.
But everyone, by the way. This is everyone, them included.
Okay. And so my question to you are you vaccinated? You don't have to tell me if you don't want.
Yes, I am. I have both vaccines.
Should you be forced to get tested every week?
No, because I'm vaccinated.
You're more likely to spread and catch the disease than people with natural immunity, and you think they should get tested every week.
I'm more likely to catch and spread the disease, but I think they should also get vaccinated. You know what, Rob? I'd be perfectly fine with people who have natural immunity going that route. If there was an exception, and you can prove that to me right now.
So wait a minute, what made you change your philosophical position? It almost seems like...
Wait. Wait, 1 second. Give me a moment here. Somebody's told me that's not true. I'm sorry. I'm trying to... I thought we were going to talk about something a little bit different here. So that's why... give me a second here. He's right here, actually. If he's saying affect everyone with COVID, your Rob is right here. Yeah, I mean, honestly... So
you just backtracked your entire position as soon as it was an imposition to you. As soon as it would have been having to get tested every week. Now you're like, you know what? Then people with natural immunity don't have to get tested.
Wait, can I not? Okay.
Now, in case, just to illustrate what happened there, the whole time we were talking, and this was the stated position of Democrats. Oh, give me a second. My wife thinks that water is running in the bathroom, so I got to check real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, shit. Oh, boy, I left the sink on when I got my glass of water in there. Have I debated my dude? I don't know who that is. Maybe. I can't remember. So what occurred was, throughout the course of that debate, he was defending vaccine mandate, the vaccine mandate that Biden pushed out. And basically it was under the premise of, even if you're right that natural immunity is superior, we should do everything possible. And if you remember, we learned, it was evident at the time, but there was even an admission from people afterwards, the whole point was to make people as uncomfortable as possible. We're going to make you uncomfortable so you'll want to go out and get the vaccine. That was the whole point. Burns isn't right. Would you like to call in? Kissing Gonzo, here we go. Why don't you call out and defend why Burns is right? Go ahead. Love to do it. Simple, one of the easiest debates I'll do. Be simple, no problem. Burns is right. So Burns' position is people with natural immunity have superior protection to the people with vaccinated immunity. But still, people with natural immunity that can prove that they have the natural immunity. What's it matter if you're a lefty or not? I'm still going to crush you. Burns is wrong on this argument. I said that this is an easy argument to crush. I don't recall if I said you're a lefty. So you all shouldn't pretend to be grouped in with people in buckets when you're not being. That's a sign of weakness. It's a sign that you know you can't defend your argument, so you have to play the victim card already. Oh, you're grouping me into a bucket, when no one even did that. Why don't you call in, Kissing Gonzo? Anyways, to further the point, because Kissing Gonzo, I will say one group that I'll group him in with is Coward. He won't call in, I assure you. Burns is admitting that people with natural immunity are more protected, but it doesn't matter because they should still have to get tested, because it would be better if they got the vaccine, even if they have natural immunity. Turns out that's not true, according to the CDC's own numbers, but arguably, okay. And so, just to be safe, we should test them anyways. Okay, well, if Group A is more protected than Group B, and you say still Group A should have to get tested because we should do everything possible to make sure the virus shouldn't spread, why shouldn't Group B, who's less protected than Group A? You know what the difference was? Well, Dylan was part of Group B. That's the difference. See, when it was you that had natural immunity and was more protected than Dylan, fuck you, man. Your life should still be made difficult. You should have to get tested every week. But as soon as it was, okay, why is that? Well, because even if you're protected, you could always still get the virus. So let's, everything possible. No imposition should be spared in someone's life. Everything possible to make sure the virus isn't going. Okay, well, you're less protected. Everything possible for you as well, right? And he could have said, I guess you're right. I guess I should be tested. Then obviously the next question would be, why don't you get tested? Who cares if the government says you have to? If you're going to do everything possible to stop the spread of COVID, why don't you get tested? But he goes the opposite way. Oh, now you're saying that I should have an imposition on me? No, never mind. I changed my mind. So when it was about making your life difficult, even though you were more protected than Dylan if you previously had COVID, he said, that's good. Go ahead, make your life difficult. Yep. But once you said, but you're less protected than me, so shouldn't your life be made difficult as well? Never mind. Never mind. That's different. And Dylan also went on in that debate in the broader context of it. Because Dylan at that point, this was before the Ukraine situation, Dylan's whole shtick was he was an on-the-ground citizen journalist going to Black Lives Matter protests. So he defended the proposed New York laws that would have said that you had to have a vaccine permit, or a vaccine, what's the word I'm looking for? Vaccine permit? You remember when you had to have proof of a vaccine to enter into certain grocery stores and things like that? Dylan said, good. Yep. If you're going public shopping at a place, you should have to have a vaccine identification. There was only one exception that he gave. If you're going to a rally, the things Dylan likes to do, vaccine card. If you're going to a rally, then no, you don't have to show, because free speech is important. And you don't want the government to have a list of everyone that was at a rally. Vaccine passport, that was the word I was looking for. So the thing Dylan wanted to do, no. No vaccine passport for that. I don't trust the government with my information. But yes, you do need a vaccine passport to go buy groceries, to go into the store. See, once things became an imposition on Dylan, oh, no. But for you, yes. Here was other good arguments that I had with Dylan Burns. Dylan, in fact, his producer, he had two producers. One was Danabo. The other was a guy by the name of Mr. Geck. So when me and my wife got COVID in December of 2020, previously, within a week or so, I was having an argument with Dylan on Twitter about this gym in New Jersey. And the gym was constantly getting fined and was shut down because they didn't force the people exercising at their gym to wear masks. So they kept getting punished. So I said, well, I think that's bad. Whatever. It wasn't a hostile exchange or anything. When my wife and I got COVID, Mr. Geck responded to me, good, we deserved it. My 9-month pregnant wife deserved to get COVID, says Dylan Burns, producer. We deserved it. Why? Why did I deserve it? I barely left the house. Not necessarily because I was afraid of COVID. Just me and my wife were fucking boring. She was pregnant. We weren't going out to the bars. We weren't going out to eat. We basically stayed in the house. When I was at work, I was forced to wear a mask. Meanwhile, Dylan Burns was violating lockdown orders all the time to go to Black Lives Matter protest. That was okay, though. He didn't deserve to get COVID. I did, though. And more importantly, my wife did. We deserved it. So after I was done telling him to fuck off on a stream, I talked to Dylan, and we were talking specifically about this case in Jersey. And the government should punish these people. Yep. That's what he said. Give me a second, I'm looking something out. So he was for, by the way, one of the most important things that you could be doing to fight against COVID is being healthy, exercising. Give me a second. Bear with me. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find it. I found this. It's not working. You might just have to take my word for this, which is unfortunate. Give me one more chance to look. One more thing. I know it's boring. I'm looking this up. I apologize. Sorry about that. I found what I was looking for. Apologies. So, Dylan says, fuck this gym. How dare they? They're endangering people because they're not forcing those people exercising at their gym to wear masks. This is 2020. I said, which organization should we be listening to? CDC, he says. So listen to the CDC. I said, what about the World Health Organization? Yep. Want to know what the World Health Organization says about wearing a mask while you're exercising? To this day? Should I wear a mask while exercising? Even when you're in an area with active COVID-19 transmissions, masks should not be worn during vigorous physical activity because of risk of reducing your breathing capacity. No matter how intensely you exercise, keep at least 1 meter away from others, and if you're indoors, make sure there's adequate space. Go to uncrowded gyms with good ventilation. Wearing a mask during activity may reduce the ability to breathe, and a wet or damp mask lose their effectiveness. That's right. Dylan, who was so confident that the government should punitively punish a gym because they weren't forcing their people to wear masks, was ignoring guidance from one of the very organizations he said that we should listen to. You get that? You should be punished if you don't listen to the World Health Organization, and that gym is not forcing people to wear masks. Oh, cool, because the World Health Organization says you shouldn't wear a mask while at the gym working out. Well, still, they should be punished. Now, I like Dylan, but he's the quintessential leftist in this, because what does this show? When it comes to activities he likes, no vaccine passport needed. When it's you who's more protected because you've had a previous COVID infection than him, you should have to have your life be made miserable by getting tested every week. But he shouldn't. Even though you're more protected than him, that's an imposition on him. You shouldn't do that to him. The gym should be punished, should be fined by the government for not forcing their participants to wear masks because we have to follow the World Health Organization guidelines. Only they say don't wear a mask while you're exercising. The truth is, it was never about the science with these people. It was about authoritarianism. By the way, kissing Gonzo there that said that Burns was right and I was wrong. Notice I proffered the offer to go ahead and call in. He didn't accept it. I wonder why. That's what this was about with COVID. Wasn't about trusting the science. And now that people realize that it was a sham, it's time we need COVID amnesty. We all did the best we could. Bullshit. You gave in to authoritarian impulses and you had no reason to do so. Oh my God. I may have made a mistake here. In fairness, maybe Kissing Gonzo wasn't saying Dylan Burns was right. He's saying this Burns Slotz is right in the chat. If so, I vehemently apologize. Just two people with the name Burns. Yeah, that's what it was. And I said the same, only Mr. Bill. I said the same thing. That it's just the test run for when the real authoritarianism occurs the next time. Yeah, I apologize for that, Kissing Gonzo. My mistake. I thought you were saying Dylan was right. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's clearly wrong. But anyways, I said the one thing that I'm never going to let people live down is that COVID shit. The other thing is lying about Biden's cognitive health. Fuck you. If you were willing to spread that lie, go fuck yourself. You would lie about anything. That's the truth. I don't want to hear you talk about Trump called us. You hate Trump so much that you literally watched at Joe Biden's cognitive decline. You saw evidence of it. You saw the Easter Bunny having to lead him around at the White House. You saw him constantly mumbling, stumbling over himself, going the wrong way, being completely disheveled, not knowing where he's at. Over and over we saw, every time, cheap fakes, nope, no evidence. streamers, media personalities, Democratic politicians. If they're willing to lie about something that evident, what are they unwilling to lie about? I thought it was funny. I saw counterpoints. The other day I was interacting with on X. Oh, I don't like Elon. I don't like unelected officials having this much sway in our government. Dude, you were voting for Biden. The guy's a human vegetable. You have no fucking clue who's running the administration. You're fine with it. I had this discussion with Connor. He said, well, they're professionals behind the scene. So just say what you want. I don't like when it's Trump's team doing it. I do like when it's Biden's. Just say that. I don't care if Trump deserves it or not. The instant he lies as often as he does, anything and everything's acceptable in my book, excluding violence. Give me an example of Trump's lies. Well, the fact checkers say that Trump lied more than any other president. Then you'd be like, okay, let's see some of the fact checks. And they would be things like this. Trump said he had the largest crowd ever, but that's not true. Here's a crowd that was larger. Okay, Trump's hyperbolic. Cool. Trump said no one respects women more than him, but that's not true. Other people do respect women. Okay, it's hyperbolic. Then it would be shit like, Trump says that his plans had the greatest economy. While it is true that it was the highest GDP ever, there's no evidence that it was exclusively Trump's plans that did that. In other words, well, what he said was true, but there's no evidence that the reason for it happening is what he said. Okay, burn Slotz. He says, Trump said they're eating people's pets. Yes, Trump reported rumors, and I think it was inappropriate to do so. He reported rumors that there were Haitian refugees eating pets. There were reports of this. There was at least one police report filed. But you shouldn't say things like that without being able to confirm yourself. Yep. Cool. That's it? That's what you got? Destiny proved me wrong on this point. How so? What did Destiny prove wrong? I needed more AI? Oh, you mean when Destiny claimed that he read the source material on something that he lied about, that even his bosom buddy, Pisco, had to admit that Destiny lied about? And then that actually the AI summary that I read actually was right and Destiny was wrong, and Destiny admitted as such? No, my claim's not that Trump doesn't lie. Do you lie, Kissing Gonzo? I do. Do you? Yep, everybody lies. You just said anything up to and excluding violence is justified against Trump because he lies. But everybody lies. Is Trump pro or against the Constitution? I don't know. Probably as much pro-Constitution as almost every other politician. Trump one time said that the Constitution rules should be thrown out in the specific situation that the Constitution says that there's a transfer of power that happens one way, but if the election was stolen, that we should eschew those rules until we take care of that corruption that occurred. I'm sure the Founding Fathers would agree, by the way. Now, you may disagree that there was election theft, but in the idea, if you're saying there was election theft, the election was stolen, and so the specific dates and mechanisms used in the Constitution should be something that we should throw out. Do you think, for example, the Constitution says that Joe Biden should be allowed to refuse student loans, or that we should be allowed to have the president unilaterally declare war? No, I don't think that. You think they would be cool with the mass amount of spending that we see? No, I don't think so. You think they'd be cool? They'd be cool with the Constitution of the attacks on the Second Amendment? No, I don't think that. You think they'd be cool with the attacks on the First Amendment and having executive branches pressuring social media to censor free speech? No, I don't think they'd be cool with that. Your beard's a little sideways, Burn Slut. That's okay. Come after me. No, my logic isn't we all lie, therefore it's okay for Trump to lie. I'm saying that I think you lie, Kissing Gonzo. So I wouldn't say that I'm literally allowed to do everything to you except violence because you lie. You're making a outlandish claim. Anything's on the table. Lying against Trump, cheating against Trump, illegally locking him up. It doesn't matter. Everything except punching him in the face is on the table. Everything, because he lies. But everybody lies. But it's only Trump that everything's on the table for. Okay, you lie all the time, Kissing Gonzo. Great. So if your landlord steals all of your property and kicks you out on your ass, that's justified because you lie, right? You lie all the time. You just said it. Everything. What was your exact quote? Your exact quote was, I don't care if Trump deserves it or not. The instant he lies as often as he does, anything and everything is acceptable in my book, excluding violence, obviously. You just admitted you lie all the time. There you go. Great. And most people lie all the time. So great. There's the world that Kissing Gonzo wants. Everyone's allowed to do whatever they want all the time, excluding violence to anyone because everybody lies. Cool. He said the 2020 election was stolen. He believes that it was stolen. In many ways, it was stolen. For example, the election was decided in 3 states by about 45,000 votes. Polling showed that up to 1/3 of Democrats would have considered changing their vote if they knew that the Hunter Biden laptop story was accurate. The fact that our intel agencies primed social media to censor that story, and then even after the story wasn't censored, it had the tinge of being a lie that Joe Biden repeated by saying that it was Russian disinformation, that people didn't believe it, and if they would have believed it, they would have voted a different way. So yes, when our intelligence institutions are putting their thumb on the scale, as they did with Trump, both in the 2016, 2020, and 2024 elections, and the election was decided by 40,000 people in 3 states, that obviously was enough to steal the election. That absolutely is stealing the election. So in that sense, it's absolutely true. The election was stolen. There are also significant questions about the laws that changed, whether or not they were constitutional in the way that we proffered voting, such as mass mail-in voting. The idea that mail-in voting became more, what's the word I'm looking for? Accurate. Because what we could see is mail ballots always had a more example of fraud that occurred with them, or even more frequently than fraud, mistakes that occurred with them. Yet in places like Pennsylvania, where we massively increased mail-in voting for the first time in history, all of a sudden the amount of unaccepted ballots decreased from an average year. Joe Biden lied when he said the reason that he was running for office was that Trump said Nazis are good people. He never said that. Joe Biden lied when he said he never met the business partners of Hunter Biden. That's a lie. He did. Joe Biden lied when he lies over and over again. His entire life story is a lie. He said things like he went to historical black universities and taught there. That turns out that was a lie. He said he was the top of his class. Turns out that was a lie. He lied almost every time Biden tells an anecdotal story about himself. It's a lie. But the fact checkers, all of a sudden at places like the Washington Post, stopped doing the fact checking when Biden was in office. But no one cares. The same people that are concerned about lies, they don't give a shit. Kamala Harris lies all the time. For example, in 2020, Kamala Harris ran on basically calling Joe Biden a racist because he was against forced busing. Then, when she got back after the debate and found out that the internal polling showed even black people were against forced busing, she came out the next day and said, oh, by the way, I also am against forced busing. She said she never said that she was for banning fracking in places like Pennsylvania. That's a blatant lie. She did say that. She changed her position and did a 180 on all sorts of central things like the Green New Deal, mandatory gun buybacks, all sorts of things. No one gives a shit about those lies. Lol, he thinks because we hate Trump, we must be Dem or liberal. No, I think when I'm responding to a person that says everything up to violence is justified against Donald Trump because he's a liar, and you can't point me to a politician or even a person that doesn't lie, that seems to be a ridiculous standard. Go ahead, Clockwork Orange. Tell me the lies that you're very upset with Trump about. You really pissed off that he said that the crowd was bigger than what it was. You really mad that he says no one respects women more than him, right? You upset about that? He's a Shabbos goy. Oh, you hate Jews. Cool. Yeah. All right. So he lied about that? He lied and said, I'm not Shabbos goy, but he is? That's your argument? Cool. You're like a groiper. Yeah, go fuck yourself. See you later. You're an irrelevant sack of shit. Got it. Should have known. Should liars be treated with open rancor and direct accountability in our society? As Christian, I'd assume you'd easily take that position. No. For example, I work with people with disabilities. Some of the people I work with have all sorts of things that make them objectively not that attractive. If one of them comes up to me and says, do I look good in this shirt? And they clearly don't, it's disheveled and stuff. And I say, sure, buddy, you look good. I just lied, but no, I don't think that I should be treated with open hostility and rancor. Can you tell us how you would look at people with autism, Down syndrome, etc., and tell them that they look disheveled and terrible, and if you don't do that, you're a bad person and should be treated with rancor? Go ahead, explain to us that. Would you like to call in and explain that? Any one of you. Every lie needs to be avoided, correct? Cool. You want to call in? You weren't the person that said it, but yeah. You break terms of service even once, you're out. I know you Jew haters and how you are. But go ahead, you call in. No, I'm not using an edge case. What I'm doing is I'm saying the vast bulk of the lies, of the tens of thousands of lies that Trump sold, were stupid bullshit. Like used car salesmen like, greatest car you'd ever see. Oh, that guy's a liar. All lies as a Christian must be rejected. No, I disagree. What are the specific lies that you're so upset about? Did Dominion change votes to help Biden win? I don't know. I haven't seen evidence of it. Trump said they did. Maybe he did say that specifically. It doesn't prove that it's a lie. It might not be true, but he believes it. Trump legitimately believes that the election was stolen from him. In many ways, the election was stolen from him. That's provable. Cool. Kissing Gonzo, what's the big lie that you're so upset about that Trump should be treated with open rancor and hostility? By the way, you yourself admit you lie all the time and you should be treated as such. There are thousands of lies and many are brought up. Really, give me an example. Dominion voting machines. Jackass, you're spinning, I get it. You're someone who, that's all you do is spin because you hate Trump. That's it. You've been proven to have made an ass of yourself already when you called in. Thanks for staying in the chat. Are you saying that Trump doesn't legitimately believe his statements? Can you explain to me how you have that knowledge? You would have to prove that. You're the one making the declarative statement that he's lying. So prove that he doesn't believe it. The amount of lies is irrelevant to the caliber of the lie. You want to know a lie? If you like your doctor, you could keep it. That's something that affected almost every single person in this country. We were sold a bill of goods by Barack Obama that said, hey, if you're happy with your current insurance and your current doctor, you'll be able to keep it. And they knew that was a lie all the while. That's different than a lie saying, I think the voting machine sucked and changed. I think this was the largest crowd ever. J.D. Vance did not say he made up the eating pets lie. That is a lie by Bern Slotz. Bern Slotz is now lying to claim that other people are lying. Liar. You see? They say Trump lies all the time. Then they spread lies and say the fact that proves that Trump's lying. Cody Folsom, thanks for the $5 super chat, says all politicians lying should be treated with rancor and whatever the other word was. Agreed. But the idea that somehow it's unique for Trump is nonsensical. That's right. If you believe something, then it wouldn't be a lie. Yes. The volume of the lies is irrelevant. For example, my neighbor that might be a very nice guy that lies almost every day saying, oh, I caught the biggest trout last week. Oh my goodness, I have the fastest car. Oh, I saw the most beautiful blah, blah, blah. Those may all be lies, but that's less significant than if my other neighbor breaks into my house and steals all of my shit and says, no, it wasn't me. Even though that's only one lie, it's far more significant. Here we go. Now, I want you to see. I knew that Bern Slotz would take the bait. Let's do it. So I'm going to play the video of Burn Slotz here. And then we're going to look at the full statement. Okay. Let's play Burn Slotz lying video, shall we? Now, Burn Slotz's claim is, quote, J.D. Vance said he made up the eating pets lie. Okay? Now, let's watch this Stephen Colbert clip.
Pumping up security as viral unfounded claims about Haitian immigrants stealing and eating pets continue to circulate, amplified by former President Trump and running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance, in an interview with CNN's Dana Bash, doubled down on the false claim, but provided no evidence for it. Then Vance said this.
If I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana.
What's that, girl? You're worried our Haitian neighbors are gonna try to eat you? That's just a hateful story J.D. Vance made up to get media attention. What's that? You're going to get revenge by defiling the thing Vance loves most?
So I noticed that vaunted journalist that you used to cite there, Stephen Colbert, spreads the lie at the end there that J.D. Vance had sex with a couch by having the dog do that. So now, did you notice that lie, there was a nice 10-second clip they had there. Now let's read what the full context was that was said. Ready? So you can see how people like Burn Slott and the media that he consumes lies. Vance said the evidence is first-hand accounts of his constituents who told him it happened, adding that he's been trying to talk about Springfield for months, but the American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. Bash said it wasn't a meme, though. Quote from Vance, if I have to create stories so the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. Vance said. Bash pointed out that he just said he's creating a story. You just said that was a story you created, she said. Vance responded, yes. She says, so eating the cats and dogs thing is not accurate, she said. He says, we are, Dana. It comes from first-hand accounts from my constituents. I said that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create the 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield. That's thanks to Kamala's policies. Her policies did that. But yes, we created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about the story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies. So as you can see, he says over and over there, no, they didn't make up the story. It came from first-hand accounts. When he says they create the story, he meant they created the focus that the media then focused on the story. But the story is based in reality in first-hand accounts that they said. Now, people like Burn Slotz lie. They consume media from places like Stephen Colbert. And so they say, see, he didn't say that there were first-hand accounts. He admitted that he made it all up. He admitted it. He did not. What he admitted was that the media wasn't talking about it, and it wasn't a story. They created the story by talking about what these people were saying was occurring in their community from first-hand accounts. You see? Now that's one of the lies that they're going to say occurred. Saying, yeah, we never heard any example of them eating cats and dogs. We totally made up a bullshit lie because we wanted to create a story. Is different than saying, yes, we're hearing firsthand accounts that this is occurring, but the media refused to cover it. So we created the story by talking about it because people were not listening to the people of Springfield. It's completely different. And I know it, and Mr. Name knows it, and Bern Slotz knows it, and Stephen Colbert knows it, and Dana Bash knows it. March 11, 2020, White House briefing. During a White House press briefing, President Trump said, and it's going to disappear. It's like the coronavirus. It'll disappear like the coronavirus did in China. So was that a lie or what? Did it disappear? Dr. Fauci, who has no love for Trump whatsoever, said that the public discourse that Trump was saying in public to not encourage fear-mongering went aligned with what they were telling him in private. So it's not a lie if Trump thought that the virus would eventually disappear. And the fact that even Fauci admitted that what he was saying publicly was something that was recommended, because even Dr. Fauci admitted that he was lying about whether or not people should buy masks because they were so concerned that people were over-panicking about the pandemic. So if Trump's listening to the advice of the medical experts around him, as bad as that advice may be, is that a lie that we're going to criticize? We're going to end the Ukraine war in day one. Yes, that falls in line with the lies of things like hyperbole. Everybody knew that day one that Trump got elected that it wouldn't end the war in Ukraine. What he talked about was saying that he would be able to apply pressure that would make that resolution to the war more quickly to be done. Yes, it is true. Everyone with half a brain knew that it wouldn't be magically day one. Is it a lie? Yes, it's a lie in the sense that it's hyperbolic and we all knew it wasn't true. It's the same lie as saying no one respects women more than me. It's hyperbolic, but he's clearly doing things to apply pressure to have peaceful resolutions of conflicts, as is evidenced by the resolution that we see, at least short term, with the Palestinian conflict. Yes, hyperbole is a lie. There's different types of lies. There's lying like saying the reason I'm running for president is because Trump said Nazis are good people, a lie that I'm no doubt sure that many of you people criticizing Trump lies were more than happy to spread yourself. That is a damaging lie in a country where we had all sorts of race riots that were occurring all summer in 2020. We had the president, who then became the president, saying the sole reason that he got involved in the race was a lie that Trump said Nazis were good people. That is a lie that is worse than Trump 10 times saying, I'll stop wars faster than anyone. I appreciate women more than anyone. Yes. Yes, it is more okay to use hyperbole as a president than to tell the lies of the other type that I'm saying. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's still not good. You would prefer a president not using hyperbole, but 500 lies of saying, I'm the greatest person ever, isn't as significant as one lie saying, my opponent said Nazis are good people in the middle of race riots that are occurring. Yes. Can you show me one post that you ever put kissing Gonzo anywhere criticizing Joe Biden running on the lie that Trump said Nazis were good people? I didn't say it was okay. I said it's better than the other sorts of lies. You've already acknowledged that everyone lies. You acknowledge that you lied all the time, right? And so now what we're talking about is whether significant, unique treatment ought to be given to President Trump for the lies he tells versus the lies that other politicians have told about him or about themselves. So if you're so concerned about dishonesty and without honor, show me any post that you've made anywhere criticizing the more significant lies of people like Joe Biden saying that Trump said Nazis were good people. Show me it once. Show me one post that you made on Facebook, one on social media, anywhere. Go ahead. Or didn't you care about that dishonesty and lack of honor? You didn't give a shit. It almost starts to look like then, it's not that you care about lying, it's that you hate Trump. And so you know that most people don't like lying, myself included. What do I tell my audience all the time? When you see people like this engaging in hypocrisy, it proves two things. One, they don't care about the thing that they're claiming they care about. Second, they think that you do. So just like you heard, I believe it was Kissing Gonzo saying, well, as a conservative, a Christian, don't you care about lying? He probably doesn't give a shit at all about Christianity, and he certainly doesn't care about lying, because he won't be able to show you any examples of him calling out prominent politicians like Joe Biden, spreading the Nazis are good people hoax. He has nothing to say about that. Instead, he's focusing. He knows that people like me don't like liars. I've criticized heavily things that Trump has said that are hyperbolic. But what I'm saying is that sort of used car salesman type rhetoric, those lies are far less impactful. I could end the war first. I'll get the wall built in a day. No one respects women more than me. I have the biggest crowds. Those lies are far less significant than lies such as I'm running because my opponent said Nazis are good people. the Hunter Biden laptop is Russian disinformation. Adam Schiff saying, I've seen the proof that Trump colluded with Russia. Barack Obama is saying, if you like your doctor, you could keep it. Lies about weapons of mass destruction that led us into the Iraq war. You don't care about virtues. If you cared, you would show me examples. Show me one example, Kissing Gonzo. Go ahead. Or admit that you're full of shit. Then he posts the same fact checkers. Okay, how many people died of COVID? So what? Looks like more people died under Joe Biden than Donald Trump and? No, it's not the only difference is I like his lies. Is there a difference between telling the autistic person with Down syndrome, sure, you look good in that shirt, versus saying, if you like your doctor, you can keep it? Is there a difference in that level of lies? Yes. It's not a matter of liking one lie or disliking the other. It's a matter of being honest, which you're not doing right now, and saying that some lies are far worse and more significant than others. A guy that wants to say every day, I caught the biggest fish, I have the biggest crowd, no one respects women more than me. Those might be annoyances and lies that you don't like and say, hey, you shouldn't do that stuff. That's nowhere on the level of saying, my opponent said Nazis are good people. Can you show me one time ever you pointing out Burn Slot, criticizing on any of your social media posts the fact that the current president of the United States, at least in name, Joe Biden, got into office and ran based on a lie in the middle of race riots saying that Trump said Nazis were good people? Can you show me one time in any of your platform, any of you that are criticizing, can you show me one time? One time of you criticizing that lie, one of the most significant lies in the past 20 years of politics in this country. Can you show me? Any of you, can you show me criticizing it? What sort of Trump's lies killed people? Yeah, more people died under Biden's COVID if you look at the same time frame as Trump. That's despite the fact that Biden's A-plus strategy against COVID was the vaccine, something that was created under Trump. So they already had what they said was the biggest tool to fight COVID, and still more people died under the same time frame of his life. There you go. Burn Slot says he's not showing my MAGA freaks his socials, and therefore I'm not talking to you anymore. See you later. Don't give a shit. They don't care. None of them can show them calling out the lies of people like Joe Biden. Can't do it. They know. Again, they don't give a fuck. None of these people give a fuck about lying. They don't care. They don't give a shit at all. They don't give a fuck that Joe Biden lied. They don't care Kamala Harris lied. They don't care Obama lied. They don't give a shit. They don't like Trump. So they'll say, oh, lying's really bad. It's bad. It's really bad. And you're like, really? Okay, yeah, lying's bad. I agree. Where's your energy for that when we saw more significant lies on the other side? Well, I'm not going to show you that. I don't show that. Same shit, different day. Same shit. Oh, you can't weaponize. What if Trump weaponizes his DOJ to go after his opponents? Oh, you mean hypothetically, what if he does what the Democrats ever already did? We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Kissing Gonzo, show me one time you ever calling out Joe Biden or the media's lies that Trump said Nazi are good people. Show me. Will you call it out right now? You clearly have never called it out publicly in social media. You never have. I know that. You know that. So will you call it out right now? Will you call it out right now, Kissing Gonzo? Will you say, yeah, that's absolutely despicable that almost the entirety of our national media, Democratic Party, and Joe Biden maliciously lied during racial riots that Trump said Nazis were good people? You can't tell me not to divert to Biden. I thought you cared about lying. If you cared about lying, then you would be willing to call it lying when it's occurring on all sides, particularly when this lie is more significant. The fact that you say you're unwilling to call that out because it's a diversion to Biden proves that you don't give a shit about lying. You care about attacking Trump. So you'll use an issue that you don't care about lying, that you hope that you could appeal to other people that do care about it, while ignoring the fact that you're more than happy to see politicians that you like lie because you just hate Donald Trump. That's it. That's all it is. It's transparent. It's the same thing that all these people in the media did. Remember, they had fact checkers checking Trump's lies over and over again. As soon as Biden came into office, they said, we don't need them. Biden doesn't lie like that. So they didn't check. Now, oh boy, they'll be back. Trump's not president. You're lying. You just lied. Trump is not president. Joe Biden's president. Why don't you care about his lies? Why are you lying now? See that? Kissing Gonzo really cares about lies, and he just said the reason he doesn't care about Biden's lies is that Biden's not president. Trump is president. So he cares about Trump's lies. But that's a lie. Trump's not president right now. Who's president right now? January 17th. Joe Biden. I'll bet Kissing Gonzo has been talking about Trump's lies for months and months and months and months and months, even before Trump won the election. But Trump's not president. All of a sudden, he can't comment on the current president's lies. Now he admits that he lies about who's president. All right, we'll see you, Kissing Gonzo. Does everybody see? It's fun to interact with these people once in a while. Do you see, though? Do you see how they... Well, right now, Donald Trump's president, so I can't focus on Biden's lies. I can only focus on Trump's. Actually, no, Biden's president right now. Okay, I lied. Who cares? My lies are insignificant. But trust me, I really care about lies. Did you see? Was I not exactly right? They don't care about what they're claiming to care about. They don't give a fuck about lying. Don't care at all. But they're hoping that you do. That's it. That every time. Sure. Oh my God, Trump might weaponize the DOJ. Of course, I'm happy that it was weaponized against him. I'm happy. But I know most good people would be against that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that you believe that. I didn't kick him. I don't have to see his chat anymore. He's still on Twitch, chatting away. He can say whatever he wants. Not kicked. Was there anyone else? Oh, Birdman wanted to jump in. Or Joker, I'm sorry. I missed you. I saw you were there earlier. We'll do a couple more real quick. Joker, are you there, man? I know you've been in chat for a while. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I forgot you were there. I got busy yelling at lefties. What's happening, Joker?
No, you're fine. They deserve it. I just get so annoyed with leftists when they all of a sudden get pissed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all bullshit. Like, I have no problem. I call out Trump all the time. All the time. Trump tells actually significant lies. It's at least paid lip service to being fiscally conservative. That's not true. He spent the shit out of money. It's a lot of Trump's hyperbole I called out in real time. Fuck, Trump does other shit I call. Remember when he was president and he's like tweeting out about Rosie O'Donnell? What the fuck are you doing? She's a little below your weight class at this point. Well, not physically, but you get what I mean. You're the president and she's a washed up actress. You don't have to do it anymore. You're tweeting at Arnold Schwarzenegger that his Apprentice show was worse than yours. Okay, dude, who gives a shit? You're president. You win, you know? So he certainly says shit that I find an annoyance and some stuff that I find to be very bad. One of the worst things I think he did was bomb Syria. Thought it was fucking ridiculous. So I call him out all the time. But what I can't stand is these lefties that pretend to care about this shit. They don't give a fuck. That Gonzo guy, he don't give a shit about lying. I lie all the time. Who cares? I'm not the president. I only care about the president lying. Okay, well, Joe Biden's the president. Will you admit that he lied? No.
Right. Well, I mean, I feel like, at least for me, the way I look at it, I mean, like, you have to put Trump in a sort of, I mean, compared to George Bush lying about WMDs, going to fucking Iraq, compared to Obama era and the spying, I mean, Trump is pretty low grade, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that's like, look, there are lies that are more, as far as I'm concerned, the lies that I've heard politically that are the most damaging, right, are Trump said Nazis were good people. That was told almost by every single Democrat. We've seen evidence that Trump illegally colluded with Russia. So those two things, one is saying, you've primed this country to say that Russia is basically our greatest enemy, and you told the country, almost an entire political party told the country that the current president is a Manchurian candidate that's actually working for our greatest enemy. Then you told the entire country in the middle of race riots, or around the time right before race riots and during them, that Donald Trump said Nazis are good people, which is a lie. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. That was a horrible lie. The WMD lies were horrible. Read my lips, no new taxes, horrible. But yeah, Trump says, I called out the Trump. I thought that there were stories in Springfield, Ohio that were easily confirmed about the problems that the community was having with this mass influx of these refugees from Haiti, such as a drunk driver that ran into a school bus and killed people. That happened. Resources being massively redeployed at places like schools where they basically didn't have anyone that was bilingual that was a teacher, and they had to hire all these people because you now had all these young students that didn't speak the language or understand the culture. But it pulls on heartstrings more to talk about pets. Now, there were people that were talking about that, but I think you need to be more careful when you're running for office before you talk about things that you haven't been able to confirm yourself. And I'm sorry, it doesn't rise to the level of acceptability to say, but we heard a rumor. But that's different than, as always, what the Democrats do is they take something that could be a legitimate gripe and they run too far with it. So it didn't become, look, they shouldn't be talking about this shit. No doubt there were social media stories and firsthand accounts of this, but unless you can confirm it, you shouldn't be talking about that. It's one thing if you're Joe Schmo. It's another thing if you're the leading candidate for president of the United States, right? Instead, what they did was said, J.D. Vance admitted that he made up the story. He didn't. That's bullshit. But that's what they do. They always, they don't give a fuck. They do not care about the lies. They don't care. If the lies benefit their side, it's perfectly fine. If the social media censorship benefits their side, totally fine. If the weaponization of the DOJ benefits their side, totally fine. If the riots and the violence benefits their side, totally fine. But the moment that the shoe's on the other foot, they're like, this is outrageous. Everyone should be against violence. Everyone should be against lying. Everyone should be against weaponization of the DOJ. Then, if the Democrats win again and get into power and they do all the same shit again, all of a sudden their voice will be silent for 4 years. That's okay. We're not going to speak up about the lying. We're not going to speak up about the weaponization. We're not going to speak up about the riots. And then if the other side gets in a position and those things happen again, they'll go, oh my God, this is terrible. It's literally over and over. They don't give a fuck. And again, the reason is because they feel they're morally superior, because they feel that someone like Donald Trump is literally Hitler. And so it's okay. Everything's on the table to be about it. That Gonzo guy said it. He said excluding violence. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he believes that. Many Democrats don't. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt. They don't give a fuck. Anything's on the political lawfare, totally fine. Making up court cases and throwing him in prison, no problem. Because Trump's bad. That's it. And then as soon as the shoe's on the other foot, they're like, oh my God, you can't do that. Why is Trump bad? Well, Trump lies. So it's okay to lie to get Trump and throw him into jail because Trump lies. So it's okay to do it. Okay, so then the people that did that lied, it's okay to lie about them and throw them in jail. No, that would be bad. That would make you a liar. Then we would be justified in lying to throw your ass in jail. You see? You see how it works? In other words, their side's always good. And the ends always justify the means because you're evil. You're bad. So it's okay. Or, I talk about this all the time. I don't know if you've seen me talk about this. When that comedian Vito or whatever went to the Netflix protest, where you had all these Netflix employees protesting the fact that Dave Chappelle made a transphobic joke on his Netflix special. He shows up with a sign on a broomstick that says comedians are funny. The crowd assaults him, breaks his sign, takes the sign off. Now it looks like he's just holding a stick. And they start screaming, he's got a weapon. In other words, they know that they assaulted him, they know they broke his property, and they know that now they're lying to try to make it look like he has a weapon. He says, why are you doing this? They say, because you're awful. You see, that person believes just like Gonzo did. Vito's bad. He's a bad guy. Trans people need to be protected. Dave Chappelle's a bad guy. So we're allowed to break your property and then lie about you in an attempt to get you arrested. Perfectly fine. Because you're bad, you're awful, and we're good. So it's okay when we do it. That's their entire argument. And they'll say, oh, but don't you care about lying? Aren't you Christian? You care about lying? Yeah, I guess I do. That's what they're hoping. They don't give a shit. They do this all the time with, well, wouldn't a Christian say X? They don't give a shit. They'll mock Christianity. They hate it. But they'll tell you, oh, but Jesus would do this. And you're like, you don't give a shit about this at all. At all. You're hoping I do. That Gonzo guy doesn't, he already admitted, if he cares so much about lying, why would he admit that he lies all the time? All the time, he says. Why wouldn't he call out the current president lying? Why would he lie about who's the current president? If he really cares about lying, he's just like, just everyone can see what's happening. He fucking hates Trump. So the rules are different for Trump. That's it. Just say it. But they can't be honest about even that. They can't.
Yeah, at this point, I honestly don't think that Democrats really care about lying itself. I think they're just mad that the Democrats didn't lie better than Trump, honestly, because it's not the first time that a politician's lied. It's not going to be the last time either. I think it's kind of the expectation that politicians, they lie. So that's why I was really, it's almost like, it kind of frustrates me to see that, oh, Trump says a lie, and then everyone's freaking out about it.
Well,
Trump has all these,
and again, there's different types of lies, right? I'm sorry. Right. Do I think as a human being, it is bad for anyone to say, I caught a 30-inch trout and it was only 20 inches? Yeah, you should avoid telling those sort of hyperbolic lies. Do I get even more annoyed when it's the president of the United States saying shit like, biggest crowd ever? Yeah, that's stupid. It's like, dude, we can see it wasn't the biggest crowd ever. I'll solve the conflict on the first day. Oh, it's day 3. He hasn't solved it. That's a lie. It's like, yeah, it's childish. It's stupid. But I know what he's saying. It's the same as the used car salesman saying, you'll never find a car better than this. Like, okay, I get it. I get this mentality. You're a TV guy. You're a showman. Right? I get it. Yeah. Those aren't good lies. Right? But that's so much different than, oh, my opponent, the reason I'm running for office is my opponent said Nazis are good people while you're watching the country on fire. That's so much more damaging. You've gaslit. You wonder why so many people after the assassination attempt of Trump, so many lefties, like 1/3 said maybe we'd have been better off if it killed him. Well, every media personality they listened to for years told them that Trump said Nazis were good people. They think that J.D. Vance said, I just completely made up the eating cats and dogs story. I just made it up. Like that Burns slot guy tried to say. It's bullshit. Literally, he says right before that, we've heard firsthand accounts of this. And then he says, if we have to create the story so people talk about it, and Dana Bash goes, you're admitting you made this up? And he says, no, we heard firsthand stories. When I say create the story, I mean putting the focus on it so it becomes a story so that you people will finally talk about it. They know that's what he said. They fucking know it, but they still lie. They don't care that people believe those lies. They don't give a shit.
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like the biggest lie that no Democrat is talking about is the fact that we've got Ukraine, Russia fighting. We're pretty close to World War III. We've got Israel, Hamas. In the past 4 years, we've had this senile president.
They all lied to you about Joe Biden's cognitive issue. They lied right to your face. They don't give a shit.
Exactly. So I don't know why they all of a sudden care about lying, as if like they're just they have this moral high ground. Like, it's ridiculous.
If you want to make the claim that all lies are immoral, fine. But then you have to evenly. This shit happens all the time. It's like, here's a good example: kids in cages. People that were silent when there were kids in cages under Obama. Then when Trump came into office, that's all they talked about. And then there's 3 times more kids in cages under Biden, and they don't talk about it anymore. So then when they're on my stream saying, oh, Trump's coming back in office, what about kids in cages? And I say, did you criticize Trump the first time? Yeah. Okay, did you criticize Biden? Well, I didn't really have social media then. Everyone says, I didn't actually. Oh, you're against January 6th violence? Yeah, it was terrible. Did you call out the Black Lives Matter violence? Well, I didn't have social media then. I didn't have it. In that 4 months in between Black Lives Matter and January 6th, that's when I got social media. Or you have people like Burns. I'm not going to show you my social media. Nope. Just admit it. No, you didn't call them out. You didn't. You didn't give a shit. You see now that there's a political advantage to calling out things. I'm not saying you're wrong. Lying is bad. But you don't give a fuck when your side does it.
Right.
They don't give a fuck. They don't care. And if now, like, and I've heard people, like, I remember talking to, I think, Counterpoints about this. It's like, I don't give a fuck if Trump goes to jail. I really don't. My life will basically stay the same. And for the political, it's someone who actually preferred someone like Ron DeSantis. If Trump would have went to jail, probably that meant DeSantis came in. That probably means that he would be more effective and have more of a mandate to go after the people that jailed Trump. Even if he didn't, my life, I'm more concerned about my family and shit like that. It's basically going to continue apace, even if Trump goes to jail. If we decide, you know what? People that fail to register as foreign lobbyists, they go to prison now like Paul Manafort. I don't give a fuck. Okay, fine. But why is it just Trump people? Paul Manafort In the indicting documents, it said he worked with Group 1 and Group 2 in his 2013 failing to register as a foreign lobbyist dealing with Ukraine's president. Group 1 was Mercury LLC. Group 2 was the Podesta Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign managers group. Yet none of them went to jail. It was okay for them. They were allowed to retroactively file paperwork. Hunter Biden clearly failed to register as a foreign lobbyist. Did he get charged? No. Do all the people saying Manafort deserved to go down? He was lobbying for foreign. That's a very serious crime. Did they give a shit when Hunter Biden was left off the hook? No. Trump's a 37-time felon. Really? What did he do? Well, listen to this. He improperly filed paperwork about a campaign contribution. That's what he did. And that's misfiling paperwork, lying to help win an election by committing a third crime, such as lying on paperwork again. But wait a minute. Didn't the FEC already fine Hillary's team, who was stationed in New York, for falsifying paperwork to help win the 2016 election? Yeah. Okay, so then charge her with the felony too, right? Her team. Nah, that's different. Nope. No, we're not worried about that. All of a sudden, they're so serious at going after Trump. What was the story? Well, someone was trying to basically blackmail him and Stormy Daniels, right? That's serious. That's a felony, blah, blah, blah. But then they'll be like, well, Trump wants to go after pollsters and he wants to go after Zuckerberg and shit like that. And that's outrageous. Can you imagine? Yes, you already said that unfair campaign expenditure should rise to the level of felonies. That's what they said with Trump. So why shouldn't it be the case with Zuckerberg? Why shouldn't it be the case with the pollster? I agree. I think that shit's stupid. I don't like that. But that's the precedent that's been set.
Same.
You took a crime that's normally a fine. It was a fine when Hillary did it. It's a fine when other people did it over and over and over again. And you made it 37 felonies. In a crime that literally no one in history has ever been charged for. So do it. If that's what we're going to do, then go after everyone. But they don't give a fuck. They'll sit there and pretend this is a very serious issue. Or lying to law enforcement's a very serious issue. It's very serious. Someone like Pisco will say that all the time. Sure, a bunch of people surrounded Trump. None of them actually got charged with colluding with Russia, but they lied to law enforcement. And that's very serious. Okay, Jabal Bowman blatantly lied to law enforcement. After he pulled that fire alarm, they asked him specifically, did you intend for the alarm to go off? He said no. That's a blatant lie. Everyone admits it. It's obvious. He pulled the alarm. He intended for it to go off, right? But he doesn't get charged for the lie. Well, that's different, says Pisco. When he said, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, what he really meant was he did intend for the alarm to go off. You see, lying was a very big deal when it's people connected to Trump. When it's people connected to the Democratic Party, it's not that big of a deal. Who cares? You see? Every single time. Every time. Mishandling classified information, oh boy, Trump did that. That's a real big deal. Okay, well, Biden did it. Yeah, but he's too old.
Yeah.
That's different. When he did it, it was different. But what about this obstruction of justice? Trump allegedly told people to move boxes around so that people wouldn't be able to see it. Of course, the FBI eventually got all that evidence. Okay, Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence. And the FBI and Congress never did get all of that evidence. That's a clear case of obstruction of justice, right? Why was no one charged? Well, they had to give everyone immunity. Every fucking time they sit here and pretend this is mishandling classified documents. Oh my God, it's such a big deal. Oh, really? The guy you're voting for did it? Well.
No, yeah.
And yeah, but someone says Pisco's definition of insurrection. People like Destiny. Yep. The definition they give, all the Chaz zone would have met, the attacks on courthouses and sheriff's departments, etc., would have met, the attack on the White House, June 30th, 2020. All insurrections. Well, that's different. Trump said fight like hell. Jack Smith said, that's evidence that he was calling for violence. Okay, Chuck Schumer said that Supreme Court Justice like Kavanaugh would reap the whirlwind and face the consequences. And then someone tried to assassinate him. Is that inspired? Was that incitement? Like, well, that's different. Democrats say fight like hell all the time. We've seen Democrat violence. Is that incitement? Well, that's different. Every single fucking time. Trump's team tried to get dirt on Hillary's team from Russians. That's collusion. That's a crime. Well, really, what's your evidence? Well, you see, what happened was Hillary's team worked with a Russian to spread disinformation that the FBI then took to spy on Trump. So wait a minute. The FBI knows that Hillary's team did exactly what they're accusing Trump's team of doing, which Trump's team didn't do, and used that as an impetus to investigate him. Yep. And to get FISA warrants to spy on them. Yep. That were later ruled, at least some of them, illegal. Yep. Wow, that sounds like a huge deal in weaponization. In the words of PeaceCom, it's regrettable. What can we do now? But oh boy, Trump's team better not do something like that. That would be terrible. Conservatives getting censored left and right on social media platforms. We find out through the Twitter files that all sorts of cutouts, whether it be NGOs or specifically from places like CISA and the FBI, were priming social media companies to censor people on things like the Hunter Biden laptop story. No big deal, says the left. Asmongold loses a checkmark from Elon Musk. Oh my God!
Yeah, now they care about censorship right then and there, right?
Mark Zuckerberg comes out and says, holy shit, you wouldn't believe how the Biden administration was applying pressure to us. It was maniacal to censor stories. No comment from the lefties. Oh, but did you hear in a book that's coming out, Trump threatened to throw Zuckerberg in jail? That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you heard, I was watching Destiny's stream, and his criticism, because he was watching that episode of Joe Rogan, he was saying, oh, so now all the righties are going to believe Mark Zuckerberg when he says that the Biden administration was censoring him, when the entire time during Biden's administration, nobody trusted Mark Zuckerberg, but now they trust Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, if he's able to bring receipts that show that he was pressured by this, why couldn't I turn the same thing around to them? They believed social media when they said they weren't being pressured by the government, but now that they're saying they are, they're like, oh, now we don't believe them?
Yeah.
If it's a lie, fine, prove it. No problem. What's the incentive for Zuckerberg to just make this shit up? They have a problem that Trump allegedly threatened Zuckerberg and said, hey, you better allow free speech. If you censor people again, that'll be bad. But they didn't have a problem when Biden's administration was saying, you better censor the people. Do you understand how skewed that scale is? One side says, it's outrageous if we're not allowed to censor our opponents, and we'll threaten you. And the other side allegedly said, it's outrageous that you're censoring people, and we'll threaten you. They have a problem with the second, but the group that's saying censor our opponents or we'll threaten you, they're like, that's perfectly reasonable. They feel it is, I've said this over and over again, they legitimately feel, because they feel morally superior, if they control 99% of the flow of information, that's not enough for them. That's unfair. How dare you have 1%? How dare you? This is grotesquely unfair. Biden's leaving the administration. How dare they remove fact checkers on Facebook that overwhelmingly favored us? How dare? That's terrible. There needs to be accountability. How dare Twitter and X exist in a platform where they allow competing voices? How dare they? I said this from the get-go. The threat was never, the Democrats never believed that Elon would do to them what they did to Republicans. They were afraid that they really wouldn't be able to do what they were doing to Republicans anymore.
Well, I mean,
that's because they're morally superior. It's the same reason you hear people like pontificate like Destiny. Oh, he'll pontificate and all this shit. I listened to that guy with my own ears. When his buddy Pisco asked him, did you want that bullet to kill Trump? First say, I'm not able to say because of terms of service. And then say, well, I'll tell you this. The worst thing was that the guy tried to kill him and missed. That's what he said. That was his fucking language. So when he says, oh, I was joking about Corey Competore and people joked about Paul Pelosi and blah, 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 same thing. No, that's different. Joking about Competore, as bad as that may be, is different than when you were asked specifically, did you want him to die? And you say the worst thing that happened was the assassination attempt occurred and he lived. That's who these people are. And those fuckheads are going to talk about, well, the rhetoric from the right and this, that, and the other. They don't give a shit. They believe that anything against Trump and his supporters is justified because they're morally evil and these people against them are morally righteous. That's what they believe. That's why all the double standards are allowed. That's why you see, and there's different levels of it. Some people are willing to call for violence. Some people are willing to wink and nod at it. Some people are willing to say, well, we could just have lawfare to go after Trump. We could just lie against him. It doesn't matter. But they have convinced themselves that their opponents are morally evil and they're morally virtuous. And the ends always justify the means. Or in the words of Vosh, wouldn't you have stopped Hitler? There's a transgenocide, and wouldn't you have stopped Hitler before he came to power? And I want a world where people are taking shots at Patriot Prayer out windows. That's what I want. That's who these people are.
Yeah, and then the audacity to start making I think the latest attack right now is that we're going to be the U.S. is now an oligarchy,
Right.
as if we've never been, as if there's never been
Right.
rich people funding.
Well, so the studies have
politicians.
showed over and over that the billionaire class has overwhelmingly supported the Democratic Party in like the last 3 elections with Hillary, with Biden, right? And now that you get laughed at if you're like, oh, Soros organizations are funding prosecutors. Whoa, what? Zuckerberg giving Zuckerbugs. What's the problem with that? Right? They don't have a problem with that. But as soon as Elon Musk comes along, they're like, well, this is a huge problem. You heard this all the time. I've said this for years. You'd hear people screaming in Democrats, Citizens United, corporations giving money. But that shit stopped when the majority of wealth was going to the Democratic Party. All of a sudden, you didn't really hear about Citizens United. They're more than happy. And they're happy for the majority of mainstream media to be spreading their bullshit, which is a basically in-kind campaign contribution.
Yeah.
They're more than happy. They were fine with that. They don't give a shit. All that matters to them is power. If Elon Musk tomorrow would flip and say, I fucking hate Trump, I was pretending to like him, here's all the DMs that prove what a shithead he is, now we're banning all conservatives off social media, 95% of them would jump on his dick immediately. It's a great thing, private company, yep. You know it, because that's how they were with Dorsey, that's how they were with Zuckerberg. It's just, fucking, that's who they are. I don't want the censorship. That's why and it's so, like, the Democrats think it's a big own. All these fuckheads like this Jackass guy. Oh, Rob, you're calling out Elon Musk for this Asmongold stuff. Yeah, because I have principles. And I'm willing to call out when I see shit in my side that I think's not right. To them, that's a foreign concept. They can't believe it. But wait, that's your team. Good night, Crisco. That's your team. You can't call him out. You called Vivek out? Isn't that the guy you were supporting for president? Yep. And I called him out over his bullshit H-1B takes. Yep. They can't do that. This Kissing Gonzo guy. Kissing Gonzo. He's like, well, what I'm concerned about is lies from the president. So I'm not going to talk about Joe Biden. He's not president. Trump is. Actually, Biden is president. Well, I'm still not going to talk about it. That's who they are. You can't get a more clear example. You can't get it. What's the point of talking to someone like that?
Yeah.
So when I was talking to that Jackass, well, the difference is Trump's a bad guy and Biden's a good guy. And Kamala's good. You see? Yeah. But he's not spinning it. He wouldn't spin. He's not like other people. He just tells the objective truth. Objectively, Biden's good and objectively, Trump's bad. And he's not spinning anything. That's just the truth.
Yeah, it reminds me of, I don't know if you remember when after the debate with Trump, he's with that, he has this stupid rally and he's like, I may not be young anymore, I'm not fast anymore, but there's one thing I know how to do. I know how to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, bro, oh my God, dude. And all the people that cheered him on, I was like,
and by the way,
way. And
to talk specifically about Biden's lies, listen, Biden's lie that's like, I whooped Corn Pop's ass and shit. It's stupid. But at the end of the day, if that's all the lies he's telling, it's not really that big of a deal. It's funny. You make fun of it. But it's nowhere near the level of, the reason I ran for office was Trump said Nazis were good people. That's way worse. So yeah, I'll laugh at fucking Biden's blatant lies. But he'll all the time. It's constantly like, he said he did this shit at historical black university. He's like, he really didn't. How many times has he said like, my son, he died in the Iraq war? It's a lie. But it's like that shit to me it's not good. But I don't focus much on it. I'm like, whatever. Grieving father, his son is dead, and I get it. You shouldn't use that shit for emotional appeals. But that's not anywhere near my focus. It's just not,
Yeah.
Joe Biden, he was saying that fucking, at one point, didn't he say that he would be able to beat Trump at, golf? I mean, it's bullshit.
Golf.
It's bullshit.
The debate,
but who gives a fuck? It's, right?
Well, I think what's annoying, I think what's frustrating for me and like a lot of people is just, I think most people understand that politicians are going to lie. and then all of us, but people like Democrats are just willing to overlook all of Biden's own lies.
Yeah, well, they blatantly lied about blatant things that were consequential. Like every one of us could see Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline. Everyone, you could see the signs of dementia, even when he was running in 2020. Like signs that are normal with dementia, like just like the whisper shit, the yelling out of nowhere. The incredible hostility. Like, Biden was considered this man of the people. You remember the run-up? Like, how many times would he say? You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You're a liar. I challenge you to a push-up contest. It's like, what the fuck is this guy doing? What? And, like, you could see signs. And, yeah, it got worse after that. But right up until 2024, these people, you were seeing these signs. Karen Jean-Pierre is being asked, look at this video. Like, Biden's at some foreign event with all these world leaders and he's fucking clearly out of it. What's going on? Those are cheap fakes. Cheap fakes. And everybody went along with it. I remember in like panels in 2022 and 2023 getting laughed at when I was like, I don't think Biden will be the candidate in 2024. All these Democrats, there we go. And they just blatantly, and it's a consequential lie, right? Because the fucking president of the most powerful nation in the world literally is cognitively out to lunch. That's a consequential lie. Yeah. But it's also a blatant lie, which makes it so bad. It's like, dude, I see it right in front of my face. No, you don't. How dare you? No, you don't. You don't see that. That's cheap fake. Cheap fake. Nope, you don't see that. And they lied nakedly for power. That's what it was. In their head, they knew, but they were like, well, but Trump's worse, so it's okay to lie. It's all right. They knew, but they didn't give a shit. And now they'll sit on here and they'll go, well, what about the fact that Trump lied? It's like, you fuckers all lied. Like, universally. This is the two examples I heard today. I already talked about the David Pakman thing. And then someone said, well, some left-wing journalists platformed the argument. So what? The Washington Post was like, some people say that Joe Biden has cognitive decline, but there's no evidence of that. Well, that's platforming the argument. Then they lied about how it all went down with Biden being forced out. He wasn't forced out. It was his choice. Bullshit.
Yeah,
bullshit.
No, I don't think anyone believes that. Yeah.
They know they're lying. They know they're full of shit. Biden could come out January 21st, first day he leaves office and goes, I'm pissed off. I wanted to stand and they basically forced me out. They wouldn't give a fuck. They would be shameless. They wouldn't give a fuck that they lied about it the whole election cycle. They don't give a shit. They don't care at all. They lied about, oh my God, Tony Hinchcliffe. Oh my God, he told that joke about Puerto Ricans. That's so bad. Oh, Trump's team had him there. That proves they're racist against Puerto Ricans. Oh my God. Then literally like manna from on heaven, Joe Biden comes out the next day and says, Trump supporters are garbage. And they say, wait a minute, there is an invisible apostrophe. Trust us. He wasn't calling Trump supporters garbage. He was saying that that one specific Trump supporter, Tony Hinchcliffe, has garbage. They just blatantly lied. They don't give a fuck. They didn't care.
Yeah, they added the apostrophe.
It's surreal. Like, they fucking knew. Like, dude, it's a stand-up comedian. You're acting like this is Donald Trump and Republicans' position that they think Puerto Rico is garbage because a stand-up comedian said this sort of shit. Oh, well, blah, blah, blah. I was on Pisco's fucking Spaces talking about this for like an hour and a half. They knew they're full of shit. They knew it. They fucking knew it. They absolutely knew it. They didn't give a fuck. They said, oh boy, maybe this will turn the tide in our favor. Things are looking bad for Kamala. How many of them lied about the fucking polls that we find out that we know that they were fucking... Yeah. Remember that poll from fucking...
Oh, yeah.
What state was it?
The Iowa poll?
Nebraska, or was it Iowa?
Well, Iowa was the Seltzer poll, right?
Yes, the Seltzer one. That's one. Yeah. Everybody knew it was bullshit. They didn't care. They told the lie. They didn't care. Did not give a shit.
Well, I don't know if you heard, but I think it came out that even the polls within the Democratic Party, I think it was on Podcast Save America, that I don't know if maybe it wasn't, but anyways, but they were saying like, you know what? Like, I don't know where all these polls were coming from because we weren't getting We were getting bad polls within our own party.
Kamala's team, basically, I think what they said was like, the best we had was it was a dead heat. So when there's all these national polls repeatedly showing Kamala winning, they're like, that's not what we were saying. They didn't give a shit. None of the truth doesn't matter. There's no accountability. They don't care. And it's because they truly like the media class. How many times have you heard quotes like, well, our jobs, we can't leave Trump. How dare they platform Trump and leave him spread those lies? Remember in the debate where they're fact-checking Trump, but not Kamala? Yeah. Remember? They feel that that's because Trump's bad. So it's okay to do that. You want to stop the debate and fact-check people? Two things. One, you better be right. A lot of what they were saying about Trump, they were wrong. And second, you better do it to both sides. They let Kamala get away with lie after lie. I never said that I was for banning fracking. Yes, you did.
Yeah, I remember that. I do.
They just don't give a shit. They don't care. And it all stems from the fact, again, there's science to back this up. There's data to back this up. Jonathan Haidt at Heterodox Academy talks about this. That basically the right thinks the left's stupid and the left thinks the right's evil. And Trump's the avatar of all that. Trump's the most evil. So everything's justified. Lying's bad. Yeah, but Joe Biden told more egregious lies. Who cares? Trump's bad. That's justified to lie against Trump. If they had to lie and say Trump said Nazis are good people, so what? Who cares? So what? If they had to lie and have lawfare and political weaponization against Trump, so what? Trump's bad. He's Hitler. Who cares? If Trump has to be fearful that he'll be assassinated, go out, so what? He's bad. He's Hitler. Who cares? That's how they look at it. They don't give a shit. They don't care at all. Yeah, the Jussie Smollett lie, right? How about that lie?
Yeah.
Kamala Harris repeated that shit. It was bullshit and face value. Within 30 minutes of hearing the story, you're like, wait, what? This dude was out getting Subway in the freezing cold in Chicago in the middle of the night, and there happened to be in the middle of downtown Chicago that the demographics are like 90% against Trump and MAGA. There happened to be two white guys walking around with MAGA hats that are apparently racist and homophobic, but somehow recognized you from the show Empire, as if the average Trump supporter is watching the show Empire. And you were out with your Subway sandwich, so they somehow wrestled you down and got a noose around your neck and then threw bleach on you? That's the story? Yeah. But what's that story? What is that story really? Well, one, that was that Jussie Smollett trying to get sympathy for himself, to make himself a sympathetic figure, to increase his stock amongst the Hollywood lefty type people. That's number one. And second, the way he was going to do that was to demonize an entire demographic and political class. Racist white people and Trump supporters. And if the result was that there were beatdowns of Trump supporters and shit because they were pissed off about the story, so be it. Who gives a shit? Trump supporters are evil anyways. Fuck them. That's the mentality. How many people apologize for that? How many people apologize for the hands up, don't shoot lie that resulted in real riots and people dying? How many people apologize?
Nobody.
Nah, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They just keep right on with it. How many people apologize for the drinking bleach hoax?
Yeah,
they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They don't care. How many people apologize and said, nah, trust us, inflation's transitory?
Yeah.
How many people apologize for all the bullshit that I was talking about over COVID? They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't care. And then I mean, and even like I think what's so annoying, and I don't know how Democrats don't see this, was you've got Obama and all these Democrats going off and on about how he's a threat to democracy, and then you see Trump and Obama just smiling and palling around
exactly
with the Jimmy Carter funeral.
Shit. When they
it's
say
like, dude.
Well, Mike Benz talks about this too, and you're right. If he's really this Hitler-esque figure, why are you palling around with him, right? And Mike Benz, when they say democracy, what they mean is the collective of the establishment institutions. So when they say democracy, they don't mean the average Republican voter, the average Democrat voter. They mean the State Department, the IRS, the FBI, the CIA, corporate oligarchs. That's what they mean. And it takes time to get them all on the same page to have the same agenda pushing forward. That's democracy to them. And so what me and you consider democracy is, like individuals voting on the direction of their country. Well, no, that's anti-democratic if it goes against the agenda of the establishment.
Right.
So literally, people going out and voting is anti-democratic because that takes away the voice of these institutions if those people vote in a way that these institutions don't work. So they need to censor disinformation because it's a threat to democracy. That's how Orwellian that their fucking language is. That's why saying things like, it's anti-democratic for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. Well, you might say it's a bad decision and a litany of other things, but it's the opposite of anti-democratic because literally Roe v. Wade was put in by 9 unelected judges, and by it being overturned, it becomes the purview of the states, which you could actually vote for the politicians at your state level that will be voting. You might want Roe v. Wade, but the criticism that it's anti-democratic is bullshit. It's the exact opposite of the truth. They liked, it was Roe v. Wade was anti-democratic, and they liked it. So they said, that's democracy. It's the same bullshit. They just changed the meanings of these words. We need to censor people having a voice for democracy.
Well, it's democracy when it's things that they like.
Right.
I think that's the main issue.
That's exactly it. If Trump censors people and says, yeah, we'll see. I don't know how many people I debated. Remember when the Biden administration, Merrick Garland? Oh, I remember this, right? He sent the FBI, he put that memo out to collaborate with local law enforcement and going after angry parents at school board meetings.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, well, why? What was this is not a very common thing that a memo goes out like this. So what was the precipitating incident? What was Merrick Garland looking at that said, oh, this is a big problem, we need to get the FBI involved? Well, I watched that whole testimony of Merrick Garland. He said 2 things. One was the National School Board Union, letter. And if you remember, they wrote this letter that was like, we need to use the tools like in the Patriot Act to go after these, basically calling parents at school board meetings terrorists, saying the tools of the Patriot Act need to be used to go after them. And then when you read the memo and you were like, okay, what are these parents actually doing? 2 things they said that were crimes that were arrested. One was apparently someone followed someone out of a school board meeting and punched them. That's bad. That person deserves to go to jail. Is the FBI getting involved for that? Well, if that's the case, my local bar has people fighting almost every day. I guess the FBI is showing up for that. And then what was the other incident? Loudoun County, Virginia, where a man's daughter, 14-year-old daughter, was anally raped in a restroom by a biological male in the female's room that was transgender. And then he shows up to the school board meeting where he listens to the principal when people start to raise objections about this policy, say, no, nothing like that occurred. No one has been victimized. And the father, who did far less than what I would have did, started to stand up and swear at them for lying and was arrested for disorderly conduct. Charges that were later dropped. That's it. That was the 2 crimes that resulted in the FBI getting involved. Other things that were said in the school board letter was things like there were parents making Nazi salutes. Well, yes, it wasn't that they were actual Nazis. It's that they were accusing the school board of being Nazis for forcing their children to wear masks and locking them down.
Right.
They were angrily yelling. Sure. How many people angrily yell at Trump and Trump supporters? FBI getting involved? So that was reason 1. That letter was so controversial that the National School Board Union rescinded it. So by the time that Merrick Garland has to testify in front of a body in Congress about why he made this decision, the bulk of the reason he did it, this school board union letter, was rescinded. Okay, now that letter's not there. Now what's your excuse? You know what Merrick Garland said? Reports that I heard in the news. Anything specific? No. Oh, so he tuned into Rachel Maddow and heard Maddow say, well, people are angry at school board meetings. And he said, time to send the FBI. And I debated lefty after lefty about this. They said, it's not a big deal. So what? What's the problem having the FBI involved? I'm like, you can't see how this is using the most powerful law enforcement agency and intel agency in the country, weaponized to go after people that they know would be more likely to vote against them. You can't see that? No, it's just taking precautions. Nothing wrong with the FBI double checking. Then we had whistleblowers from the FBI come out and say they are using anti-terrorism tactics after this. They've sent agents to literally sit undercover in the parking lot of these meetings. right? Left didn't give a shit. And I said to them over and over, I just want to be clear. If Trump wins again and the NRA pens a letter to Pam Bondi, who's now the Attorney General, and they said, these people that are protesting us in guns they've said some real violent shit, and we should go after them using the Patriot Act. And Pam Bondi said, anti-gun protesters now, we're going to make sure that the FBI is collaborating with local law enforcement to go after if there are crimes being committed. How many of you think that the Democrats would be like, perfectly reasonable, no problem there. Just making sure no crimes are being committed, no problem. How many think that? Because I'll tell you what the Democrats are going to do. They're going to go, holy fuck, Trump just weaponized the FBI to go after voters that disagree with them. This is fucking insane. This is fascism. Fascism. That's what they'll do.
Yeah.
How about protesters against immigration? How many protesters against immigration did we see do things like attack ICE facilities? So does that mean anytime there's a protest, an anti-deportation protest, that the FBI should be involved with local law enforcement? They'd say, that's authoritarian. You can't do that. We all know it. But they sit there and fucking lie right to your face. Yeah, the protest out the Supreme Court. So someone leaks the result of the Dobbs decision of Roe v. Wade being overturned. Chuck Schumer says, these justices are going to reap the whirlwind. Now, the law is very specific that you're not allowed to protest on the property with the attempt to try to influence an outcome of a trial of jurors or judges. And yet, here are all these people blatantly breaking the law, protesting outside Kavanaugh's house, putting pictures up of his kid's school, etc. Then there's an assassination attempt against Kavanaugh. No problem. Merrick Garland, let it go. No problem. Now, they did arrest the would-be assassin. If the counter happens now, imagine Judge Merchan, right, that just sentenced Trump. Imagine that there's another sentencing thing, and all of a sudden people start protesting. Trump said, "You've reaped the whirlwind now, Merchan," and people start protesting outside his house and putting pictures of his kids' school, grandkids or something. He's older, so maybe grandkids, right? And then there's an assassination attempt on Merchan. What do you think the Democrats will say? You think they'll be like, just people expressing their voice, not Trump's fault whatsoever? They said Trump saying fight like hell was evidence that he was saying to actually go fight. It's one of my favorite points in my last argument I had with Destiny, where he's talking about, Trump, incited all this violence. I'm like, what did he say? He said fight like hell. We know what he means when he says that. And I was like, so he had tweets that said fight like hell? Yeah. When he's saying fight, we know he means physical violence. And I'm like, okay, one of the tweets that they cited in that Colorado case was that he said, Mitch McConnell doesn't fight and we need a fighter. So he literally means Mitch McConnell needs to punch people, right? That's what he's saying. Mitch McConnell needs to put the tape on his knuckles and start punching people. Well, not that one. He didn't mean, when he said fight there, he didn't mean it. So why was that included? When we say it, we don't really mean it. We didn't really mean that. When we say fight like hell, of course we didn't mean that. If violence occurs, it's not our fault. But when Trump says fight, he was clearly dog whistling to people. And remember, the Colorado court, they actually brought in an expert, some professor, to say, when Trump said go be peaceful, what he really meant was go be violent. That's what he really meant.
Right. Well,
isn't that convenient how it works out? Like Pisco. Pisco says, when Trump says be peaceful, I know that he meant be violent. And when Jabal Bowman says, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, I know that he meant I did intend for the alarm to go off. They can always read into these people's minds. They know their mindset. Trump's evil, so his mindset's always evil. When Trump allegedly issued a quid pro quo to Zelensky, well, that's because we know that he just wanted to go after his political opponent. Really, it couldn't be that he actually thinks there was a crime that was committed. Nope. But when Joe Biden did his admitted quid pro quo to fire the prosecutor looking into his son's company, well, we know that he did that for good reasons. It wasn't to protect his son. We know it. We know. Really? How do we know? Well, because everyone was recommending it. Really? Can you show me contemporaneously anyone else recommending it? Well, people testified afterwards that they were recommending it. They provide any documentation that showed before Joe Biden's quid pro quo that they suggested it? Well, no. Same shit. It's every fucking time. I would prefer a world where we didn't have weaponization. I understand that there are things like FEC violations. Maybe Trump's team did deserve a fine because the way that the scheduling of the campaign contribution to Michael Cohen was was too much payment. Illegal. Okay, fine. You made it 37 felonies. Maybe there should be a fine because Trump's loan that he got on his Mar-a-Lago property overvalued his home. But the bank said we were happy with it. We made money. We'd be willing to do it again. We can't point to any other case in history where someone actually paid back the loan with interest that they were then sued for any amount of money, let alone $500 million. $500 million. So, okay. Like, that's the standard now, right? That's what we're going to do? Nah, that'd be, if Trump's team does it, that's fucking ridiculous. Trump, can you believe Trump's suggesting going after these pollsters? Why not? Maybe he's right. Maybe it was an in-kind campaign contribution. You guys said that's worth 37 felonies. That's what you said. So, here we go.
I mean, if Trump decides to go after Liz Cheney or Benny Thompson or whatever, or anything of the sort, the people are going to lose it.
Well, and I'm not a fan of Trump just arbitrarily going after people that are his opponents. That's why I'm criticizing Elon Musk with Asmongold. But if Trump's team says we have solid evidence and reason to believe that Liz Cheney illegally coerced a witness to lie, yeah, okay, why not? I was reliably told by Democrat after Democrat that when it comes to the Department of Justice and the FBI, the bar for opening an investigation is incredibly low. Incredibly. That was the excuse that was good. Crossfire Hurricane, was there enough there to start an investigation? And if you read the IG report and stuff, they're like, well, yeah, because basically the FBI could open an investigation on a fucking rumor. The question is, what are the tactics that are justified in that investigation? So if they hear a rumor, Trump, maybe some Russians tried to help Trump, they're allowed to investigate that. Are they allowed to spy on Trump illegally with FISA warrants? No. But that's what they did.
Yeah.
I think there should be a higher threshold to our FBI investigating presidents and presidential campaigns. That's my belief. The Democrats disagree. They say, no, the threshold's incredibly low. Okay, cool. That's a new standard. I don't want to hear you bitch and moan if Trump's in charge now and that threshold continues to be incredibly low. Fair enough, right? Like, for example, would it be justified to get a FISA warrant to spy or other tools to spy on someone like Swalwell if you find out he's sleeping with a Chinese spy? Why not? Right? If you find out Dianne Feinstein had a Chinese spy as her driver? What the FBI did in that case was they approached Feinstein's team. They said, we think that there could be infiltration in your team. We're trying to help you. With Trump's team, they did the opposite. They said, let's spy on them. Let's not tell them. We think Russians are getting involved there. Almost like they wanted to bring down Trump's team, which sounds outlandish until you realize that everyone in the top brass of the FBI fucking hated Donald Trump. James Comey hated him. Weiss and them hated him. Fucking Peter Strzok talked about an insurance policy to stop him from being elected. Democrats perfectly fine with all that. Well, hey, there's no evidence that their bias infected anything. It could have just been gross incompetence. That's their argument. And people that should know better. Okay, they illegally spied on Trump's team. That's regrettable. What can we do about it now? It's not that big of a deal. Okie dokie. So if that happens under Trump, I don't want to hear it. I'll say, that's regrettable. Next.
That's regrettable, yeah.
Oh, and they're leaking it to the press, all this embarrassing shit, and half the country fucking believes all this shit? Cool. That's the standard, right? Maybe all of a sudden lefties will be being censored. Community strikes on YouTube from social media for saying things critical of what the Trump administration wants. Fair enough, right?
Well, it's like I don't know if you remember that one episode of Piers Morgan where Andrew Wilson was on with Brian Tyler Cohen, and Brian Tyler Cohen makes a point. He's like, I'm worried of Kash Patel, but because he's just going to look for crimes, and I'm like,
that's exactly
what Letitia James did.
Oh, that's what James did. It's what Crossfire Hurricane was. Again, I haven't even talked about this a lot, but now there's evidence that came out. A whistleblower from the FBI said, actually, and I said this years ago. I was like, remember the date? Now I'm going to fuck it up. But the FBI's official version is they opened Crossfire Hurricane in like July of 2016. And I said, we're going to find out that the FBI was doing some sort of surveillance, etc., on Trump's team well before July 2016. We're going to find that out. And then the whole house of cards, because their whole story is the reason, because originally it was, remember, it was the dossier. Oh, and there's all these accusations of the P tape, and Carter Page was offered billions of dollars in Russian oil stock, and Gazprom or Rosneft or whatever it was, and he was offered all this shit and blah 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 blah. That was why. Oh my God! And then once it turned out, after being lied to for a year, actually that was paid for by the DNC and Hillary's team.
Yeah.
Unverified opposition research sourced by Russians. Was this source used to spy on Trump's team for allegedly working with Russians to get dirt in their opponent? No, never mind. That wasn't the reason. Okay, what was the reason? Well, here's the reason. This low-level guy in Trump's campaign, George Papadopoulos, he was talking to this Maltese professor, right? Nate, what the fuck was that guy's name? It's late at night.
I don't remember his,
It was, oh my goodness, Joseph Mifsud. This Maltese professor named Joseph Mifsud. Now, everybody around Joseph Mifsud and all of his friends and family assumed he was working for Western intelligence, but it turns out this whole time he was this deep-level Russian spy. And he contacted George Papadopoulos with a Russian, and this Russian said, "We have emails that show Hillary Clinton corrupt." And George Papadopoulos then goes to a bar and he sees this Australian diplomat named Alexander Downer, happens to be a big contributor to the Clinton Foundation. And he's drunk and he says, "Hey, listen to this, Alexander. I talked to this Russian and they said they got emails on Hillary Clinton." And then Russia hacked Hillary's emails after that. So now the FBI in July said, oh boy, now we need to spy on Trump's team. That's it. That's their official story. Okay, that story's bullshit. We'll find out if we ever get to the truth of it. The truth of it will be that Joseph Mifsud was working for Western intelligence. That's why Mueller's team decided, despite the fact that they say that Mifsud lied to them, which is what people like Papadopoulos ended up being charged with. So Mueller's team thought lying to investigators was a big deal. And they say that Mifsud was the central Russian spy that started it all. For some reason, they chose not to charge Joseph Mifsud. And when Mueller was asked about it, he got real pissed off. We don't talk about charging decisions. And then it just, Mifsud disappeared. Now no one knows where he's at. And what we're going to find out was he was Western intelligence. So the whole scheme is going to be that Western intelligence said, let's set up low-level Trump people. We'll send hot chicks, Azra Turk, honeypot schemes. We'll send these people to say, ooh, here's a scheme that we've concocted. Then put them in contact with fake people and say they're Russian. And then even if they don't do anything shady with the information, once they report, I talked to a Russian, we'll say, there's our hook to spy on them. That's what happened. That's what we'll find out. If we'll probably never find it out. But that's the truth. And one of the most corrupt things imaginable, that Western intelligence, and probably a lot of it came from our intelligence in the United States and United Kingdom intelligence. If that's the case, if we would find that out under Trump, if that story's accurate, and MI6 or something was involved in this, should the United States and Donald Trump administration cut off diplomatic ties with the UK until they prosecute the people responsible? I think so.
Yeah, that'd be good.
You intentionally, corruptly set up to spy on the now president of the United States in an effort to keep him down. No, sorry. That's more interference in our election than anything Russia was accused of. Right? So,
Yeah.
But anyways, aside from all of that, regardless if any of that's true or not, that's what we're told was the precipice, the inciting incident that justified the investigation into Trump's team. So if we find out that actually, prior to July 30th, they were investigating people in Trump's team, that would mean that the FBI lied. That's what that would mean. And with the FISO documents, like the justification, I can't remember exactly what the documents was. Was that that just got released here recently. Everything's redacted about the original reason that they went for it.
Yeah, wasn't it something
Fire.
about
Be fire say, oh, he's fucking kissing Gonzo. Yeah, I mean, one of the arguments with Trump's team, like, again, how did they decide in that overvaluation case? I think that's the Letitia James case. How did they decide what the accurate value of Trump's house was?
Yeah.
Because if you're going to assess, you have to assess a fine. So how do you decide what the fine would be? Well, that's going to be contingent on how much did you overvalue. For example, if I overvalue my house by $5, even if technically you think that that would be worthy of some sort of fine, obviously the amount of the fine is going to be significantly less than if I overvalued my house by $5 million. So in order to assess a fine, you need to have what the accurate evaluation of the house was. How did they come up with the accurate evaluation? Well, they refused to allow financial experts to come in because Mar-a-Lago is a very unique place. And instead, half the time they talked about the property or the tax assessed value. But the problem is, almost everyone I know gets a mortgage, that's a homeowner, gets a mortgage that values their house at a higher level than the tax assessed value. For example, I know people that paid $120,000 for their home and got a mortgage for that amount, but the tax assessed value of the home is $70,000. So that would mean they committed fraud, even though that's the norm. But they don't give a shit. You would think that the way the system should work is that we have equal application of the law. However, we understand that it's dangerous to go after political opponents. So if you're going to go after political opponents, you should make sure that it's an airtight, rock-solid case buried in precedent. Instead, over and over, ask them to point to another case where someone's paid back the bank with interest, the bank was happy, there was no victim, and someone has had to pay a massive fine, let alone $500 million. Ask them. Ask them in the New York Bragg case with the 37 felonies. Ask them who else has ever been charged under that law. The E. John Carroll case, they literally changed the law to go after Donald Trump in that case.
Yeah.
How many times have we had FISA warrants to go after presidents? You would think that would be airtight. Nope, sorry. They raided Mar-a-Lago. How many times has the FBI raided a former president? So if it's going to happen, you would assume everything's I's are dotted, T's crossed, right? No, they were taking things like ball gloves and souvenir ball bats and Trump's passport. They laid out all the fucking things for photo ops in ways that it wasn't done. You had FBI agents that were internally saying, this is fucking ridiculous, they're cooperating, why are we raiding them? Every single time, it's actually we went after Trump harsher than we would the normal person. Every single time. And then, when it comes to his opponents, it's always the exact opposite. Oh, Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence? We'll give everyone immunity. That's what we'll do. Oh, there's Anthony Weiner's laptop shows more emails from Hillary's team that wasn't turned over? Well, the FBI will just sit on it until a whistleblower from the FBI finally comes out and says, what the fuck is going on? So then we'll open it 3 days before the election or whatever and say, yeah, we went through 500,000 emails in 3 days. They're all good. Trust us. Every single time. Well, Joe Biden, he's cognitively declined. You know, he doesn't have cognitive decline when you criticize him as why he should be president, but he does have it. He has just enough that we can't charge him with a crime. Can't do that. I mean, it's insane. And you're like, okay, once you open, everybody knows this Alvin Bragg case was bullshit. Everybody knows the Letitia James case is bullshit. They don't care. They just, maybe they had with the documents case, maybe they had a case, or with the alternate electors. Those are at least more serious allegations.
Yeah.
But they pushed every case that they could think of. And now they're like, oh, but it would be outrageous if Trump's DOJ does anything kind of like that. That would be outrageous. Imagine, like, in a red state like, you know, Nebraska, the attorney general runs on, like, trust me, if you elect me, I'm going to find some fucking reason to take down Kamala Harris. Trust me.
Yeah.
And then does in some, like, novel case. Imagine what the fucking Democrats would say. They'd be like, this is fucking outrageous. But again, the difference is this, and I've said this over and over again. The difference is, if I'm on a fucking jury on a politician that I really don't like Joe Biden, I'm going to try my best to be truthful and say, okay. When it's Trump, they're like, we hate this motherfucker. We don't care. We'll convict him of anything. Don't care.
True, yeah.
And they know that lefties are like that. So it's like, hey, if we get a DC jury, we got this motherfucker. And a DC jury, when in the one charge that Durham brought, they're going to say not guilty no matter what. What, these fucking guys were against Trump? Yeah, not guilty. Trump's shit. We all know it. Everybody knows it. And they pretend now. Oh, what do you mean you don't think a DC jury could be fair? What do you mean? That's outrageous. Of course a DC jury would be fair. Of course a Manhattan jury would be fair. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, wait and see if the shoe's ever on the other foot. Wait and see. And they'll turn it on you too. Oh, you complained. You complained when Trump was going after, where are you now? And I'm going to say, go fuck yourselves. I don't owe you anything. Nothing. You were furious when conservatives were being censored on social media. Now it's us. Hey, if Trump's FBI decides that they're going to come out and recommend to social media companies that left-wingers be censored for disinformation, I'll be outraged. I'll say, that's fucked up. But I ain't going to listen to any left-wing streamer that thought it was funny when it was happening to me. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Yeah.
I don't owe them anything. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck. If Trump decides that some foreign prosecutor's investigating his family, and Trump decides to say, you know what, we're going to have a quid pro quo to cut off billions of dollars we're sending your country, unless you fire this prosecutor. Oh, well. Perfectly legitimate. No need for an investigation. Remember when whistleblowers mattered? Remember when the whistleblower heard Trump's Ukrainian phone call that was talking with Adam Schiff and all these people? We couldn't even say his name. Eric Charmella. Oh my God, you couldn't say his name. It would endanger him. He's so powerful. He's so brave. This awesome whistleblower. How about Shapley and Ziegler and the FBI whistleblowers that came out and said how the fucking FBI was covering up for the corrupt Biden family? How about those whistleblowers? Fuck them. They're sacks of shit. They're not heroes. Fuck them. They're talking about how they're losing their pension. They're being retaliated against by the agency. Fuck them. Who cares? Whistleblowers don't matter now. Now, guess what? Trump going to be back in office. All of a sudden, whistleblowers will be back in vogue again. And instead of Shapley and Ziegler, we get Zapley and Shigler. Oh boy. They hate Trump. They're coming out against Trump. Protect them at all costs. Holy shit. We need to talk about this on the news every night. This is the biggest story in the world. And if it turns out that actually the FBI or other agencies intentionally had agitators in the crowd January 6th, and it turns out the people on the January 6th committee were doing all kinds of shit, hell, even if it turns out that the FBI knew who the fucking pipe bomber was and let it go the whole time, all the people that screamed about January 6th being the most important thing in the world, they won't give a fuck. Just like when they screamed about Russia collusion being the most important thing in the world, and when it turned out, actually there is Russia collusion, Hillary's team colluding with a Russian named Igor Dushenko, who was at one point investigated for being a spy for Russia, fed disinformation to the FBI that they then used to illegally spy on Trump's team. That's the definition of Russia collusion. They're like, it's not a big deal. They don't really give a shit. But you just spent 4 years saying Russia collusion was like the biggest thing in the world. If Trump gets sworn in January 20th, and all of a sudden you see a big riot and people attack, all of a sudden that won't be a big deal again. It won't be this January 6th. Right. Completely different. It'll be completely different standards. That complete inverse. And they'll say, oh, but isn't it true that MAGA people could have double citizenship? That's true. So all I'm asking for is even. You're right. You could criticize the MAGA people that support it and say, you're being a hypocrite. You have every right to do that. As long as the equal standard from the positions of power of places like the FBI, social media, etc., go the other way. So you now get to bitch about it, but you get your YouTube channel banned. You get massive FBI investigations against you and people that vote like you. Your politicians get targeted with FISA warrants. That's fair, right? That would be fairness.
Right.
So you get to bitch and call people hypocrites, and then you get that treatment. Let's do that for 4 years. Now, I'm not like that. I would say, no, you still can't do illegal FISA warrants, Trump, you fuck. Yeah. Even if they deserve it, you can't do that. But these people would be fucking happy with it. They know it. They all pretend that Jack Smith, it's against DOJ policy to change your sort of prosecutorial decisions in order to affect an election. Everybody knows that Jack Smith was rushing, trying to get that case in before the election. Everybody knows it. But we all have to pretend. He's like, no, I wasn't doing it because of that. I was doing it because I just thought it was very important. Oh, there was an election coming up? I didn't know about it. That's odd, election. And we have to, you listen to these Democrats. There's no evidence that he was rushing because of the election. What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Part of me at least respects the fucking lefties that are open, like, yeah, fuck it, we're okay with violence against you. At least there's some refreshingness in the honesty there.
Yeah, these are honest, yeah.
But the people that are like, what are you talking about? You think Jack Smith was concerned about the election? No. What? No, the Letitia James case was all good. The Bragg case was all good. The Fannie Willis case was all good. They're all good. I don't see what you're talking about.
They give the establishment the benefit of the doubt, right? They think that they're the good guys.
Talk to these people. None of them gave a fuck about all the corruption we saw with the Russia investigation and Trump. Every fucking benefit of the doubt given. Every single time. Every time. You don't get... They're so concerned about obstruction of justice. There is not a more clear-cut case of obstruction of justice that a body subpoenas evidence and you fucking delete it. Intentionally. That is as clear a case that comes. But no one got charged for that when Hillary's team did it. No one. With Trump's team, they took the policy of, we'll charge everyone around Trump. Low-level people, fucking this not a guy, he moved boxes. We're going to charge him. We're going to charge Papadopoulos. We're going to investigate Carter Page. We're going to go after everyone for crimes completely unrelated. And then maybe, and you could see, every time it happened, you could see how disingenuous these fucking Democrats and lefties are. Because they'd be like, oh boy, the walls are closing in on Trump now. Michael Cohen's going to flip.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to flip on Trump. Papadopoulos will flip. This Nada guy's going to flip. Oh boy, they're going to tell this Nada guy he's looking at 10, 15 years in prison. He's going to flip on Trump. Yeah, now we got him. So they know, yeah, that's how these things normally occur. You're trying to get some big fish, so you charge the lower level people with crimes, then you turn the screws and say, hey, unless you want to flip on someone higher up. But not in the Hillary investigation. Complete opposite. Instead, what they said was, you know what we'll do? We'll give everyone immunity. Oh, we know that you deleted that subpoenaed evidence, but we don't want to charge you because we're not interested in just getting some low-level guy. So instead, what we'll do is give you immunity. Okay, now you have immunity. Who told you to delete those stuff? No one. I had an oh shit moment and realized 6 months ago someone asked me to delete them. I made the decision entirely myself. Really? Because like 3 days before you deleted them, you met with Cheryl Mills, Hillary Clinton's like top assistant. What was that meeting about? I don't remember. Okay, says the FBI. Good enough for us. Have anything you'd like to say about Hillary Clinton? No, she's great. She didn't order me to do anything. Good enough for us. Oh, well, what can we do? No crimes to charge. We gave everyone immunity. Sorry. And the Democrats are like, yeah, that's how it works. Yep. Really? Because you intuitively knew when it came to the people surrounding Trump, oh boy, to get Trump, we go after these lower level people and get them to flip. You knew that when it was Trump. But when it's Hillary's team, you're like, no, that's how normally things are done. You give the low level people immunity. And what the IG says is, technically the FBI is allowed to do that. And I don't have a memo from the FBI saying, well, we're doing this to protect Hillary. So, open and shut case. Totally allowed. No corruption here. That's it. And they believe it. They're like, yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good, yeah.
I mean, it's just, and you talk about, these fucking people didn't care. They didn't care every time I tried to talk to them about it. Every time. That was a long time ago. Who gives a shit? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Or one of my favorite was when Brianna Wu, yeah, it sounds like that Hillary should have been charged. Okay, but she wasn't. Now what? Why'd the FBI have a double standard then? That's my entire argument. I don't give a fuck that Hillary's team was charged or not. What I give a shit is that the agency tasked with investigating and charging the FBI clearly has a double standard. That's the fucking problem. Well, I guess she should have been charged, but she wasn't, and so what can we do now? It was a long time ago. Says the same people that entire argument going into the election was January 6th. That's a long time ago. Well, this is different.
Yeah, and they're worried about Kash Patel being FBI and doing exactly what the FBI has always been doing.
You remember Ari Melber on MSNBC? And when Trump, before he bought Twitter, but when he was talking about it, and he had this segment, it's one of my favorite segments ever. I'll see if I can find it. He's like, what if Musk, what if he buys Twitter, and then all of a sudden, what if he would do something like kick off the presidential candidate for the Democrats from the platform. What if he did that? What if he shadow banned people that made arguments? And Arby Albert doesn't even realize, literally what he's saying is, what if Musk does exactly what Twitter 1.0 did to the Republicans? What if he does?
Right.
That would be terrible. That's unconscionable. We can't do that. Yeah, I'll debate whoever, Greg John. Give him my information. They don't give a fuck. And you know what's funny? Half them are smart enough and realize, but half of them, literally, their fucking derangement and their moral certitude is so complete that they don't even see it. They could literally be punching you in the fucking face every day. Punch, 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 punch. And as they're swinging their fist at you, go, oh my God, you guys are almost in charge. What if you punch me? That would be unbelievable. That's unbelievable. What a threat that would be. That would be terrible if you ever punched me. And you're like, what are you talking about? They don't give a shit. They don't care. They literally, in their head, they're like, right, why would the rules apply to me? I'm good, you're bad. Simple. You're bad. We could do whatever we want to you. I'm not bad, so you can't do things to me. It's that simple.
Right.
That's what it comes down to. I told people about this time I was on Above Top Secret. This was this conspiracy theory forum, but it basically turned into a politics forum. And there was this guy that everyone uses pseudonyms on there, but there was this guy. He was a lefty that I thought was smart. He called himself True Brit. What's his name on Above Top Secret? I could pull up these fucking posts. They still exist somewhere online. And he's talking after Charlottesville. That Trump, it's 100% without a doubt at this point, Trump's a Nazi, and anyone who still supports him is a Nazi. Okay? And I'm watching this guy post, and he says, you know what my grandparents did to Nazis? You know what we should do to Nazis? And I was like, no, elaborate. Go ahead. And there's terms of service on this website, so he's got to tiptoe around it. Well, I'm just saying, everything should be on the table. Well, what do you mean? Well, as this group would get more power, more force should be allowed to use against them. I was like, well, so what are you saying? If it looks like they're going to win another election, maybe we'd have to do the worst. Well, what's the worst? Maybe we'd have to kill them all. And I say, and when you say all, you mean the Nazis, right? Yep. And everyone that would vote for Trump is a Nazi, right? Yep. So you're saying we need to kill all Trump supporters only if it looks like he's going to win the election. That was this guy's argument. Now, all these other lefties, I was like, do you fucking see this? Do you see what was just said? Absolute moral certainty. He wouldn't just kill me if Trump wasn't going to win. He wouldn't kill me if I'm not an effective person. But if I'm effective and I might help Trump win, then he'll kill me. The level of aggression is justified no matter what, because I'm clearly a Nazi. I'm clearly evil. Clearly. So, yeah, obviously, Nazis that don't have any power, fuck them. We'll just censor you off social media. No big deal. But oh boy, now your party's going to win. We may have to kill you all. And all these other lefties are like, nah, that's not what he's really saying. I'm like, yeah, it's clear as day. There it is. Well, he's saying that hypothetically it could come to the point. Okay, could you explain to me the hypothetical situation where we may need to kill someone voting for one of the two parties' candidates? Not just someone, all of them. Give me that hypothetical. That's how we're running this sort of. By the way, those posts weren't, I didn't want them deleted from that website. But the terms, the moderators there were more than fine to leave that out. What if I were to say, well, I'm just looking for the hypothetical situation where maybe we'll need to kill all Indian Americans? Just hypothetically, could happen, right? You think that shit would fly on any social media platform?
Nope.
But here we were. 1/3 of Democrats polled thought that if you refuse to get a vaccine, your children should be removed from your home. What was the number? Around that thought it would have been better if Trump would have been killed by the assassin.
Well, honestly, I mean, I feel like the more I watch, what's his name, Destiny, the more I feel like he's going down that path. I feel like he doesn't care. I honestly feel like he wouldn't care.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt of a long time, but after watching him double down over and over again, my interpretation at this point is he absolutely wanted that assassin to kill Trump. Right. That's my interpretation. Now, he might legitimately say, I don't want another assassin to attack him. But if one were going to, I want him to kill Trump. Because it would benefit Trump if he survives an assassin's bullet.
Right.
And when I bring up, I could see, when Destiny first said that, someone started showing me clips from Destiny's Reddit channel. And it was amazing. People that were like repeating Destiny's like, well, the Supreme Court is corrupt and they've just made Trump immune from the law. And so we tried to do things the right way, but that didn't work. So now we need to take it to the next level. That's what people are saying on Destiny's Reddit after an assassination attempt of Trump. That's what they're saying.
Oh my God.
And when you ask, then when I bring up like, oh, so Destiny goes on Wick's show and he's like, oh, this Luigi guy. No, we can't be celebrating someone assassinating a fucking, a healthcare CEO and blah, 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 blah. And when people ask Destiny, why is it different? His answer is like, well, basically Trump's objectively evil. So it's different. But he's not saying he wants him dead. He's saying, I'm just saying I wouldn't have sympathy if he is killed, but I'm not calling for the violence. Well, maybe the truth is, like he told Pisco in his first answer, I don't know what I could say because of terms of service. Maybe that's it. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Oh, it would be better if he died, and I would certainly, maybe you'd celebrate, maybe I'd cheer, but I'm not calling for it.
Yeah, no, he's definitely.
Well, that's like Joseph says, then he would have to have the same logic towards him. No, he wouldn't, because he's good and you're bad. He's good and Trump's bad. So that logic, do you understand what I'm saying, Joseph? They don't look at it that way. They wouldn't. If I say Destiny's objectively evil, and so wink, wink, nod, nod, I hope the assassin doesn't meet, I would never say that. But if I said that, they would say, that's fucking monstrous. How could you say that? But that's exactly what you said about Trump. Yes, but Trump's evil. Well, I think Destiny's evil, which I don't, but, well, he's not. It's that simple. Is it okay to punch a Nazi? Yes, and you're a Nazi. That's it. It's that simple. Okay, but people are using violence against other groups. Like, for example, Destiny's always arguing in defense of Israel. So if the same lefties that, want to assassinate Trump decide they want to assassinate prominent Jewish figures, is that okay because they've committed genocide? No! Those people aren't evil. How dare they? That's fucking outrageous. And I tried, again, after these statements that Destiny made after this assassination attempt, I actually tried talking to people that were Destiny orbiters just to try to be like, hey, can we get fucking, tone down the rhetoric here? I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. But can we all pull back and be like, look, clearly assassination off the fucking table. Condemned in the strongest possible ways. I went on J-Stock's panel with Cherry. Well, what do you mean, well? I think, what the fuck are you talking about? Then Lonerbox, who I think's one of the more level-headed people that's in orbit around Destiny. He starts tweeting out in response to this, well, at what point should we have killed Hitler? After an assassination attempt. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what you're doing. So he's like, call into the show and talk. I think he thought I wouldn't do it. I said, all right, motherfucker. So I called in. He tried to give me this lame-ass excuse. Well, no, that wasn't connected to the assassination attempt. I was just asking a question. Had nothing to do with current events. It just randomly popped into my brain. I was like, okay, dude, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But he's full of shit. He knows what he was doing. He fucking knows. They know what's up. I reached out to people behind the scenes and said, listen, I'm not a fucking friend of Destiny, but if you are, he's fucking going down a dangerous path. And you ought to tell him to pull the fucking reins back. Because he may cost himself hugely. He might lose his platforms. He might get a visit from the FBI. You better fucking tell him to relax. But how many people around Destiny are actually his friends and not just fucking grifting off him? I'm not his friend. If I called Destiny and said, hey man, I just want to make sure you're all right, he'd tell me with good reason, go fuck yourself. Eat shit. And I would be like, yeah, fair enough. I get that. But did he have any friends? The only person I saw publicly Two people I saw publicly pushing back on Destiny, to their credit, was Wick and Pisco. But they still associate with them. Pisco still does a show with them and everything like that. Okay.
Yeah, no, at this point, I think Destiny not only hates Trump, I think he like hates people that voted for Trump. Like,
He certainly does.
Absolutely hates them.
Yeah. He certainly does.
Like,
That's how they. I would never in a fucking million years. Now, does Destiny have a point that people made fun of Paul Pelosi when he was attacked and people made fun of George Floyd? Yeah, I don't really do it. I can't say that I've never done something like that, but it's not something I do. I called out a lot of the shit in Paul Pelosi. I did say at one point, I put a post on X like, look, would you people stop talking about this? The Democrats don't give a fuck, right? They were more than happy when Rand Paul got jumped to make fun of him. So the more you talk about the Paul Pelosi shit, it's just giving ammo to them. Just shut up about it. But find me making... Nah, I don't remember talking to Reservoir. Find me... I don't remember any clips of me making fun of Paul Pelosi. My take on it was, I don't give a shit if it was his gay lover. He got attacked with a hammer. That's fucking brutal. Like, yeah, maybe the circumstances are weird. So what? George Floyd died of a drug overdose. Yeah, he was a terrible person. He pointed... Maybe that's true. He pointed a gun at a pregnant woman's stomach. He robbed a store before the police interacted with him. He's still someone's kid. I'm not really gung-ho to make fun of him. Now, if you do, I don't give a shit. I don't. And I understand people, if you're George Floyd's family, I understand being pissed. If you're a Democrat and you like the Pelosi's, I understand being pissed. I get it. You have the right to be offended. People tell jokes that I get offended about. Was I offended by Destiny's Corey Compouture joke? Yeah. Is making fun of that guy who actually got killed by someone trying to assassinate Trump worse than a pseudo-public figure like Paul Pelosi getting attacked but not dying and making fun of him? Yeah, it's worse. But in general, Destiny's right that if you're going to have your big boy pants on and pick on people getting attacked in ways like that, well, eventually someone that you think is an innocent person will be attacked and people will make fun of them. Yeah, I agree, Damien. Not only were there's so many jokes because they were emphatically, because the narrative was, oh, this is a right wing's attacks on the Pelosi's and blah, blah, blah. And the right wing's tired of every time there's an attack on someone like Rand Paul or Steve Scalise, it's never because of left wing rhetoric, ever. Even if it's blatantly a Bernie supporter shooting Republicans in a ball field over Obamacare. Nope, it's not their fault. Bernie ran on a fundraiser when Congressman Gifford got shot. Is it even safe to be a Democrat in Arizona? This right-wing rhetoric must stop. Then when a Bernie supporter shoots Republicans, did he say, is it even safe to be Republican? This left-wing rhetoric must stop. No, he said, we all need to tone down the temperature. Oh! Nancy Pelosi was furious that people suggested it could be left-wing rhetoric. Right-winger does something, it's right-wing rhetoric's fault. Left-winger does something, all rhetoric needs to be toned down. So I understand why right-wingers were pissed off when Pelosi got attacked, and it clearly seemed like there's something up. Half-naked dude running around. But I still thought it was pretty callous. I mean, he was beaten with a hammer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, definitely.
But again, a joke's a joke. And that's how I felt about the Corey Compouture thing. It's heartless. It's stupid. It speaks a lot to fucking... It's worse than the Pelosi thing. But in the vein, I understand that argument. That's different than being asked. It's also different if I asked Destiny, will you condemn the assassination attempt at Trump? Did you want that bullet to really kill Trump? Because Destiny's probably going to approach it the same way I would approach it if Destiny said, will you call out if Trump gets a legal FISA warrant? So I'll say, go fuck yourself. I owe you nothing. So that's probably what Destiny would say to me, which is fine. But when his buddy Pisco asks him, now he doesn't have that excuse. Tell me, just between me and you right now, did you want that bullet to kill Trump? And Destiny's response is, I can't say because of terms of service. And then he says, well, I will say this. The worst thing that happened was him shooting at him and missing. And I'm supposed to believe, was that a joke too? Was it? I gave him the benefit of the doubt for the long time. But the more I've seen him, didn't seem to be that jokey of a mood when Luigi shot that healthcare CEO. That wasn't as jokey for him. I wonder why. So, fuck these people. The double standard is ridiculous. I'm gonna let you go. I should have been in bed a while ago, but
Yeah, dude.
But I do appreciate you calling.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was good
Black
talking to you,
Jade.
Rob.
Yeah. All right, man. Take it easy, Ivy Joker.
Yeah.
Black Jade, man. I appreciate. I didn't see that you were waiting, or I'd have brought you in earlier. But I probably got to go to bed. So here's my plan. I got a doctor appointment tomorrow. Originally, my appointment was at 12:30, and I was going to wake up and do a call-in show in the morning. That appointment got moved today to 10:30. So I told my wife that I was going to do an extra late show today because I will not be able to stream the rest of the weekend. I'm feeling mostly better. Thank you, Kaiser. My wife is going for a function with friends this weekend, so it's going to be me and the Hankster Friday night and Saturday night alone. So I'm not going to be fucking streaming. I'm not going to be doing anything really with my phone. I might do some shorts on YouTube, but yeah, that's about it. So I wanted to do an extra long stream today, and I hope that people appreciated that. I feel really bad that I haven't been streaming much. So, yeah, sorry about that, Black Jade. Had I seen you, I would have brought you on. So that's the show tonight. I hope people enjoyed it. It was a good one. I enjoyed that lefty Jackass guy that called in. It's always a ton of fun. Like, let me be clear. I don't wish any ill on someone like that Jackass guy. I don't. And his bad faith is much of a liar and a sack of shit as I think his debate style was. I enjoy that. I don't know if it comes... It's so funny. Because people will say all the time, oh, you're seething, you're molding. I mean, when you all, those of you that were here when I was debating, could you tell how much fun I was having? I love that shit. I love it. I think it's hilarious. I think it's great. It's almost effortless how bad they are to just dog walk them all over the place. I thoroughly enjoy it. King Gonzo, he's still on there. He's still lying, buddy. But they're like, oh, you're so mad. I'm not mad at all. I'm having a great time. So, all right. Next you'll see me is probably Monday or Tuesday. I'll try to stream. It'll be YouTube exclusive, though, because I won't be at my home office and I'll only be able to use my phone. I will say that the next 2 weeks, I'm going to try... It should be normal weeks for me. And then after that, I got a lot of fun stuff coming on the weekend. So, like, we're taking my son to a monster truck rally. We have a wedding that we're going to be going to. And then my son's friend is turning 3. This little girl that's our friend's girl, she's turning 3. And we're going to a bowling party. So that stuff's all going to be fun on the weekend. So I'm looking forward to that. So I got February's booked up for me on the weekends. But I do have 2 weeks here coming. I do go into work Saturdays. But it'll be nice. It should be... The intensity of being busy with work and other things will be relaxed, and so I look forward to doing a lot of streaming. So, all right, thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you. Thanks to all my callers, even if I yelled at you and disagreed with you. It's fun. I think it makes the show fun. So, anyone who is watching on the YouTube vertical stream, by the way, I see that it says I was only there 6 hours 49 minutes. Something must happen with that. Consider following me on my regular YouTube channel. You can see the chat. You can't see it in the nature of the vertical stream, so consider checking that out. I think maybe you'll like it. So thank you all so much. I can't wait to stream again and talk to you all again. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, and as always, have a good one.